Under the captain, who found his zip again, the Australian bowlers combined to create 15 chances in those 2 and a bit sessions. Mitch Starc's forfer, which included a worldly to get Ben Stokes, was all the more impressive for the fact that he's bowling with an injured shoulder. To the close at 1 for 61 with Khawaja and Labuschagne in occupation. Warner, the only man to fall, nicking off after another promising start. The visitors won't get a better chance to make the running in a test. They're so desperate to win to claim the series. I'm Adam Collins, and with me to begin our coverage, David Bumble, Lloyd, Bharat, Sundaresan. Gents, I was reading Michael Atherton in the Times this morning, and he wrote, for England, see Harry Brook. He's been so good, but not quite good enough to put them into a position to win the series. But now Australia get the chance to make the running on a day when they've already got a pretty good start, 222 behind as they begin.
This has to be the day where Australia power on and leave England behind. Throughout this series, we've seen Australia have these opportunities, but England have always just caught up with them. England dominated the last test. This is Australia's chance to do that. Usman Khawaja looked as cool as ever yesterday while he was out there. Marnus Labuschagne looks really good after that 100. But these are perfect bowling conditions again. We've just seen Jimmy Anderson spend the last 15 minutes bowling and working with David Secker, but no outswinger.
Yeah, this was it, isn't it, Bumble? We're worried for the Anderson outswinger, aren't we?
Yeah, and there's lots to talk about. Yesterday, I thought Australia were excellent. Cummins led the team 90 miles an hour, and we talked about 6 test matches in 7 weeks. Has got to take a toll. I thought he was magnificent yesterday, and last evening, I thought the 2 batters at the crease played really well. Anderson's outswinger, 41 years of age. He's just been out there 5 minutes ago with David Secker, the bowling coach, trying to find something. What's he trying to find? He's trying to find that outswinger. And it's amazing that a bowler of that quality can suddenly lose his main weapon. That is his main weapon, to send the ball across, but to bring it back in. 5 minutes ago, I am completely staggered that a 41-year-old is out there with a bowling coach. Where's me outswinger?
Yeah, to think that Anderson was the quasi-bowling coach at Leeds a couple of weeks ago, and now he needs that support because he just isn't getting the ball moving around. He's not doing anything particularly wrong. He could argue about his length and quibble about his length, but it's just the movement that's not there, Baz.
Which is exactly why he's holds so much from around the wicket to the left-handers. And he's starting around the wicket to Usman Khawaja. He's had a little bit of success, but not enough. And this, in the past, Bumble was not the way Jimmy Anderson would go. Start around the wicket to a left-hander throughout the series.
Forget the 41 years of age, and we're just delayed for the start here. As it got to 11 o'clock, we're just short. Anderson looks fit enough, he looks strong enough, his pace is fine. It's just that one delivery. His stop delivery, it's his main one.
So they're being called to attention at 10:59 a.m. He took a wicket before 11 last week at Manchester. Anderson to Khawaja, defending back of a length out towards cover, no run.
And the other thing is that the captain has thrown the ball to him straight away. Don't have him fretting. But you could tell yesterday, I watched keenly yesterday the session when Anderson was bowled. He was so frustrated, so frustrated that it just wasn't happening. And then he'd try and pitch further up and he got driven.
The other part of this, that they're going to have to be clever about their rotations. No Moeen Ali again, not on the field at the moment. The word from the England camp is we won't see him today. So that groin strain's obviously on the serious side. Anderson bowls fuller to Khawaja. There's a bit of movement towards the left-hander, just enough, albeit after he'd shouldered arms and it went beyond the off-stump.
Yeah, that wasn't genuine outswing though, was it? And you can see he's striving to do that. And you're right, Mumble, yesterday and throughout the series, there have been periods when he gets so frustrated with himself. And because he's been around for so long, you can pick out little things, right? There's a way in which he brushes his hair back, his fingernails. That's when you know he's really angry with himself.
So Khawaja, 26 overnight. He's faced 77 balls. He's facing James Anderson here and leaving alone. Again, not quite full enough to make him play.
And he's a chunterer, like McGrath. You know, McGrath used to chunter on the way back. He didn't just happen. That's and he's talking to himself, gives himself a stiff talking to. Anderson, he's exactly the same.
I think we all started the series, Bumble, thinking, well, he'll clearly take his 700th Test wicket against Australia. He was only 15 away. I think Phil Long will confirm that when we started the series. And instead, we're like, will he even get there? Will he crawl to that next major milestone on the horizon? Will he play in India? Will he play at all? Starting around the wicket. Bowls to Khawaja, and Khawaja plays and misses. That's better from Anderson. He actually played for the movement, and there wasn't quite as much. Might have just stood up off the seam. Well bowled.
that length right. He got this length right yesterday a few times. But my question is it just a pretty length? Does he need to be slightly fuller?
You need to be a little bit fuller, particularly to Australian batsmen, because they leave very well on length and let the ball go over the top of the stumps. Conditions-wise, it's cloudy and the lights are on.
Perfect Anderson conditions here. Gets to the crease, delivers to Khawaja, back of the length, leaves alone again. Movement after it passed the stumps. The previous ball was much fuller, wasn't it? The one that made Khawaja play. And we're watching the replay back for tyre power, winter safety sail. It did just straighten off the seam, a little wobble seamer.
But again, I don't know what the stats are on this, but how many times have Australia batted under lights in this series? It's remarkable. Rarely have they got a sunny day to bat it, but in or under sunny conditions anyway.
If you'd have played in June, you would have got some sunny conditions, but we weren't playing then.
Yeah, true.
Obviously not playing in August either, the other competition then. Anderson to finish his 8th over, first of the day, and Khawaja leaves again. That's a little bit fuller. So some good questions asked. A maiden for Anderson to begin his work, and he's supported by the crowd who are all with him on this mission. Khawaja 26, Labuschagne will be starting on 2. They trail by 222 at 1 for 61 on the Beaumont tail scoreboard by Beaumont's and save. We saw Usman Khawaja before play Baz in his full batting attire, with the exception of the helmet, playing keepy-uppy in the warm-up circle for about 10 minutes. So he's obviously very chilled out this morning.
Yeah, except a couple of times the ball, he had to stretch a little to get to the ball. He said, I'm not doing it. So, I mean, he is the coolest cat in world cricket right now, isn't he? Has been the last 18 months or so.
It's funny, you know, I watched him years ago. When he first, I think in his first innings he scored 37 and people were enthusing about how good. And I went to the nets and watched him. He played every shot in the book in a net session. And now you look at him now at 36 years of age, where he's reined everything in and plays responsibly as an opening batsman.
There are some similarities to former teammate of his, Simon Kadich, who started off as a shot player and deeper into his career became not limited, but he chose to cut off shots to give himself the best chance of success. And funny that he had his most productive cricket after that point.
Graham Gooch, exactly the same. A real dasher at the start.
So Mark Wood from the pavilion end to Labuschagne, 3 slips, a leg slip as well. First ball here, Labuschagne leaves alone. Good carry through to Bairstow. Back of a length, well outside the off stump. Simon
Katic is one of the celebrity coaches in the new competition. We have this new competition which is wonderful. It's sweeping the country. It's 16.4 overs per side. It is wonderful. And Simon Katic is one of the celebrity coaches. They bring these celebrities in to coach the team. They don't know the players, but that doesn't matter. And they bring them all in from... How many teams have we? I can't think. 8. Is there 8 teams?
Yep.
Yeah. Sweeping the country.
Cat, who's of course a senior member of our commentary team on SEN through the summer. Wood bowls here and leaving alone Labuschagne on length. And Cat's spoken quite a bit about the T20 circuit and having been involved in that in his post-playing career, having been known as, towards the end, a kind of a dogged batsman.
Yes.
As he explains himself. How do you make a test 100, where you make about 150 good decisions in a row?
Yeah.
Which I've always enjoyed, how simple he can make it.
And the number of times he speaks about, I should have just started opening earlier.
Yeah.
If only I got that go, because he had such a great run. And speaking of celebrity, he is a celebrity MasterChef winner, don't forget. So he has dabbled in reality television.
I did not know that. Cat won MasterChef.
2009, when I think he then led New South Wales to the Champions League trophy. So that year he won Celebrity MasterChef.
He's probably listening. Good morning or good evening to Cat. Drop us a text 0433 98 11 16. Mark Wood in. Bowls here to Labuschagne. It's full and defended out to mid-on. Good ball. Nearly snuck through, but Labuschagne was equal to it, thrusting the bat down.
Yeah, his batting is finally in order. He's tinkered and worked through his technique and little adjustments here and there with his guard and where his head is moving and where his back foot is moving. But he told me after the last test, even after he made the 50, that everything was working in order. He's very happy with his game. And you can see he just looks more relaxed at the crease, doesn't he? He's not marking his guard every second delivery.
Rhythm of batting.
So it's Wood in over the wicket. Bowls to Labuschagne, bit wider on the crease, and he beats him outside the line. There's a bit of activity from the cordon, but there's nothing on it. Just a genuine player miss. Bit too quick by the looks of things.
Yeah, sharp delivery.
Yeah.
Wood opening. Usually it would be broad, but it's Wood here. Immaculate seam position. Just does enough. Bairstow takes it at shin height. Katic, he played for Lancs as well. Yep. He was a Lancs overseas player.
Had a brilliant finish to his career up at Lengths, did he not?
He did. I mean, very popular up there.
I think his final first-class season, he averaged in the 60s playing for Lengths.
Ask him if it stopped raining.
Wood up to Labuschagne. He's on 2 from 27. Bowls here and leaves on that same line. Fourth stump angle and just a little bit of shape from Wood, which we saw a lot of at Leeds. Not quite so much of at Manchester last week, Baz.
Yeah, this is when he's at his most dangerous, right? I mean, there's so much talk about his pace. But even if he's not bowling 96, at 92, 93 miles an hour, if he can get that movement, he's a handful.
He's one of the bowlers, a few bowlers that use the crease. The last 2 deliveries have been really wide on the crease, and sometimes he jumps in tight to the umpire.
So he's in again. Last ball of the 27th over. No runs today yet. Labuschagne leaves on length. That had nice carry through to Bairstow. 1 for 61 Australia. Not adding to their overnight tally as yet. They trail by 222. Kawaja 26, Labuschagne 2. And that is on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save.
Crisp golden pastry filled with creamy custard and delicious raspberry filling. It's the raspberry and custard pie from Macca's. Or the new raspberry and custard pie in a McFlurry. It's a choose-your-own creamy adventure. Available for a limited time.
Better are your local cooking specialists. Shop our huge range of premium cooking appliances from leading brands and score a bonus Visa gift card up to $500 on selected models. Visit Underwood, Cannon Hill, Virginia Better Home Living today. Go local, that's better.
Anderson away from us into Kawaja. 3 slips behind him. Bowls here and off his hip, not quite. Spills out into the offside, could have gone anywhere. Anderson throws his head back, not to be. We saw a compilation between overs on our screen for Tyre Power winter safety sale of the Australian leaves so far this morning, Bumble.
Yeah, Australian leaves on length, and looking at Australian pitches where there's a true bounce and a regular bounce, and what we're seeing here at the Oval, which is quick enough, is this pitch. The 2 batsmen are leaving on length and quite happy to let the ball go over the top of the stumps. Mark Taylor did it fabulously well back in the 90s.
Anderson passes umpire Dharmasena. Bowls here. Kawaja offers the bat. A little bit fuller, but no movement. Pushing out to cover. No run.
So what was it like when you went there for the first time, David? Did you have to work on it? I mean, did you see other Australian batters and learn how to leave on length?
Well, in England, you wouldn't leave on length because you don't get that bounce usually. So I remember when Mark Taylor was doing it, I'm thinking that we're bowling well, we're bowling fine, but it's so easy, he just lets the ball go. So what you've got to do as an attack is you've got to get fuller to make him play. You've got to bowl a fuller length.
Anderson to the crease to Kawaja, who plays and misses in a very similar fashion to a delivery in the previous over. Had to come and greet it. A little bit of movement off the seam where gun barrel straight in our commentary position over the top of Anderson's arm here. That was spot on, and Kawaja beaten high on the blade, went past the shoulder of the bat through to the gloves of Bairstow.
Has this got quicker?
Surely has. Especially from this end, the carry has been really good for Jimmy Anderson, bowling 82 miles an hour. Coupled the last ball of the last over as well. Bairstow took it near his shoulder.
So 15 dots to start the day. Anderson finding a groove. Bowls to Kawaja, who leaves on length again. I can almost see Mark Taylor in the mind's eye, getting leg side of the ball and his spikes scratching across the pitch at his shoulders arms. Hundreds of times the kid watching that, you know.
And now the stump mics on Channel 9 going on.
They always pick up Taylor scratching the back boot. To get leg side of the ball, to get nowhere near it when he was leaving, as opposed to someone like Smith who goes across the stumps and gives it the full treatment and waves the bat and so on.
Oof, I'm back in India, it's 5 a.m, it's 1995 all over again.
There's Channel 9 stump mics. Bowls here. Anderson, Fuller swinging back towards Kawaja, defends from the middle stump line out to Stuart Broad at mid-on, no single.
So on this leaving business, you've got to, as a bowling attack, you've got to bowl fuller than you would normally. So that English length that Anderson would bowl and Broad and the other bowlers, that'd be an English length. So against Australia, you've got to go at least a metre closer to the batter.
It's misunderstood a bit when bowlers get here, isn't it? They think, wow, bowling with the Dukes on all these English green tops, it'll come easy and it'll be flying through to the cordon. It's not always so, rarely so. Anderson bowls to Kawaja to finish, hits him on the pad across his stumps, but there's no appeal from the bowler. 3 maidens to begin our second day on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont and Save. Australia is still 1 for 61 with Kawaja 26 and Labuschagne 2.
When it comes to cricket, like Imar, the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, spikies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. Imar tradies love cricket. That's why Imar is the third umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13-IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide.
That's
SEN Ashes Cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's. Adam Collins with David Bumble, Lloyd and Bharat Sundaresan on the call. Phil Long's with us as well. Longy.
10 of the last 12 overs have been maidens.
Ooh. That's the kind of pressure you want as a fielding team. Here's Mark Wood charging in, bowls to Labuschagne, falls over in his follow through, and Labuschagne defends. How many times he fallen over, Phil? You're keeping track of that?
That's just the second time.
Just the second. Yeah. He's not going in hard enough.
No, this is sixth over. He fell down for the first time, I think, on the second ball of his first over yesterday.
Yes. Bumble, we were entertained by the ECB last night, which was interesting. All the big wigs upstairs here.
Yeah, we were tagged as well. They gave us tags to go in to say that you're allowed in. I could not get rid of that tag. I've had to have it cut off surgically by one of the cameramen.
I felt like I was dislocating my thumb to get that last night. Here's Wood, 3 slips and the leg slip bowling at Labuschagne. No runs this morning. Bowles here leaves on length, but that's come back viciously off the seam. Labuschagne had to thrust his bum back to make sure it didn't whack him on the hip.
There was a similar delivery from Wood bowling from our end to Marnus Labuschagne yesterday, which again cut back into him and it went over off stump. He didn't seem to mind it too much. You can always make out through the body language of Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith what they thought of their leave.
What a contrast this is to yesterday when England scored 62 runs in the first 11 overs. Benedict from Sky sent me a number today saying England's run rate is the quickest ever across a series with 4 tests or more in Test cricket.
Really?
This is from the old school. Wood in, bowling to Labuschagne, defending under his eyes down the pitch, no run. And
Mitchell Starc spoke to SEN Ashes Cricket yesterday, and that's one thing he did say. I said, are you looking forward to putting your feet up tomorrow? It looks like it's supposed to be a batting day.
Oh, speaking of batting day, your video's on Sky again right now. They didn't credit Bharat last night on the Sky coverage for the Marnus Labuschagne bat work that you were filming on Twitter. Hopefully you get a name check today. It's being played around the world right now. Your Beastie Boy Twitter account.
Indeed.
Where was he doing that?
In the ground staff shed.
Oh, right. Yeah. I thought it was in one of these superstores.
In the B&Q. Wood in. No runs today. It's fuller length to Labuschagne. He's leaving it go on about the 5th stump line. The Corden are interested. They want him playing at that.
Well, they're giving notice, Australia, here. We're going to be very careful. We're going to bat all day. We're going to bat long. We're going to bat you out of the game.
Yeah.
And which is exactly what Mitchell Starc said they want to do. They want to play it slow. They want to play it on their terms. If it means batting for 2 days, do it. Bat them into the ground. Can they do it? They've wanted to do it throughout the series. Only time they've been successful is at Lord's in the first innings where they got over 400. They haven't made 400 since then or before that.
Fastest ball of Wood's day, 93 mile an hour. So up to 22 dot balls in a row to start. Delivers again, Labuschagne off the hip, 4 runs. There's the first runs. Is it off the bat or off the thigh pad? Wait for the signal. Nothing. Bye. So signalled by umpire Wilson. Bairstow went diving like a goalkeeper away to his left to try and take some pace off the ball, but not to be. And as for Labuschagne, he was very close to getting a glove on that on the way through.
Yeah, the left hand just moved a little away from his body. Not be very chuffed with that.
So 4 runs for Australia, but England won't mind that. 1 for 65 with the Sundaresan.
It swung, it bounced, it was a short ball bouncer and it swung after the stumps.
So Wood to finish here. To Labuschagne again. Right on the crease and he defends. In behind it. Stays on 2. Kawaja 26 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumonts and Save. Australia now 1 for 65.
Harvey Norman's Super Saturday is back. Super Saturday, 1 day only, in-store and online. Spend $250 or more and get 10% of your purchase price in Harvey Norman gift cards. That's right. Score Super Saturday 1 day deals in-store and online at Harvey Norman. Plus, spend $250 or more and get 10% of your purchase price in Harvey Norman gift cards. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. Gift card valid for 1 month. 1 day only. Don't miss out. Super Saturday at Harvey Norman.
We're live at the Kia Oval for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Bat Viz. Marnus Labuschagne, no one knows his blades better than Bharat Sundaresan. He had 3 taken down between overs. He's changed his weapon. Anderson bowls to Khawaja, who defends into the offside, no run. Now, which can you tell from looking on the screen which bat he's moved from and which bat he's moved to?
A little bit of a history lesson. So he used the bat which he was really happy with in Manchester, which got him the 100. And then at the end of it, he felt that the handle had become a little wonky, but he felt he could power on with it. So the bat we saw in the clip that I had posted was a new one, which he used in the nets on the eve of the test. And he thought he'll use the new one. He started with it yesterday, then went back to the old bat with the wonky handle. But as you could see in the television replay, he's not happy with it.
Khawaja facing Anderson. Their battle continues, defending into the onside. So Anderson going a fraction straighter after beating him outside the line of the off stump last over.
He looked absolutely forlorn there as he called for a new bat. I thought he was going to burst into tears. And he was looking and caressing the handle. Oh, this is no good. I've got to have a new one.
And then the kind of equipment and tools he carries, I was talking about this on air yesterday, David. He has got a weighing scale, a sanding device.
Oh, no.
As we said then, imagine his hand like he's been going through the airport. Problems with security. Anderson bowls on the leg stump at Khawaja. Helps it down to fine leg for 4. Just got inside the line. Said that Anderson's been going a little bit straighter after the previous over, enjoying success outside the off stump. Not to be here. Khawaja's first runs of the day. He's 30 with the boundary, 1 for 69.
Easy shot to play, angled from around the wicket, sliding down the leg side. It's just a nice little tickle, goes fine.
And look at Jimmy Anderson's body language as he walks back to the top of the mark.
Hands through the hair, as you identified before.
Like, yeah, just the fingernails going through his scalp.
Now the self-flagellation's complete. He runs in again away from us. Vauxhall then bowls to Khawaja, who plays and misses with one hand off the blade. That's a better line, it feels, this morning, outside the line of the off stump rather than attacking the pegs.
Better length. Induces a drive, false shot.
Odd to see Usman Khawaja play these airy-fairy shots. He played one last evening, got lucky with it. I think it was off Chris Wokes, bowling over the wicket. So wide outside his off stump.
It's gone past the inside edge as well, not the outside edge. Just like Khawaja was kind of playing with one hand off it at the end. The replay for tyre power, winter safety sail. 2 left in it. Anderson over, bowls to Khawaja, who drives down the ground. That's better. Checks his shot. There'll be a couple. Stuart Broad's hat falls off, as always. They return for a couple. 32 for him, 1 for 71, with 1 left in over number 30.
And he's not a natural cover driver, is he, Usman Khawaja? He's so handsy. The front foot doesn't move, so he drives balls which are really full and straight, like he did with that one. Just pushed it down the ground. Twice in the last 25 balls he's faced across last session, yesterday, and this session, he's flashed at deliveries wide.
Anderson to finish the over. Back of the length, Khawaja defends with both feet in the air. 1 for 71 for Australia, but added 10 runs this morning across 20 minutes. Khawaja 32, Labuschagne 2. On the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save. Bharat jumping out, Jeremy jumping in.
Crisp golden pastry filled with creamy custard and delicious raspberry filling. It's the raspberry and custard pie from Macca's, or the new raspberry and custard pie in a McFlurry. It's a choose-your-own creamy adventure. Available for a limited time.
Better are your local cooking specialists. Shop our huge range of premium cooking appliances from leading brands and score a bonus Visa gift card up to $500 on selected models. Visit Underwood, Cannon Hill, Virginia Better Home Living today. Go local, that's better.
SEN Ashes Cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Our experts are for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas, and one of them is the great Jeremy Vernon Coney. Jeremy, good morning to you.
Morning, Adam. Evening, everybody, back home. Cloudy day here, lights on. Good start by England, really. The 2 bowlers building up good pressure here. Not easy, no easy runs, Adam.
So he's got the new bat, Labuschagne. 3 slips to gully. We saw a little stat pop up on the screen between overs, Bumble, about Khawaja's longevity in the series. Bowling here to Labuschagne, quick single into the offside. His first run off the bat of the day. He's 3 from 36 deliveries, 1 for 72. It noted that Khawaja has now faced 1,054 balls in the series, and the 5 previous openers to face 1,000 in an Ashes series. Cook in 10-11, 1,438, Vaughan in 02.03, 1,091. Atherton in 94.95. Same with Slater and Taylor, facing 11.58, 11.05 and 1,085 respectively. So it puts in the context the way Kawaja's been able to occupy hour after hour.
And Michael Slater in there, that's a surprise. Yeah, a dasher.
That was the series for it. 3 of those coming in the summer of 94-95.
I bet he did the majority of those 1,000 balls in the first 4 innings that he had. He's just lost it a wee bit in the last, now he's starting to come back. Because, I mean, that's what baseball does, isn't it? It gives you time. They give you time. And if you're good enough to use it, then it's there for you.
So Kawaja will now face Wood for the first time today. He'll turn and go round the wicket from the pavilion end. And Kawaja, from back of the length, defends down the pitch. Wood collects it in his follow-through. So Kawaja, when he returned to the Test team, I was looking at this before, he had a tick over 3,000 Test runs. So when he was dropped after Leeds 2019, he had 3,100 correction, he was still in the 2,000s, 2,887. He's now zeroing in on 5,000 Test runs, and his average has gone from somewhere in the high 30s to where it is now at 48. It's
very good.
It's a staggering,
very good
purple patch, sustained purple patch as well. To think the career that he thought was completely gone now in his 66th Test match, facing Wood here. Kawaja from the leg stump turns it through mid-wicket, easy single, moves to 33, 1 for 73 the score.
Can I just take you back to the end of the previous over? Jimmy Anderson, the ball just pushed into the leg side. Anderson picked the ball up, over was called, and he absolutely hurled it at the wicket-keeper and stomped off. He's frustrated. He's not getting what he wants from the ball. We talk about him losing, or Derek Pringle mentioned it. Derek Pringle on social media said that the outswinger to the right-hander isn't there. But I think he's bowled pretty well this morning.
Of all people to know, it would be Derek. He wrote a 5,000-word essay about Anderson's swing bowling a few years ago, maybe 5 years ago, for the Cricket Monthly. So he spent a lot of time with Jimmy on that piece about all his variations, but especially the art of swing. It's Wood here to Labuschagne, back of a length, defended into the onside no single. Amazing to think that Anderson could lose something so basic for no tangible reason. I mean, I know bowlers lose their... Bob Massey famously lost his outswinger as well, didn't he?
Broad did a few years ago, and was adamant that he hadn't lost it. He got really stubborn.
After how many balls has Anderson bowled in Test cricket, Phil? This deep into it, more than a 20-year career. Seeing that the England team try and get the ball changed. Anderson, of course it is. You'll want a new ball or a change of ball, and we're having it pass through the rings for the second time today by umpire Wilson, and it goes through comfortably enough. Pictures on the screen for tyre power. Winter safety sale. Phil Long.
Before I tell you about Anderson, Usman Khawaja this morning, we've talked about balls faced. He's now faced 10,000 balls in Test cricket. Past that this morning.
Wow, that's good. Wood, 2 left in the over. Labuschagne 3 from 37. He kicks out before delivering. It's straight and full and defended, but that was an unusual release point, Bumble. He got to the crease running in a straight line and kicked all the way out to the side crease before bowling it.
On the extreme of the crease, and he does that quite often. Just a bit of an alarm for the batter. A full-length ball, speared in.
Just kept out.
He's asking good questions, though, isn't he? For batsmen, you know, just every ball, do I play forward? Do I play back? Do I let it go? Do I try and play this? He's quite demanding at the moment. It's a good spell.
Last ball here, Wood to Labuschagne, who defends into the onside end of the over. They trail by 210, only adding 12 runs so far this morning, Australia. 1 for 73, Khawaja 33, Labuschagne 3. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont and Save.
Sustained performance in cricket is more than just one great innings. It's about performing consistently day after day, match after match. Host Plus delivers strong performance over the long term with top returns over 20 years. A top performing super fund over the long term? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Super ratings SR50 Balanced Index April 2023. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PTS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Noteworthy at the Oval, there are no Surrey players in the playing 11. Ollie Pope was there at the start, but injuring his shoulder at Lords. But there is a Surrey recruit on the ground at the moment as the subfielder for Moeen Ali Bumble, Dan Lawrence.
Yes, sir, is Dan Lawrence. He's moved not far from Essex to Surrey. They hoover up. Surrey hoover the best players. That's what they do. Money bags.
Did you see the line that he wanted to live closer to London? I mean, Essex is just half an hour on the train. Anderson bowls and leaving alone is Khawaja, back of a length outside the off stump. Phil Long.
That ball there was Jimmy Anderson's 39,038th delivery in Test cricket, to answer your question.
There's no chance of him going playing for Durham then, if he wants to live near London.
Always strikes me as odd in Aussie rules. A lot of people listening to this would be followers of the AFL. For a long time, the way they kept the teams, the equalisation policy included having to pay a minimum of the salary cap, 95% of it, as Anderson approaches and bowls to Khawaja here on the middle stump line, pushed out to Broad at wide mid on, no single, two men out for a short ball.
You mentioned in London, and being from the north, I'm aware of London prices.
Yep.
I went into a piano bar last night, guys playing some good stuff, Elton John and Billy Joel. I got myself a gin and tonic. I thought I'll have a gin and tonic. £16.50. £16.50.
If you're wondering, that's about $30 in Australia. Near enough. Anderson bowls and Khawaja again from the leg stump line. Anderson won't want it there. He's frustrated, throwing his head back. Pushed to Broad at mid on, no run.
My jaw dropped. Colour went from my face. And
Weight went from your pocket.
It went straight out of my pocket. And in true northern, this is for everybody in Australia, that Yorkshire people are renowned, think Geoffrey Boycott, for being careful. Now, I live in Yorkshire, so the only two words that I could utter were, how much? £16.50 for a gin and tonic.
Where were you? We're in town.
In a piano bar at the hotel.
Anderson delivers. It's full and half driven by Khawaja, but Broad will cut it off as his hat falls off. Near the ground here or further afield?
No, it's in Kensington, which is a bit posh, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Posh.
Did you enjoy it? I mean,
enjoy it. I didn't have a drink of it for about an hour. I thought I'll have to keep this for a long time.
Right.
Yeah, it was lovely. They put some cucumber in as well, which was nice. I like that. Bit of cucumber.
The London tax, the counties in London get a bit of extra money, don't they, for cost of living here?
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Anderson bowls to Khawaja. He goes back and defends to mid-on for the third time in the over. This might be the last over of Anderson's spell, I reckon.
In fact, if you're thinking of coming to Surrey and you like gin and tonic, don't bother.
Dan Lawrence strikes me as a lager lad.
Well, that's Essex, isn't it?
Yeah. That was Khawaja's 100th delivery. How many times has he faced 100 balls in the series, Phil? Looks down at his notes under the pump. Here he is. Can he get it in before the last ball?
That's the fourth time in this series.
Lovely, Longy. Thank you. Last ball here of the over. Anderson to Khawaja. Defends into the onside for no runs. Maiden complete. 1 for 73. Khawaja 33. Labuschagne on 3. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. Geoff Lemon coming in with Phil Walker. I'm jumping out with Bumble.
Better are your local cooking specialists. Shop our huge range of premium cooking appliances from leading brands and score a bonus Visa gift card up to $500 on selected models. Visit Underwood, Cannon Hill, Virginia Better Home Living today. Go local, that's better.
Crisp golden pastry filled with creamy custard and delicious raspberry filling. It's the raspberry and custard pie from Macca's, or the new raspberry and custard pie in a McFlurry. It's a choose-your-own creamy adventure. Available for a limited time.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's, coming to you from the Kia Oval. We're south of the river. We're in between the Vauxhall tube station and the Oval tube station, the Victoria line and the Northern line. We're in the heart of what was once Empire.
You've gone early?
Yep. And there's a couple of Australians out there who want to get one over the progenitors of that particular project. It's 1 for 73 as Mark Wood comes tearing into Labuschagne, pitching up full and coming forward on the front foot. He's playing it down to mid-off. Phil Walker and Jeremy Coney with me. Good morning. It still is for 30 more minutes.
Yeah, morning, Geoff. and evening to our listeners. Yeah, it's been a cat and mouse first half hour. England have done pretty well. They've gambled a little bit by giving Mark Wood first dibs. He's been accurate as well as quick, but Labuschagne has just played it immaculately, really, under his eyes. He's one of the great leavers I think I've ever seen in Test match cricket. He gets more of a kick out of a leave than he does hooking it off his nose. It's great to watch. 3 from 40.
Mark Wood up to Labuschagne, who's going under a short ball that Bairstow takes above his head. If I could borrow a line from my colleague Jonathan Howcroft, he said they call him the crowbar, one of the great levers.
That'll do nicely.
He actually leaves on length too, doesn't he? Quite often here, he's let it go over the top of middle stump occasionally from Wood.
Something that you learn to do more on Australian surfaces when the bounce is relatively truer, but Wood doesn't always get bounce because he is that shorter stature and it can skid through. It can stay low and crash into the pads. We've seen a few of those over the last few weeks. Wood tries it again. It's a fuller pitch. It's outside the off stump. Labuschagne just sways away from it. That line too wide to tempt him into something. Now here's a number that may interest nobody but me. Usman Khawaja's faced 1,062 balls in the series, which takes him into the top 150 series tallies by batters. But what he's done right now is level Mudassar Nazar, who faced 1,062 balls when England visited Pakistan in 1977-78, including the slowest 100 of all time.
And Lahore.
It's one of my favourite stats, this one. 591 minutes he batted for 114 runs, Mudassar Nazar.
One for the purists.
Wood short outside the off stump and wide, and Labuschagne doesn't even have to sway away from that one.
I wonder if in that list, Shiv Chanderpaul against England, but I think in a 3-test series, I think he batted for over 1,000.
1,477 balls. We've got Chanderpaul against India in the Caribbean in 2002.
Yeah, it was against England in maybe, I forget now. It all just merges into one, doesn't it? He certainly faced over 1,000. He batted for over 1,000 minutes for sure in 3 test matches. Immovable. Phil Long doesn't step up for us here.
I'm sure Phil can find that if indeed that was the case. I'm looking at a list of balls faced of more than 1,056 in a series, because that's what I get up to in my spare time. Fully pitched and driven away square of the wicket by Labuschagne. They'll get a run, turn for the second, the sliding stop out there. Lawrence, is that running back?
Yep.
Sub fielder, the new Surrey man. 1 for 75 Australia's score as Labuschagne goes on to 5. He's faced 44 balls, so no urgency to get on with it. They're doing the anti-Baz thing again. It seemed, at Edgbaston particularly from Khawaja, that seemed deliberately cussed, as if he was saying, we are going to do things differently here, and we are going to show you that your method is not the only one that works.
Exactly that. It's a clear flex, isn't it? Australia have England exactly where they want them here, and the stall has been clearly set from here on in. They don't have to force the issue. They know there's a bit of weather around on day 5. If they have their way, they will amble through the next 2 days. That will be the thinking.
Wood to finish the over, up to Labuschagne, who's leaving a ball outside the off stump that cuts back off the seam on the Beaumont tiles. Scoreboard by Beaumont and save. It is 1 for 75.
What's better than winning a test match? Winning the Ashes. Host Plus has been named Super Ratings Super Fund of the Year for 2023, based on strong performance, competitive fees and a focus on members. That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit lonsec.com.au for awards and ratings criteria and disclosure. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
SEN Ashes cricket for Maccas win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. I wonder if Phil Long can work out what a year's worth of coffee would add up to volumetrically. If you tipped it all into a bathtub.
Let me give you a yearly figure. The year 2023, Usman Khawaja has now faced 2,200 deliveries in Test cricket.
It's a nice, neat, round number. 2,200 balls faced. Just tuning in, David Warner's the only wicket so far in the innings. He was out last night. We're just seeing that being played back at the moment for our replay partner, Tyre Power. Their winter safety sale is on now. Warner fencing one into the slip cordon, but no wicket to fall so far today. But if you want to make the argument for England's approach, you could say all this is well and good, but if a couple of wickets fall quickly, then Australia is still 208 runs behind and in a position of disadvantage. So there are two sides to the coin, even if Ben Stokes made it look like there was only one through most of this series.
Yeah, no, this is all fair. England have been pretty manful up to now. They've kept things in check. Chris Woakes in, key man today for me.
Bowls to Khawaja, and it's on the stumps. A little bit of movement through the air and a thick outside edge that rolls along the ground to gully. Chris Woakes on target straight away. He's been so influential in this series.
And because Khawaja tends to play back, that allows Woakes to just get a little bit closer to him, and if he can nip it from up close, then the edge comes into play, of course.
Gives the ball that extra time to deviate when playing back. We've seen players do the opposite, get well forward, bat out of the crease. Labuschagne's been an exponent of that. Woakes bowls to Khawaja, who's leaving outside the off stump. A little bit of movement away off the seam. It starts too wide to draw him into a stroke. 1 for 75 still the score.
Yeah, he's had immaculate control all series as Chris Woakes, and he has that ability to just shift it one way and t'other. His natural angle, of course, is to run that delivery across the left-hander, and that's the way he got rid of David Warner yesterday evening. He's had some success as well against Khawaja in the series.
Woakes to Khawaja, who's standing up tall and defending back to the bowler.
The question, though, is whether they can get much appreciable movement back in to the left-hander's pads as well, because you haven't really seen too much evidence of that. Anderson, as David Lloyd was acknowledging earlier, appears to have mislaid his in-swinger to the left-hander, out-swinger, of course, to the right, and we haven't seen too much evidence so far either, really, from any of the England bowlers that they've had that knack of bringing it back in to the pads.
3 slips waiting as Woakes delivers. Khawaja defending inside part of the bat there as the ball swings in towards his pads just slightly.
And this pitch, I've seen quite a few red ball games here in the last couple of years, and this pitch does tend to quicken up a little bit on day 2 and becomes very nice for batting in the second half of the game. It doesn't really crack, it doesn't deteriorate. There's not going to be that much sun baking down on it either, and so Australia's mission is very clear from here on in. Bat and bat and bat.
Woakes to Khawaja doing just that as he leaves another ball outside the off stump. He's faced 106 deliveries so far for his 33 runs. We saw him do just this at Edgbaston, just soak up the bowling in both innings, long periods of time, to the point that when he got out in the 4th innings there, it seemed almost impossible. What do you mean he's been dismissed? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, Stokes just, Edgbaston, Stokes just lent on his charisma, didn't he, to get him out, really.
Woakes bowls full, takes the outside edge again, and again it's along the ground to gully. So Khawaja's soft hands keeping the ball down. Another over safely negotiated. 34 overs gone. Australia 1 for 75.
Better are your local cooking specialists. Shop our huge range of premium cooking appliances from leading brands and score a bonus Visa gift card up to $500 on selected models. Visit Underwood, Cannon Hill, Virginia Better Home Living today. Go local, that's better.
Crisp golden pastry filled with creamy custard and delicious raspberry filling. It's the raspberry and custard pie from Macca's, or the new raspberry and custard pie in a McFlurry. It's a choose-your-own creamy adventure. Available for a limited time.
SEN Ashes cricket for Henley. Brand new Henley completed homes in Bonnybrook for under $600,000. So they're going to turn to Stuart Broad. It's headband time. Let's get Ralph Macchio involved. See whether he can muster a crane kick to finish off this championship bout. The All Valley, will it be his? Stuart Broad will be bowling to Marnus Labuschagne in about 15 minutes once he finishes his pre-over press conference. A long conversation with Anderson after having one with Stokes. What do you think I should do? I'll bowl the ball. Should I bowl the ball? Maybe.
Very quickly, the difference between yesterday morning and this morning. Yesterday, England scored off 15 successive deliveries. Last night and this morning, Australia have had 10 scoring strokes for the last 19 overs.
10 scoring strokes from 19 overs.
This is anti.
You have to respect that. Deep respect for that.
Well, as we say, it doesn't help you on the scoreboard if you get out now. Stuart Broad will be looking to make that happen, and so often does, and he beats the edge of Labuschagne, who comes groping forward, fumbling for that one. And he did play towards the line a bit. He's been drawn into that, warring with himself. Broad starts off well and walks back to the top of his mark, muttering to himself as usual.
5 times now, legitimate playing a miss, outside edge, eluded. So England have done this well, really, up to now. They're hanging in there. They know with the absence of a spinner, it's a threadbare attack as we wend our way through the afternoon. So they need to strike soon.
Stuart Broad bowls wide of the off stump, cracked by Labuschagne with a cover drive, but straight to the field. Usman Khawaja, for those keeping track at home, up to 1,068 deliveries. He's gone past Wally Hammond's Ashes of 1932-33.
Ah, the classic.
But quite a few good Hammond Ashes, must be said. Made a couple of hundreds in that series.
It's one of the things you think actually about Warner, which we haven't perhaps recognised quite so much, and that Warner is actually quite a good foil for Khawaja, isn't he? He's busy, he's always looking for runs, turning 2s into 3s and so on.
Broad up to Labuschagne, who leaves outside the off stump, confident with the line of that delivery.
I think he makes Khawaja move a lot more.
Yeah, they're playing hard-boiled cricket, really, at the moment. And looking up to England's dressing room as well, you have Jack Leach rather forlornly tossing a tennis ball from one hand to the other. He was obviously stress-fractured out of the series before a ball was bowled. And Moeen Ali as well in his flat cap. Again, looking pretty down in the dumps. We won't be seeing him today, and probably won't be seeing him on the field, at least, for the rest of the Test match.
Broad bowls to Labuschagne down the leg side. Bairstow misses it as he tumbles across. The ball ends up at the fine leg rope, and umpire Wilson signals 4 byes.
It's another mini example of Bairstow's lack of agility, in truth. It's been these deliveries going down the leg side where he's really struggled. He acknowledged it himself in the build-up to this Test match, holding his hands up and saying, well, it's little wonder I had a broken leg in 2 different places. It's little wonder that my agility is not quite what it once was. Well, that's kind of the point, Johnny.
It's not a strong argument to say that I should be allowed to keep keeping wicket, and also you shouldn't criticise me for not doing it very well.
Indeed.
Didn't quite seem to tweak with that one.
No.
Well, of course I'm driving all over the road. I'm drunk. Up comes Broad outside the off stump, and Labuschagne trying to thrash the ball away. Doesn't make full contact, hits it hard into the ground.
Ben Stokes was bowling his off breaks, Geoff, this morning, getting a lot of purchase out there with the bowling coach as well. He had a good 20 minutes.
Yep.
Turning that arm over, and obviously Joe Root as well. I imagine you'll certainly see the latter. You may well see Stokes as well. We have seen it in Test cricket before, of course.
It's a big loss with Ollie Robinson out. Of course, England are missing their cropped fast bowler who has to bowl off spin instead.
Indeed.
And so Stokes has big shoes to fill on that front.
On that, by the way, as much as sentiment plays its part in this game with Jimmy and so on, I find it slightly staggering that Josh Tongue, who was so excellent at Lords, took 4 of his 5 wickets of Australia's top 4, cleaned up Khawaja twice, hurried them up, was accurate as well as fast, and we haven't seen him since. Haven't seen him in the series since.
It has been a surprise, I must say. They're trying to get the ball changed again, England. Of course they are, because Stuart Broad's bowling. Ben Stokes is hanging about once again. The over rates blowout. We've taken, I don't know, 7 minutes so far maybe, and we're 5 balls into this Stuart Broad over.
6
minutes. You'd think 1 ball a minute wouldn't be too much to ask for. Broad will finish the over now to Labuschagne, who's defending straight back down the pitch with the face of the bat. The The ball rolls out towards cover. 35 overs gone. Australia still 204 runs behind. They are 1 for 79.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest style range. Well, that's bowl me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save. It is 1 for 79. Usman Khawaja 33, Labuschagne 5. The go slow continues, and Chris Wokes bowls to Khawaja, who's defending back down the pitch to the bowler. That's ball number 109 in this innings. Khawaja came out last night, played a similar sort of way. A remarkable ability to completely get into a zone, and then he bats like he's meditating. Nothing from the outside seems to get in. Wokes trots up to him, 3 slips still waiting. Khawaja turning the ball to mid-wicket and won't take a run.
Yeah, it's fascinating to watch him play. He gave an interview a week or so before boarding the plane to come over to England, did Usman, and he said, low expectations, hardest place in the world to bat up top. Don't hope for much. If you can get away once or twice, then that's a half-decent summer for yourself. And he obviously spoke from a position of having never really made a run in Test cricket in England before, I think across 5 or 6 Test matches before this series. But he has a classically English technique. He plays late, he plays deep.
Wokes to Khawaja, who's getting a run to mid-wicket. Cheers around the ground. Well, not quite, but he trots through for a single, takes his score on to 34. Australia 1 for 80. How long was Khawaja on 33 there, Phil, if you can work that out?
15 balls on 33. This morning so far, 7 out of the 10 overs have been maidens to go with 7 of the last 9 last night. So 14 of the last 19 overs have been maidens. When England had 18 this morning, 8 of them had been in byes.
Also, just a point on the notion of entertainment, whatever that really amounts to, whatever that means. This has been enthralling cricket. There's been 2 teams desperate to establish ascendancy in this game, and yet there's hardly been a run scored. There's hardly been a shot played in anger. Marnus has extended his hand through 1 delivery in 48 minutes, and yet it's been utterly watchable. The crowd is completely bewitched by the thing.
Wokes to Labuschagne, who's defending on the off stump. And of course we have the stats watch here. Khawaja 1,071 balls. He's just levelled Jack Ryder in the 1928-29 Ashes. That's the one where Bradman debuted, got dropped after a poor Test match.
Of course.
Came back and, well, Australia got beaten by about 600 runs at the exhibition ground in Brisbane. So he's wandering through the history books right now, Usman Khawaja. Wokes is bowling to Labuschagne, very wide, it swings away, but Labuschagne's comfortably able to leave the ball. So when you talk about Khawaja batting in an English style, what does that mean in a technical sense?
Well, Joe Root would be a good example, certainly early Joe Root. You sit deep in your crease, you tend to play off the back foot, you try and smother the late swing as best as you possibly can, and crucially you play with soft hands. And you see Khawaja, he just never goes at it outside off. So every now and then he allows himself to free himself up, but very, very rarely. And so chances and edges, they go down on the bounce into the slips.
Wokes to Labuschagne on the leg stump. He's able to pick that one off and take a run out to fine leg to move the score along to 1 for 81 after 36 overs. Labuschagne on 6, Khawaja on 34.
Crisp golden pastry filled with creamy custard and delicious raspberry filling. It's the raspberry and custard pie from Macca's, or the new raspberry and custard pie in a McFlurry. It's a choose-your-own creamy adventure. Available for a limited time.
Goodyear Auto Care are your tyre and auto experts. Buy 4 selected Goodyear SUV or 4x4 tyres and you'll get up to $100 off. Plus, we offer great value car servicing you can trust. Goodyear Auto Care, you're good to go. Call 132343. Selected tyres only, conditions apply.
SEN Ashes cricket for Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. Australia 1 for 81. They're still 202 runs behind.
Yeah, just going back to Bradman's debut, Geoff.
18-1 he made, if I remember rightly.
18-1, never been a player. And his teammate at the time, Charlie Kellaway, and there's the name.
Stuart Broad comes up to Labuschagne, who's leaving outside the off stump.
Just declared casually, just not up to it, not up to test standard after his 18-1. Dismissed him, put a big black line through the young Bradman.
DG Bradman.
Yeah. Also at the same time, Walter Hammond and of course Wally and Don never really saw eye to eye. Very different characters. And Hammond's first impression of Bradman was equally dismissive and disdainful. So they played actually in a tour game against New South Wales, did the England tourists, before Bradman had even made his debut.
Broad striding in to Marnus Labuschagne, back lift high, and he's defending a ball with soft hands into the gully, no run.
Hammond was on 225 in the tour match when he dropped one into the covers, and this character who he described as a shortish boy with a grim, nervous face, not very formidable, swooped on it, ran him out, one stump to hit, ran him out by yards. And that was Hammond's first experience of Don Bradman.
Being donned.
Yeah. And then, of course, he would meet him again later that month in that debut and then become the scourge of his life for the next 20 years.
Broad. Being the scourge of a few Australians' careers. Outside the off stump, left alone by Labuschagne. Yeah, I remember reading about when, just before Bradman showed up in 1930, he'd just made the 452 in Shield cricket. It was the highest first-class score in the world at the time. And they were talking about him over here, saying, well, that's all well and good to do that in Australia, but he won't be able to do it in English conditions. He's got a homemade, assembled sort of weird technique that he's built himself in his backyard. It's not going to work here. He made 1,000 runs before the end of May, before he'd played the first test match, and then he made about 900 runs in the test matches. On the pads, trying to whip away. Broad appeals against Labuschagne. That ball would have been going down the leg side. Stokes signals exactly that to Broad. Even for Broad, that wasn't the full-throated appeal.
Yeah, Percy Fender, Surrey captain, dismissed him as unsound in that summer.
Douglas Jardine didn't think much of him. He made 250 against Surrey, when he played those two.
Maurice Tate declared that Bradman would hold out his bat as limp as it was crooked outside his off stump. Yeah.
Nick him off then, be easy.
Yeah, job done. Can he do it on a windswept Tuesday night in Derby?
Well, it was a bit like with Steve Smith, 4 to 6 years ago. Well, he keeps walking across his stumps to bowl at his pads. Yeah. Stuart Broad bowls to Labuschagne, who's beaten. That's a good one. Just outside the off stump. It feathers away off the seam.
No luck at all for England this morning, in fairness. They've been really good. Disciplined, come in hard, beat the bat, Phil Long, 6 or 7 times, legitimately?
Scrambled seam there, and it does deck away. It does beat the bat legitimately, and Stuart Broad just puts his hand to his mouth in frustration rather than delight.
It's really beautifully bowled. It's held its line, isn't it?
It's top class. Just having a look at that on the replay for Tyre Power. Their winter safety sale is on now. Labuschagne on 6. Waits for Broad. One ball to come in the over, and he's flicking it away and dropped it. Leg slip. It's been put down. Has that come off the bat, or did that come off the pad?
I think it did come off the bat, Geoff. I think, yeah, no signal from umpire Joel Wilson. Broad's ticking. Did it carry? From our vantage point, leg slip has his back to us.
I think it did.
Yeah, I do too.
I think it did, but well, let's take our break and we'll have a look at the replay on the other side of that.
I like to call it a passion. I can be sitting relaxing. I'm spending this holiday locked in. Back then, wasn't worried about me though. In the gym, trying to work on my free throw. What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in.
The new Kia Seltos. That's what's poppin'. And yeah, it's got options. The new Kia Seltos. The word is out.
Brand new whip, just hopped in.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
SEN Ashes cricket. We've had a look at the replay for tyre power. The winter safety sail on now, and Ben Duckett has got a pass. That ball bounced in front of him. So it wasn't a dropped catch at leg slip. Chris Wokes starting a new over. Bit of bend away from Marnus Labuschagne outside the off stump. He leaves.
So this is the matchup that I'm interested in, really, because Wokes has been probably the only bowler for England over the last 2 or 3 test matches that's consistently got the ball going away from the right-hander. He has perfect control of his outswing. He's got very repeatable action. And Marnus has fished a little bit, has looked a little bit vulnerable outside that fifth stump line. They've got 3 slips. I'd get one more in, personally.
Wokes up to Labuschagne, who leaves the ball that kicks. That one rears up from a fuller length. Interesting. We've seen a little bit of inconsistent bounce at times. A couple that have stayed down and a couple that have kicked through. Why wouldn't you have a 4th slip when these players aren't trying to score?
For sure.
Nobody's taken singles. Nobody's doing what Duckett and Crawley were able to do, and hitting the gaps and running between the wickets.
I would take mid wicket out, put him in gully 4th slip. You know, Wokes rarely lands it on leg stump, and he's looking to try and trend it away from the right-hander as well.
Wokes bowls a little bit straighter at the stump.
There it is, right to mid wicket, obviously.
Labuschagne does turn it to mid wicket, or take your cover out, because why not have him trying to drive through cover? It's a pet shot for Labuschagne. He does like to drive there. He's played a couple this morning and missed. He's played one that he did strike, but why not have him trying to drive through cover rather than saving a boundary there? Well, who cares if you give away 8 or 12 runs here if it gets you the wicket?
Yeah,
you pop in the 4th slip.
I understand that they want to keep him on strike, keep the pressure on him.
Wokes up to Labuschagne, who's defending on the off stump. But if he's trying to go through cover, then he's not taking 1. He's taking 2 or 4.
Yeah.
So he would be on strike anyway.
Yeah, no, I agree. They have Anderson, who's close-ish at backward point, who they would say is in a catching position. But you feel like the way that Marnus is playing, if you are going to find that feather, then it's going to be from a soft-handed block shot, really, rather than a side cut.
Wokes, perfect line just outside the off stump, and Labuschagne again leaves it on length. He's been willing to back himself. So had that ball come back in with the seam, it would have been in line with the stumps, but gone over. They're 1 for 82 Australia on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. One to come in the over. Wokes to Labuschagne, who's defending solidly, bat and pad close together as he gets forward. Looks down at the ball, looks down at the pitch. 38 overs gone. Australia trailing by 201. They are 1 for 82.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles checked and locked prices are more than 20% below market prices every day of the year. Yes, National Tiles are dedicated to helping our clients save money on their tiles every day of the year. Come in store or online now and see for yourself. Proof of National Tiles checked and locked prices on many of our most popular tiles at 20% below market prices every day of the year. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
SEN Ashes cricket for Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. We never actually crunched the numbers on that before. Is that 365 coffees, or do they give you a couple a day? You know, some people need more than one. Broad outside the off stump, forward and defending. Back to the bowler is Usman Khawaja. If we said it was 2 a day and you're talking about 200 mils of coffee, Phil should be able to work that out.
Yeah, come along, he step up. How many are you, Geoff?
None. No, it makes me go to sleep.
Does it?
Yeah, my brain doesn't deal with stimulants very well.
Of course, because your brain sort of works in a different order.
Yeah, people have made
to
that
everybody else's. Yeah, it has been seen.
So not very helpful on that count when cramming for studies or whatever it was. In comes Broad at the stumps, and Khawaja's defending it away to mid-wicket. There's no run.
Yeah, you're like a 6'6" Christopher Nolan film, aren't you? With a lovely little twiddly moustache coming along, by the way. There's always an affectation with you, Geoff, and this is this month's.
A legacy of our trip to India a few months ago.
Right.
It is the world centre of moustaches, India. They have a social and cultural heft in India that is greater than anywhere else, the moustache. Stuart Broad up to Khawaja, who's blocking a ball out towards cover, not taking a run, to the point that Bharat Sundaresan, who was our diplomat when we were over there, told us that particularly the pan sellers, they sell this sort of mildly narcotic stuff in the street that people chew, and there's a superstition that you won't buy pan from a pan seller who doesn't have a big moustache. The bigger the moustache, the better the pan. So it's a professional obligation in that line of work to grow yourself a decent cookie duster. Stuart Broad coming up to Khawaja, who's defending a ball with such soft hands that it just dies into the pitch and rolls ever so slowly back to Stuart Broad. That must be disheartening as a bowler.
Indeed. He reminds me, the effect he has on a team is similar to Kane Williamson, where he plays it so ridiculously late. I remember talking to Mark Wood about this, and he said it just knocks the stuffing out of you straight away. You tear in there, and he plays it as if it's just this sort of floating butterfly that he just has to tap on its head. And Khawaja's the same. It's marvellous to watch.
Broad loses the ball as he comes into bowl.
Threw it away. They're trying to make a point on this ball. Clearly, so fed up with it, he's chucked it away halfway through his run-up.
And Khawaja, so the ball's rolled out towards short mid-wicket. Khawaja's run over to it, and then having seen David Warner's trick with the bat yesterday, he's flicked it up with the toe and then tapped it in mid-air to, is that Lawrence coming in at mid-wicket? So another extraordinary little bit of flair, I suppose you call it. Tom Cruise spinning the bottles in Cocktail. Broad does keep hold of the ball this time and bowls it outside the off stump. It's left alone by Khawaja, who's, in terms of balls faced, gone past Derek Randall's Ashes in 1978-79. Phil Long?
It's suddenly got very dark out there, hasn't it?
Yeah, but no indication yet of light meters or anything like that. I mean, it's ideal to be bowling, really, in these conditions. The lights have been on all morning, I think. But they are desperate to change this ball of the English. I mean, we see it with all teams at this point. 35 overs, 38 overs indeed, into this innings, and it's not really doing very much for them as well. If there is any swing, then it's telegraphed and slowish, really.
Broad to Khawaja, who defends the last ball of the over. That's 39 overs gone, and at this point the umpires should be calling drinks. Indeed, the refreshments are coming onto the field. Khawaja on 34, Labuschagne on 7. This is SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Australia, after the first hour today, no wicket has fallen, 1 for 82.
Hi, it's Shelley Craft. Keep warm this winter with Australian Made. Look for genuine Aussie products carrying the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. There's thousands to choose from. Whether you're looking for authentic Aussie skincare, merino wool blankets, or locally crafted homewares, Australian Made has something for everyone. There's even quality Australian Made fire pits for those brave enough to head outside. Visit australianmade.com.au/winter to find genuine Aussie products.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Plantation Homes has fixed price completed homes and terraces ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Plantation Homes Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. plantationhomes.com.au.
Crisp golden pastry filled with creamy custard and delicious raspberry filling. It's the raspberry and custard pie from Macca's, or the new raspberry and custard pie in a McFlurry. It's a choose-your-own creamy adventure. Available for a limited time.
Sustained performance in cricket is more than just one great innings. It's about performing consistently day after day, match after match. Host Plus delivers strong performance over the long term with top returns over 20 years. A top performing super fund over the long term? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Super Ratings SR50 Balanced Index April 2023. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's win Freema Cafe Coffee for a year on the My Macca's app. I'm more enthusiastic about that than Geoff Lemon was before. Phil Long, only 21 runs in that hour.
Yeah, 21 runs in that hour. 14 overs bowled, 9 maidens. Of those 21 runs, 13 off the bat, and we've just seen 1 boundary off the bat so far today.
Louis Cameron's joining me in the expert show, I should say. Introing you for Red Energy, 100% electricity and gas. All of our experts, your assessment of what you've seen so far, Big Lou.
I like that I'm always the red energy guy. Got to bring the red energy.
Yes, that's the idea.
What have I made of the day so far? The first hour of play, very different to yesterday. My question for you, Phil Long, is how many runs did England score in the first hour of play yesterday? Because it was a lot more than 21. They certainly scored a lot more than that in the first session overall.
Well, they were 62 in the 12th over when they lost their first wicket, I know that. So
yeah, that's when it ticked over to 12 o'clock.
Yeah, so that was an astonishing first hour. We went through all the numbers yesterday, but an exercise in contrast. As we've seen throughout the series, Khawaja has moved to 34 and Labuschagne 7, reaching 1,000 test runs against England in the process. I think he did 2 when he resumed this morning for that.
And I saw an interesting tweet from Lawrence Booth before, who made a very good point, saying that both teams have kind of become a more extreme version of themselves.
Yeah.
And I think that's quite true in terms of how they batted, certainly.
That's a good point. In cricket, as for life, really, isn't it? When you have 2 contrasting personalities, you tend to move to the margins of that. And, yeah, England have shown that, well, in the lead-up to each test match, they've pledged to play more aggressively and more aggressively, and the Australians have been happy to absorb whatever pressure that's been placed in front of them, and not least against Anderson this morning, who did a good job, but boy, he was frustrated. We were talking earlier with David Bumble-Lloyd around him losing his outswinger, and Derek Pringle declaring this on Twitter last night. Derek, who knows Anderson's bowling as well as anybody, he's been watching him so closely and writing about him for 20 years, and you as a former professional quick, I mean, the idea of losing something that's crucial to your day-to-day work must be so debilitating.
It's an interesting observation. I don't think he's lost that much pace.
No, not at all. Yeah.
You look at the speed, and it's been an interesting contrast this morning watching Chris Wokes go about it, who probably should have started the day, in all honesty, in front of Anderson, because you look at the speed, and it's still coming up early 130s. Yep. You look at Chris Wokes, it's still early 130s, but just the torque that they put on the ball, maybe it's the backspin, maybe it's something else. Anderson's lost none of his accuracy, and that's the thing that people have said, he's lost it, he's not as potent. Well, he hasn't bowled many bad spells. He's still been going at 2 or 3 and over. You just think it's just something about the wrist, maybe it is the outswinger that's gone, that it's not quite the same, is it?
Yeah, it's not the 4 balls. I remember when Jason Gillespie was bowling in England in 2005, he'd lost an entire yard, and England made the most. They targeted Gillespie at the start of the series. Wokes to start the fresh hour, bowling under lights, to Labuschagne, who leaves alone a good delivery. Goes over the top of the off stump. Labuschagne watching it all the way through to the gloves of Bairstow. It's not that kind of decline, and I'm not saying that...
And that's normally the decline you see. It's normally very obvious, and it's not obvious with Anderson, is it?
And, you felt for Gillespie, who was such a superstar for Australia, and it was almost in an instant that he was left out of that team through the 05 Ashes, and the rest was history. Of course, he got recalled to the Test team and made the double ton, but in terms of being a weapon for Australia with his zip off the pitch, Anderson's pace, and we don't have this data to hand, as Wokes delivers here, Labuschagne leaves alone in the channel outside the off stump. We often hear that he's bowling quicker now, or in the last couple of years, than he has for the last 10. So it's not that. It's not the accuracy. It's just that intangible.
Je ne sais quoi.
Quite. It's the ability for him to work players over. The quintessential Anderson spell in the mind's eye is, in-swinger, off-cutter, out-swinger. Catches the outside edge, taken in the cord, and he sets them up so well. Wokes bowling wider of the crease, and Labuschagne defending under his eyes out to cover. It's like he misses the finishing move as a professional wrestler. He can do all the conventional stuff, but he's lost the stone cold stunner.
Yeah, and the great example of that, the first ball of this Chris Wokes over 130 k's an hour, but it just had that lift off the crease, and Johnny Bairstow was taking it above, right about chest high. Anderson's right around that same mark, so it's not a pace thing. It's just something we can't quite put our finger on, but you know it when you see it, don't you?
I feel like I've just written Bharat's intro for his column later tonight for Crick Buzz with the pro wrestling reference. Wokes bowls, Labuschagne defends in identical fashion to the previous ball, out to the offside, no run. So that's the Anderson question. You can just see how frustrated he is. The number of times he took the ball over to the umpire and got it placed through the rings. I mean, these are his conditions. A pitch is giving enough, two Australian batters who are batting carefully, watchfully, under lights. The pitch has quickened up a bit, I reckon, too, since yesterday. Phil Long's got his hand up.
4 wickets at 83.5 apiece for Jimmy Anderson in this series, but as Louis mentioned, his economy 2.67. That's the best of any bowler in this series.
Right. As Wokes arrives and bowls to Labuschagne, 3 slips. He drives more forcefully, but straight to Ben Stokes at mid-off, no run. We saw this morning from Benedict over at Sky, sent me a note saying it is the fastest scoring rate. Now, let me get this right. The run rate for the series so far at 3.96 before today. The highest in Test history for any of the 235 bilateral series featuring at least 4 Test matches. So, for all of that, Anderson's going at, 2.5. Seeing on the balcony here, Trevor Bayliss, the former England coach, and he's got Mark Ramprakash for company, the former England international and batting coach. Wokes away from us at the Vauxhall then. Delivers here, Labuschagne, short ball, but no concerns at all. Well wide of the off-stump. Maiden complete. 1 for 82 the score. That's on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Kawaja 34, Labuschagne 7.
Crisp golden pastry filled with creamy custard and delicious raspberry filling. It's the raspberry and custard pie from Macca's, or the new raspberry and custard pie in a McFlurry. It's a choose-your-own creamy adventure. Available for a limited time.
Better are your local cooking specialists. Shop our huge range of premium cooking appliances from leading brands and score a bonus Visa gift card up to $500 on selected models. Visit Underwood, Cannon Hill, Virginia Better Home Living today. Go local, that's better.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. You were a busy boy this morning, Louis Cameron, meeting with Steve Smith, not the guy who bats for Australia, but the Honourable Steve Smith, former Foreign Minister, Defence Minister, now the High Commissioner to the United Kingdom. And Louis had an audience with the High Com as Stuart Broad makes his way, bowls round the wicket, new over. Kawaja defends out to cover point, no single. How did that come about?
Yeah, long story, but basically my mum worked in politics and dad worked in politics, and they all had kids around the same time. And I believe Stephen Smith's young son, not so young now, about my age, Hugo, also played a lot of cricket in Perth.
Right.
So there was a bit of a kind of mums and dads group, and they all kind of knew each other. So I don't think he'd seen me since I was, 1 or 2 years old. So it was kind of nice to catch up, one of those old kind of family friends experiences.
Broad with the headband, as ever, round the wicket, delivers here to Kawaja, who drives through the covers. Some pace might have been taken off it from the fielder in that region, Dan Lawrence, but it should still reach the rope. Won't reach the rope. Great work from Ben Stokes. He was sprinting after that. Tapped it in with a metre or so to spare in front of the Loch Laker stand, or at least that's what it used to be called. Kawaja up to 37, 1 for 85 to score.
And I can tell you, he is a cricket nut. He was telling me all about what he thought about the series, what he thought about the Johnny Bairstow dismissal. And I think he said he'd been to every first session of the Test in this series apart from Old Trafford. Has hardly missed the ball.
I know Smithy quite well from my former life as well, and I can reinforce just what extent he loves his cricket. One famous, famous in political circles, incident, probably would have been in mid-2011, when he would have been, by then, I reckon, Defence Minister. Labuschagne facing Broad, close to the stumps, defends out to mid-on, no run. He did Insiders, the Channel 2 Sunday morning political program. Barry Cassidy was host at the time. And Smithy went on there, in theory, to talk about his portfolio responsibilities. In practice, he wanted to get a machine gun out at the Australian selectors for taking Simon Kadich off the contract lists. Kadich had been dropped by Michael Clark. Well, effectively dropped. He didn't come back after the Ashes of 2010, 2011.
Lost his contract, didn't he?
And then he lost his contract. So it would have been around May of that year. And all the news lines coming out of this political interview were, Defence Minister savages Cricket Australia. He was getting write-ups on Cricinfo and all the rest of it about how poorly Kadich, his fellow West Australian, had been treated. Broad to the crease, bowls here. Labuschagne defends under his eyes, back down the pitch, no run. And as you say, he was always, in his political career, commenting on, as Foreign Minister, what a great gig. If you're a cricket fan, getting around the world and doing as you do. Stuart Broad's trying to once again get the ball changed. Seeing it on the screen here for Tyre Power, winter safety sail. It has gone through the first one, and he's given it back, and Broad isn't happy, but that's the way it goes, Stuart. That's the one you have.
and he got presented with a jersey at the High Commission function the other day. This amazing building where the Australian, not the ambassador, but the High Commission, essentially the ambassador for people who are following on at home and don't follow politics too closely. And he'd been given a Steve Smith jersey, obviously.
Two back for the short ball, leg slipper as well. Broad bowls, Labuschagne defends to mid-on. Quick single, wants it, gets it. Well played, well run as well. He's 8 from 76 balls, Labuschagne. He scores up to 1 for 86, 1 left in the over.
And he was saying that he already had a Steve Smith jersey that he had about 10 years ago presented to him by, of course, the other Stephen Smith when he was a young lad playing for New South Wales in the Champions League. Was it the Champions League or the Champions Trophy? The
Champions League, which New South Wales won.
Yes, and they, beating the likes of the Trimbago Knight Riders and Chennai Super Kings and Hollywood Bet Dolphins and all these kind of teams. And he said he couldn't wear it because he's a proud South Australian, of course.
West Australian. Don't say
West
that.
Australian, sorry.
Broad the finish. Over the wicket to Khawaja and beats the outside edge. He came forward and prodded at one. Broad on the angle. Doesn't catch up with it. Well bowled to finish. 1 for 86 Australia on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Khawaja is 37 and Labuschagne is 8.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles checked and locked prices are more than 20% below market prices every day of the year. Yes, National Tiles are dedicated to helping our clients save money on their tiles every day of the year. Come in store or online now and see for yourself. Proof of National Tiles checked and locked prices on many of our most popular tiles at 20% below market prices every day of the year. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
SEN Ashes cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's. Just a quick segue. We just saw on our screen between overs Ricky Ponting in the sky net. So beneath the oval here in the Bedser stand, there's both the indoor nets, which, by the way, are the quickest nets in all of England. Everyone's Joe Angel in there bowling bounces off the back of a length. Everyone grows a foot when bowling on a tennis court. As Wokes arrives and bowls to Marnus Labuschagne, leaves alone not far away from the off stump, left on length, over the top of the off stump. And punter has been knocked over by a kid bowling the ball off about 6 metres, and he's dismayed. The competitive instincts jumped in. He's like, no ball, no ball. Wouldn't want him any other way, Ricky Ponting.
Had that kind of feeling of him getting bowled by Drax Callis when he fell over, and he knew that was time.
Yes, Adelaide 2012. Wokes turns. Still got 3 slips, why not? 8 from 76, Labuschagne. Bowls here and he pushes just behind square for a single. Rare this morning. He's 9. 1 for 87 the score. Australia trailed by 196. The other thing that when Steve Smith was Foreign Minister, he had responsibility for advising, working with CA around tours that might prove problematic from a security perspective. In 2008, the Zimbabwe tour got called off on the advice of DFAT, and I reckon that was the first Pakistan tour that ran into trouble as well, where the federal government were involved in that ongoing dialogue with Cricket Australia and their security officials and all the rest of it.
So that was before, what year was the Sri Lankan team bunts incident?
2010. 2009.
2009. So it was an issue even before that, wasn't it?
Yeah. Wokes 1 for 11 in his 10th over. Bowls to Khawaja over the wicket, goes back and defends. Khawaja going back and defending was something we said hundreds of times in Pakistan last year, wasn't it? When he played just like this, absorbing as many balls as he saw fit. 120 of them for 37 so far.
Speaking of high-profile guests at this ground, and you'll enjoy this, Adam, as a big Surrey man, I saw Sean Abbott down near the Aussie change rooms this morning and had a quick chat to him. He's got I think the Surrey guys are giving him a farewell before he leaves in the next few days back to Australia.
Wokes up, bowls here. Khawaja cuts and doesn't beat backward point. It's a subfield on at the moment. Can't quite pick up who it is, but they've saved at least a couple. Sean Abbott has had an extraordinary summer for Surrey. So he's averaging 55 with the bat, about 20 with the ball, often bowling first or second change in the configuration they've got. And he made a 35-ball century in the Blast in the T20 comp. So he did everything possible to force his way into the Aussie squad. I think they called him up for the World Test Championship squad from memory. There's Wokes bowls here. Down the leg side, Khawaja makes contact, goes for 4. Was it buys? It was buys. Bairstow went away and tried to take pace off it, but it just swung too much after passing the bat. Too good for Khawaja. Too good for Bairstow. 4 buys, 1 for 91.
Yeah, a rare drag down from Chris Wokes. He's been fantastic this morning. He's been fantastic all series. Gee, Johnny Bairstow, he's been really unlucky this innings. There's just been a few that have gone past the bat, gone past the outside edge and just swung away from him. You've got to have a bit of sympathy for him. He hasn't had the best series with the gloves, but he hasn't done much wrong this morning.
Phil Long.
30 added this morning, 12 of them buys.
And none of them his fault, I don't think. Yeah.
So Khawaja facing Wokes to finish. Fuller here leaves alone in the channel outside the off stump. 1 for 91 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Khawaja 37, Labuschagne 9. They trail by 192.
Harvey Norman Super Saturday is back. Super Saturday, one day only, in-store and online. Spend $250 or more and get 10% of your purchase price in Harvey Norman gift cards. That's right. Score Super Saturday one-day deals in-store and online at Harvey Norman. Plus, spend $250 or more and get 10% of your purchase price in Harvey Norman gift cards. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. Gift card valid for 1 month. One day only. Don't miss out. Super Saturday at Harvey Norman.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. I've got Louis Cameron with me for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas.
Yeah, so chatting to Sean Abbott just in the dugout before play, I kind of asked him, how's the summer been? You're a bit sore, heading back to Australia. He said, no, not sore. It's like playing with the Galacticos, playing for Surrey. And every game they play with 5 quicks. So he's not overworked, and I think he's going to head home. He'll have a week or 2 off. And then probably off to South Africa for a limited overs tour, where I dare say some of the boys playing in this game for Australia probably won't be going to South Africa for that 8-game white ball tour.
It's a really odd tour. It's been popped in for a few reasons. One, the World Cup's coming up. 2, they've got the gap in the schedule because the 100 in England frees up room in August and a little bit of September. Otherwise, they'd be still over here playing Test cricket. And 3, the fact that Australia, as Wood returns to the attack from the pavilion end, to Khawaja, 9 from 77. First ball of the spell. Khawaja make that Labuschagne, called him Khawaja twice there, defends into the onside, no run out towards mid-wicket. It was Labuschagne's gesticulating at the wicket, saying something happened there. We're behind him at this end. We'll see a replay here for tyre power.
I think he was gesticulating at Usman Khawaja.
Oh, yeah,
that ball did keep low, you're right. So it was just gesticulating, if I can use that word right. First at Khawaja, who was just sitting on his bat down on strikers and said, mate, get back in your crease. But you're right, that ball did keep low. I reckon he's just keeping an eye on Mark Wood, who's coming from quite wide of the crease, aiming balls at his stumps. We saw that in his first spell. He hasn't had much break between that one and being recalled into the attack here.
First one that's misbehaved. Wood bowls here and beats Labuschagne outside the line of the off stump. So once kept low and once taken off.
Yeah, so Mark Wood, he's really the danger man for Australia here in this situation. 4 over spell this morning, I'm right in saying.
That's right.
Phil Long, normally a pretty good guess that he's bowled a 4 over spell, but the gap between spells hasn't been that long. Normally you might get 1 4 over spell out of him in a session. To get 2 is asking a lot of a guy who probably only came into this game 80 or 85% fit.
Yeah, bowled 4 this morning from that top end, replaced by Broad for 4 now.
So Wood sensing a moment here to Labuschagne, yet to reach double figures. Bowls on leg stump, falls over. Count that as well, out to mid-wicket, no run.
You've got your column there, Phil.
There it is, 4.
MW column.
We're on to 4.
On to 4, see how he can go. He's not really hurling himself in quite the same way as he did at Leeds, perhaps, when he was bowling up towards 100 mile an hour. Interesting hearing Jimmy Anderson on that Wood speed thing. He texted his Tailenders podcast group before the Leeds test and said, I've just got a feeling watching Woody in the nets, he's going to break the 100 mile an hour mark this week. So Anderson's cricket brain finally tuned. Nearly got there. What was it, 96.5, I think was his quickest ball. Wood delivering to Labuschagne, hits him on the back thigh pad through to Bairstow, just came back off the seam from back of a length. Well bowled, good pace.
And Marnus Labuschagne's thigh pads have been getting good workout this morning. One of the best things about him, definitely during the second half of this series, has been his leaving, and he's been leaving on length, not just on line. So that ball probably started on about off stump, but he kind of knew, all right, I can get my body out of the way of it. This ball's going to go over the stumps. It did just nip back a little bit, hitting on the thigh pad.
So Wood need to roll again. On the charge here. 3 slips behind Labuschagne. He edges and it's taken a first slip. It's an absolute beauty. Joe Root, one hand to his left, behind the keeper Bairstow. all instinct and loads of skill as well. Labuschagne cannot believe it. It's taken something special, and Mark Wood, first over back into the attack, has removed Labuschagne for 9 from 82 balls. Australia 2 for 91. But what a catch, Louis Cameron.
And we saw Alex Carey drop one on just about the exact same line. He went one-handed to his right. That was Johnny Bairstow's catch. He should have gone to that. He could have got two hands to that. He didn't. He didn't even feign to go. Joe Root saw it late. He had to go with one hand to his left, and gee, he's happy with that. That's one of the best catches of this series, I would say. I'd probably say it's the best catch of the series.
No need for the caveat. That is the catch of the series. Steve Smith makes his way down the steps of the Bedser stand to replace Marnus Labuschagne. He did so much hard work, 9 from 82, and just catching the outside edge. Wood, the previous ball hit him in the thigh pad. The ball before that went past the outside edge. The one before that kept low. Exactly the kind of point of difference that Mark Wood brings for England. And they get themselves a little opening as well, because there's been no scoreboard pressure from Australia so far today, adding just 30 runs in 85 minutes. Jeremy Coney also jumps in to the expert chair for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Jeremy Coney was one of the all-time great slips catchers in the 1980s, and you've just seen Joe Root pull off a blinder.
Yeah, left hand going onto that little gap between the keeper and first slip. So, you know, it's something that you get to work with each other. Just how wide will we be? And in these sort of conditions as well, it's where the ball has nipped around quite a lot, hasn't it? It's been some good bowling this morning when Australia have kind of got themselves becalmed a wee bit, not even able to find just a single somewhere, you know. But that was a great catch, wasn't it? Great catch.
I don't think he should have been the one doing the catching either.
He went late.
Yeah.
He went late.
I mean, Johnny Bairstow didn't even feign. So the thing that can often put off your first slip is a keeper feigning to go and then not. Bairstow didn't even do that.
Steve Smith to face his first ball. Wood delivers here, and Smith defends into the onside. Smith, who we'll talk about after the break. A successful over for England. Australia 2 for 91. That's on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Brilliant from Joe Root. Brilliant from Mark Wood.
Beaumont Tiles hits another 6 for your renovation budget, introducing the best value tile range ever. It's called Beaumont Max. How's this? Subway tiles from $30. Yes, Subway tiles from $30 in over 10 colours. 3x6 white wall tiles only $19.95. Floor tiles from $29.95 featuring concrete and marble look. Don't be caught out of your crease. Buy Beaumont Max from Beaumont Tiles. You'll be happy you chose Beaumont's.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. They've woken up at the Oval after that. We're seeing many, many replays for tyre power and that huge smile on the face of Joe Root. You don't take many of those in a career. Behind the keeper, left-hand non-preferred side, and it's prompted a change in the attack for England. James Anderson to return from the Boxall end. Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, it was almost behind him, wasn't it? It was. I don't know where you describe a catch as an afterthought, but really that's what it was. It was just put the hand out and it actually is stuck there. There's a bit of luck in it, but sometimes it goes that way. So Anderson now.
First ball with a spell to Khawaja, hits him on the pad. They've got the leg slip. He did try and bowl a fraction straighter to Khawaja, deeper into his first spell. Bowl well this morning. 2 slips, a backward point, a mid-off. That's Ben Stokes. A mid-on, a square leg and a fine leg.
All the field up saving singles. And can they now get a second and really cap off what's been an excellent morning? Good time to bowl. The light's on the whole time. And it's murky. There's no doubt about that.
It's super captaincy, wasn't it, from Ben Stokes to bring Mark Wood on after he'd only had 8 overs rest.
Anderson delivers. Khawaja, a bit of movement back towards him, helps it out to mid-on, no run.
So we know they like to use him in short spells, but as Phil Long pointed out, that's kind of, 8 overs rest is that's not normally how many he would have. So Broad had a 4-over spell from that end. You kind of normally think you might see him at the back end of this session, right at the very end. You might give him 2 overs before lunch and then 2 overs after, but they got him back on early, kind of sensing the importance of breaking that partnership.
Anderson. Now Boxall into Khawaja. He's 37. He plays with soft hands out to point. 37 from 126 balls. How the game just feels like it might have taken a little twist there as well. Labuschagne did so much hard yakka. You could see the plan today was just bat all day. Those especially Labuschagne, always wants to be in the middle. But he's replaced by another bloke like that, Stephen Smith. Made 121 here in the World Test Championship final. Made his first Test ton here in 2013. Another one in 2015. A staggering record that Phil Long will walk us through more broadly. His overall numbers at this ground. Anderson bowls, Khawaja defends down the pitch, and Anderson takes some pace off it that ends up with Stokes at mid-off. Pretty handy having Smith in now, and Head next to also made a big 100 in that World Test final a couple of months ago.
Yeah, you'd say the top order's really done their job. I mean, getting Steve Smith in after about 40 overs has been bowled. You think back to yesterday when Harry Brook edged that one that should have been taken. He was in before 20 overs had been bowled in the first session. They've given their middle order a good platform.
Anderson delivers to Khawaja, leaving alone over the top of the off stump, but just a little bit of movement, which is what he's been desperately seeking, Jeremy.
Yeah, it's happened all morning. Just good direct bowling, just a roundabout on the off stump, and then just moving slightly away. And some of them have just lifted slightly as well, haven't they? So there's a bit of variable bounce. So it's good conditions to bowl, but you've still got to put the ball there. And I think all the bowlers have played their part here for England this morning.
Smith averaging 91 here. Anderson to finish, Khawaja on the drive, taken in his follow-through. End of the over, there'll be a change in commentary, taking us through to lunch. Replacing me will be Geoff Lemon, Bharat Sundaresan jumping in as well with Jeremy Coney. Australia 2 for 91, Khawaja 37, Smith yet to score.
Wherever life takes you, be it smack bang in the middle of the action or in the middle of nowhere with just a few good mates and red dirt roads, or even deeper uncharted territory with a new addition to your family. The most important thing, treasure every moment and just live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Visit your local Isuzu U dealer today.
SEN Ashes Cricket. SEN Ashes Cricket. Let's try that again with the microphones on. 2 for 91 is the score. Labuschagne the one to fall if you've just tuned in. An absolute screamer, a one-hander from Joe Root at slip. Steve Smith is on strike, yet to score. He's only faced the one delivery, and he's got Mark Wood coming at him, and he leaves the ball outside the off stump.
Mark Wood's got him a few times, hasn't he, as well? He's beaten him with pace to get him LBW, I think, and as he dragged him across his stumps, and then a little bit quicker straight at the stumps and got him. And then in the second innings he played a hook shot and got a glove to it, or just hit it with just maybe the top of the bat. So he's it's a good man to have on. A nice matchup here for England.
And they've not always had this opportunity. Invariably, Mark Wood's taken a wicket maybe in the last over of his spell. It's only the second or third time that they have him on when Steve Smith has walked out to bat.
Wood, off that long run of his, catapults down at Smith, who leaves outside the off stump. Bharat Sundaresan has joined us. What did you make of the slip cordon dynamics with that one-hander from Root in the left hand?
Yeah, I mean, it was clearly Johnny Bairstow's catch, like Louis Cameron was saying before I jumped on air. But he just shouldered arms. He just didn't even move. And Joe Root,
it's the only time he's left one outside his off stump, effectively. Johnny Bairstow.
Literally, yeah. He doesn't do it with a bat, does he?
No, loves to go for the wide ones there.
And Joe Root was like, "Who, me?" Had to react so late, and then it just landed in his stuck. Yeah.
Wood runs up to Smith and bowls in at the hip, and Smith's getting his first run, turning it to mid-wicket, trotting through 2 for 92. What did you make of Labuschagne's innings? 9 of 82 deliveries. He got becalmed there.
Yeah, it doesn't happen very often with him because he's such a busy player, but he can get stuck, especially if he thinks the pitch is doing a bit more than it is at times. He can become a bit too focused on just his technique and how he's leaving the ball, and which is all good. But
I would like to know, I would say 40% of the deliveries he actually faced, he would have left, I think. But either on width or on height.
Wood will be bowling to Usman Khawaja. He's got a leg slip, 2 conventional slips. He gets a full delivery inside part of the bat as he drives it to mid-wicket. The slips have their hands on their heads. That's delivery number 1087 for the series for Khawaja. He's gone past Ian Chappell's Ashes of 1970-71, Mike Hussey in 2010-11, and Mark Taylor's Ashes of 1994-95.
Oh, wow. That's especially the Mark Taylor one.
Yeah.
In 94. He had two awesome tours to England. But just on Marnus Labuschagne, he rarely makes a big score. When he gets into that mindset where he's not even looking for a single, or the single's not coming at all, finding the fielder, invariably gets out at some point.
Wood to Khawaja, fully pitched and wide of the off stump, and Khawaja pulls the bat well away from the line of the ball to make sure that there's no risk of bouncing up and flicking something as he holds it in the back lift.
He's such a rhythm batter as well, Marnus, like Steve Smith as well. Both of them like to get off to a quickish start, get a couple of boundaries, and then kind of go back to first or second gear. They like to start their engine on fifth gear, if that makes sense, which is what I did with the manual car and literally burn the clutch down in Leeds. But that's their preferred model.
We didn't see it today.
They didn't.
Wood. Last ball of the over to Khawaja, who's ducking a bouncer that goes over his front shoulder. Good pace, good venom. That's registered at 144 kilometres an hour. After 45 overs, Australia 2 for 92.
What's better than winning a test match? Winning the Ashes. Host Plus has been named Super Rating Super Fund of the Year for 2023, based on strong performance, competitive fees and a focus on members. That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit lonsec.com.au for awards and ratings, criteria and disclosure. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
SEN Ashes cricket. Well, it's come alive. You can hear the crowd bubbling away after that tremendous catch from Joe Root. The English team celebrating another wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. 45 overs gone. Khawaja on 37, Smith on 1. Australia still trailed by 191 runs. So on the scoreboard, they're a long way adrift. Starting a new over is Anderson, bowling back of a length, the ball moving away off the seam.
I reckon Byes would be the highest scorer today.
It was on.
I don't know, but Phil might be able to sort of look into that for us.
Well, Khawaja's added 11. Marnus added 7. And there's been 12 buys.
So there you go.
Batting well.
Spot on, Jeremy Coney. Good work.
There were a couple of boundaries, weren't there?
3 boundaries, yeah.
As the Backstreet Boys said, bye, bye, bye. Anderson bowls 4. That's a better length to Smith, threatening the pads. He clips it to mid-wicket. You liked that one, Bharat?
I did. And especially because the last one hit the seam and moved the other way. Steve Smith liked it as well. You could see his reaction. Wasn't expecting that delivery, but bat came down just the way he wanted it. And what this crowd needs right now is for Jimmy Anderson to get a wicket. I think the English team as well. You can see Ben Stokes has really been applauding him a lot this morning. We saw him have a little bit of a bowl with David Secker just before the start of play. They're egging him on. They want him to get that wicket.
Anderson up to Smith, who comes forward and gets a thick outside edge into the gully, through the gully. That's a poor bit of fielding there. Allowed the ball through. This is a substitute fielder. His name I don't have to hand.
You don't want to upset Jimmy Anderson, young man. Looks like he's 17 or 18, doesn't he?
He's given away 2 runs there. Smith's got back on strike. Moved the Harvey Norman scoreboard onto 2 for 94. And here's one for those playing along at home. Harvey Norman Super Saturday is back. You can get 10% of your purchase price in gift cards if you spend $250 or more. 10% of it back. Terms and conditions apply. The gift card's valid for 1 month.
I wonder what he can buy for just over $250 at Harvey Norman.
And then you get 25 back.
Beautiful.
Who said there's no such thing as a free lunch? Clipped away to mid-wicket by Smith. Won't get a run on this occasion as Anderson pitches full.
I mean, as we approach the lunch break, whoever said, it's been my go-to lines for years now, whoever said there are no free lunches in life has never been a cricket journalist. Or broadcaster.
Khawaja has also gone past Bill Woodfull's Ashes of 1930 in balls faced, and Michael Vaughan's Ashes of 2002-3, which was a fine series.
Unbelievable.
Anderson very wide and driving expansively as Smith hits it straight at cover, but that's a positive, encouraging stroke. Got that right out of the middle of the bat along the ground, and he bobs his head like a chicken.
Yeah, he's upset. You'll see this with Steve Smith when he plays the drive. He'll always point at where he wanted it to go, and you could see even before the ball reached the fielder, with his bat he was gesticulating. No, that's not where it was supposed to go. It was supposed to go to the right of that fielder. Wasn't happy, and that's when the bobbing began.
He's a very expressive man / bird. Stephen Smith. Anderson bowls to him, and he's cutting outside the off stump, and it beats the top edge of the bat. Well, that was an impulsive shot. Smith couldn't help himself going after it. Australia still 189 runs behind. Smith on 3, Khawaja 37. Australia 2 for 94.
Crisp golden pastry filled with creamy custard and delicious raspberry filling. It's the raspberry and custard pie from Macca's, or the new raspberry and custard pie in a McFlurry. It's a choose-your-own creamy adventure. Available for a limited time.
Goodyear Auto Care are your tyre and auto experts. Buy one quality Goodyear tyre and get the second 50% off. Plus, we offer great value car servicing you can trust. Goodyear Auto Care, you're good to go. Call 132343. Selected tyres only, conditions apply.
SEN Ashes cricket. Just having another look at the replay of that extraordinary catch. It's taken by Joe Root to the Smiths, Marnus Labuschagne. Mark Wood bowling now to Usman Khawaja, who plays the ball well, gets up tall and drops it away into the leg side. Now, it wasn't necessarily the greatest ball Wood's ever bowled in his life, but given it's the only one that took a wicket, it has to be the Macca's delivery of the day so far. You can order via McDelivery on the My Macca's app. That's our delivery of the day. Sped through. It was a good ball. I'm not saying it wasn't a good delivery, but it was a length ball outside the off stump with a little bit of seam movement perhaps, but drew Labuschagne into playing at the line of it.
I wonder, we always speak about Ashwin and Ravindra Jadeja and the impact they've had against Australia in the last 10 years. Just what Mark Wood has done against Australia in the last 2 Ashes series.
Wood up to Khawaja, who's defending. Ball rolls down towards mid-on. Full delivery.
He got Marnus Labuschagne out 4 times after he became the #1 ranked batter in the world for the first time when England went to Australia last. He's got him out a few times here. He's got Khawaja out a few times. Steve Smith, like Jeremy said. Australia have a Mark Wood problem. And I can't think of too many fast bowlers or bowlers, apart from, say, Ashwin and Jadeja, who had that recurring impact against this Australian batting lineup. Every time he's run in, he's made an impact.
Wood to Khawaja, who's getting a run off his pads, just rolls out towards mid-wicket, and there's a collision there between Broad and Anderson, the old firm, getting together, not in the way that they would have preferred. Field swaps over for right-hander to left-hander. 2 for 95 is the score, and Usman Khawaja, having faced another couple of balls, keeps rocketing up that list. He's gone past Mark Taylor's series in the Caribbean in 1990-91. Virat Kohli when India came to Australia in 2014-15.
Wow.
There's some good series that he's picking up.
Very impressive series numbers he's going by.
Kumar Sangakkara had a big one in the UAE. Doug Walters' Ashes of 65-66 and Len Hutton's Ashes of 1938. Smith drives down to mid-off, won't get a run.
How many are remaining ahead of him?
Well, there's over 100 ahead of him.
Oh, okay.
But he's ticking off some good ones as he goes, that's all.
They're all bunched together, aren't they?
Well, there are several on 1,093. There are 4 different players who had a series with 1,093 balls faced, which Khawaja has now caught up to. I think he's equalled it rather than passed it.
Joe Root is warming up. First slip. He gets some spin. A little surprising, but again, it's because Ben Stokes can't bowl, or it's unlikely to bowl.
2 for 95. Wood runs up to Smith and bowls in at the pads, and Smith's taking a run out to deep square leg. The deficit 187. They're 2 for 96. Smith goes up to 4. If you want to know the all-time leader, Jeremy, Wally Hammond in 1928-29 when he went to Australia and made 400s. He faced 2,521 balls in the series. So Khawaja's not catching that. But he might catch a few more before his day is done.
Smith's looked busy since he's come to the crease. He's offered, a couple of drives. He's an attempted cut, which was a poor stroke, and then he's at least knocked it on the onside a little bit too, so that's busier.
Wood around the wicket to Khawaja, who comes forward and defends, as he's done so many times through this innings. 136 balls faced. He's made 38 runs. Australia, after 47 overs, they're 2 for 96.
Sustained performance in cricket is more than just one great innings. It's about performing consistently day after day, match after match. Host Plus delivers strong performance over the long term with top returns over 20 years. A top performing super fund over the long term? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Super Ratings SR50 Balanced Index April 2023. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PTS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
SEN Ashes cricket. Geoff Lemon, Bharat Sundaresan and Jeremy Coney at the Oval, Kennington, south part of London, watching the test match unfold, the 5th test in this series. Khawaja's also gone past David Boone's 1989 Ashes. Another good one.
Good one. Steve Smith's gone past his first pair of gloves, just changed him, just 12 balls in.
12 balls, made 4 runs and changed his gloves. Jimmy Anderson. Nothing named after him at this ground. He's coming into bowl outside the off stump, left alone by Smith. Jeremy, in your days as a New Zealand player and skipper,
every 12 over.
Did you ever know anyone who changed their gloves like that?
No. I think it should be stopped, personally. I really do. I think these are the sort of time-wasting things that are just... Although, people back home listening to this will know it's a slow session. This is a kind of a very strange session in terms of the series that we've had. Yeah, but the least we got through we had 14 overs in the first hour. That's because the ball wasn't being hit and there were no reviews.
Anderson, outside the off stump, left alone by Smith. It does help when it's straight through to the keeper, relayed back to the top of the mark and bowl again.
Yeah. Not changing the fields. We've seen so much of that. There have been only 2 occasions this morning where the English fielders have tried to get the ball changed, which we've seen a lot of. I do wonder, and we were speaking about this off air, if teams identify certain umpiring groups, like here you have Joel Wilson and Kumar Dharmasena as guys you can slightly just get on top of, like get them to make things happen.
Anderson, outside the off stump, left alone by Smith. One for you, Bharat. Khawaja has also gone past Richie Richardson's tour to England in 1991.
Oh, wonderful.
In terms of balls faced.
So Richie, still playing golf with this wonderful hat, the floppy, the maroon floppy.
Does he?
Yeah. Every time someone challenges him to a game of golf, he puts it on and beats them for a case of rum, he says. Great man.
Anderson, halfway through the over, bowls to Smith, who drives it straight back underneath the bowler for 4. Literally between Anderson's legs that ball went, and the bowler kicks the footmarks as he walks back to the top of his mark. He's pretty good at looking grumpy at the happiest of times, James Anderson, but he looks particularly unhappy when he's made to feel a little bit silly. Just a full face straight back through him.
I think Anderson looks to me as that's the second drive that Smith has played, one for a boundary and one he found the field. But it looks to me Anderson is bowling a lot fuller. He's trying to get some movement here.
The 100 up for Australia. 2 wickets down, fallen. Smith's driving again, beating mid-off. That one's just slightly further around to the offside, but it's 2 consecutive boundaries for Stephen Smith, who takes his score up to 12. Australia 2 for 104. Phil Long.
The first of those 4's significant. Steve Smith becomes the highest overseas scorer at the Oval. He's gone past, guess who? Don Bradman.
Don Bradman.
Oh, that man again.
Well, he's only trailing Bradman for runs scored by an overseas player in England, full stop. Steve Smith, he went past that during the previous test match. He's been ticking off a lot of milestones.
Great sign so far from Steve Smith.
Jack Hobbs and Bradman, the only players with more Ashes runs than Steve Smith, and he's stepping forward and leaving the last ball of the over outside the off stump. A couple of boundaries coming from it. Stephen Smith scooting his way along to 12. Australia are 179 runs behind at 2 for 104.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Plantation Homes has fixed price completed homes and terraces ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Plantation Homes everyday advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Plantationhomes.com.au.
Better are your local cooking specialists. Shop our huge range of premium cooking appliances from leading brands and score a bonus Visa gift card up to $500 on selected models. Visit Underwood, Cannon Hill, Virginia Better Home Living today. Go local, that's better.
SEN Ashes Cricket coming to you from the Oval in London. Usman Khawaja on strike, looking to increase that tally of balls faced that has occupied so much of our attention this morning. He's feeling for one outside the off stump, and the stay nearly ends there as he gropes at Mark Wood's line. Quick delivery angled across him. I don't think he was expecting that one to be pitched up, perhaps.
No, and it's straightened as well. Sensational bowling from Mark Wood. He's been so good today. Easily have had more than the one wicket he has to show for it. Just the change in length. You just think of him as a genuine raw fast bowler who just bowls a lot of bumpers. So skillful. He moves the ball around, uses the crease, changes his length beautifully.
Mark Wood charges up to Khawaja down the leg side. That one's easy enough to leave alone. It's an interesting observation. He made no DRS reviews in the session.
No.
That would have to be a rare one in the series that we've had so far. No joy for IMAR Insurance. The tradies mate, call it 13IMAR. They're our DRS sponsors. Hard to get value for money when nobody's getting out.
Exactly. Think about the tradies, come on. Get an appeal in, get a review in. There haven't been too many appeals this morning, have there?
Stuart Broad had a couple going down the leg side.
Yeah.
Ones that even he didn't fully believe in. Wood up to Khawaja, 3 slips waiting, goes under the bouncer and the ball swerves in the air. Roberto Carlos free kick style. After it goes past the batter, Besto's able to take it. Serious heat being generated by Mark Wood.
Yeah, Khawaja, the television just showed his numbers against Wood in this series. Not very good. He's got out to him just 2 times. The leg stump cartwheeling and leads, and the first innings last test when he just flashed at one outside off stump. It was the extra pace. But there is no release when you're facing Mark Wood, especially if you're Khawaja.
Wood up to Khawaja again, who gets the ball away off the edge past Gully for 4. All along the ground, that soft-handed technique that we've been talking about. He plays the ball down, duck it in the gully, goes away to his left. But the ball scoots past him. So Khawaja moves his score on to 42. He's faced 140 balls. And he's also taken his balls face tally past Foxy Fowler in India in 84-85 and Bob Cowper's Ashes of 65-66.
Bob Cowper, yeah. I actually interviewed him in 2014 about the 100, and then he just left cricket, didn't he? Became one of the richest cricketers to have left cricket, or made a lot of money after leaving cricket back in the day. Second only to Jeremy Coney.
Really?
Wood up to Khawaja, who's driving at a ball and missing outside the off stump, and he throws his head back with frustration. Saw the fuller pitch, decided to go for it. What drew him into playing at that ball?
It's the pressure that Mark Wood has built. Managed to get a bit of an outside edge for 4 again. This is the 3rd time in this innings he's walked at one of these drives and just played a wild shot. We have not seen this from him, not just in this series, but in the last 18 months. It's the pressure that he's built.
Mark Wood has 1 ball left in the over.
He's dropped it. He's dropping things as he goes.
Yeah, Mark Wood, yeah. Expect Steve Smith to be the one to have spotted it.
Yeah.
Something from his pocket, I think.
Wood bowls to Khawaja, and he's flicking a ball off the hip and taking a run. He'll keep the strike as the ball goes down to fine leg. 49 overs gone on SEN Ashes cricket. Australia 2 for 109.
Harvey Norman's Super Saturday is back. Super Saturday, 1 day only, in-store and online. Spend $250 or more and get 10% of your purchase price in Harvey Norman gift cards. That's right. Score Super Saturday 1 day deals in-store and online at Harvey Norman. Plus, spend $250 or more and get 10% of your purchase price in Harvey Norman gift cards. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. Gift card valid for 1 month. 1 day only. Don't miss out. Super Saturday at Harvey Norman.
SEN Ashes cricket. Usman Khawaja on 43. A couple of dicey moments in that last over in this incredibly patient vigil that he's been extending. Started last night. Yesterday afternoon, really. They had quite a long session to bat. Got through to stumps. He's carried on this morning. Hasn't scored many, but he's still there, crucially, for Australia. Smith on 12. Khawaja 43. Waiting to face James Anderson, who's bowling around the wicket and puts down the leg side, and Bairstow takes it diving across, and Khawaja doesn't get a touch on it, and that one is significant because that takes him past the balls faced by Don Bradman in 1948 on that Ashes tour. His farewell tour that ended here at the Oval.
Yeah. Famously. Something happened in that innings.
Something happened in that innings.
Yeah, I haven't heard about it.
Nobody talks about it.
Nobody talks about it. Yeah. Something involving a guy called Eric.
Yeah, Eric, Banana Man. His name was Eric. When Eric eats a banana, he becomes Banana Man, and he gets Bradman out for a duck. I think that's how it goes.
Yeah, true.
James Anderson round the wicket, bowls to Khawaja, who's leaving a ball that cuts in towards him. Maybe he was leaving it on length. It was pretty close to the off stump.
There's some movement there now for Anderson. As those last two have moved back into Khawaja, and we haven't seen that. It's just starting to happen for him.
He's been desperate to get that movement into the left-hander, away from the right-hander throughout the series.
Yeah, well, it brings, if he can do that, then it brings the straight ball back into play, doesn't it? Let's see if he can get it again. He's got a leg slip in there, 2 slips.
Anderson runs up to Khawaja, who's defending, thinking about a run, won't take it. Stuart Broad at mid-on loses his hat as he dives across to his right. Khawaja will stay put on 43. This Australian deficit 174.
Yeah, Australia were keen on playing the long game. Just Stark spoke about it last evening. They seem keen on doing that on the basis of what we've seen so far, Jeremy and Geoff.
And they've got to keep scoring runs as well, though, don't they? That's the thing this morning that's been a difficulty for them.
Anderson to Khawaja. It's on the hip, and he's turning it away to square leg. Won't get a run there. Yeah, there was that question about, say, Labuschagne's innings, for instance, what the value of it is. There is some value in taking a lot of overs out of the bowlers, sapping their energy, tiring them out. But if you get out without having moved the scoreboard, that's the original principle behind the Bazball idea, was keep the score going.
Yeah.
There's no point just defending. Well, there might be a little bit of point to defending, but ultimately, if everybody plays that way, then the team doesn't go anywhere. So somebody has to score the runs at some point. Anderson to Khawaja, who leaves outside the off stump, through to the wicket-keeper. And it's too early in the test match to be trying to bat for a draw.
Oh, yeah.
Which, in some ways, it looks like Labuschagne and Khawaja were doing this morning.
Yeah.
Well, I guess they're obviously hoping that they're going to start to get some freebies at some point, where perhaps the bowler tries something different. They try and bounce him out, or they try and go for a very full ball to perhaps york the player, and it ends up a full toss.
Anderson up to Khawaja, and it's wide outside the off stump, and an easy one for Usman Khawaja to leave. So 50 overs ticks by. Yesterday, when England faced their 50th over, they had exactly 250 on the board. Australia today have 2 for 109.
Wherever life takes you, be it smack bang in the middle of the action, or in the middle of nowhere with just a few good mates and red dirt roads, or even deeper uncharted territory with a new addition to your family. The most important thing, treasure every moment and just live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Visit your local Isuzu dealer today.
SEN Ashes cricket. Australia 2 for 109 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman Super Saturday is back. You get 10% of your purchase price back in the form of gift cards when you spend $250 or more. Terms and conditions apply. The gift card's valid for 1 month. Mark Wood not giving any presents away today. That's short, wide, outside the off stump, and it's quick. Steve Smith leaves it to go through to the keeper. Doesn't want to throw the bat at that one and try to slash it over the slips as he might have done at times in his T20 career.
Just on Australia's approach, don't forget Moeen Ali won't take the field.
Well,
today.
that's
He won't
always in
bowl.
the back of their minds.
It is. And they've already got Mark Wood. Yes, he's got the wicket of Manas Labuschagne. He's bowled a lot more overs than he would have.
Can't bowl forever.
Yeah, and the conditions the way they were in the first session, it's getting a little brighter maybe.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So it could work out for Australia. Steve Smith, good signs from him so far.
Wood up to Smith, who's turning the ball away off his hip for a single up to mid-wicket. Trots through. He goes on to 13. And Steve Smith would remember a lot of matches in Australia against Broad, Anderson and Wokes, getting them very tired and then pounding them for runs later in an innings.
That was his mojo, wasn't it? That was the way he has ground them down. And Mark Wood is the X factor. And because Ben Stokes can't bowl, it does limit this English attack quite a bit. And they'll have to at some point turn to Joe Root. Or we can see Harry Brook maybe. Haven't seen him since Edgbaston, have we?
Mark Wood up to Usman Khawaja, flicks the ball off his pads out to square leg, but he won't get a run there.
Wood bowling quite full to Khawaja, isn't he? And he's been lured into a couple of drives outside his off stump. See if he just keeps going with this in this last over, or maybe a short one to sort of push him back first and then hang one out there. 3 slips, no gully.
How many overs in this spell from Wood, Phil?
This is his 5th now.
5th and last, you would imagine. They've usually tried to bowl him in 4 over spells or less. He comes into bowl to Khawaja, who's glancing a ball for 4. Nicely controlled shot. They do have a leg slip in, so it's not a shot without risk, but he gets it finer.
And Ben Stokes has just chucked his cap away as soon as that ball flew past Johnny Bairstow and kicked his cap and then struggled to get it back onto his head.
It's very Ben Stokes. Remember him throwing his bat and then kicking his bat away at the end of the 2019 World Cup before the Super Over when there was the run out from the final ball. He'd only scored 1 of the 2 runs he wanted. So Khawaja on to 47, and he's gone past Don Bradman's Ashes of 28-29 in terms of balls faced. So he's knocked off a couple of Don series.
See ya, Don.
The amount of time he's spent at the crease. Wood to Khawaja, who ducks under a bouncer that's on the line of leg stump. And easy enough to get down under that one. Safe to say Bradman has him covered in a few other statistical categories.
True. Still, I mean, to go past Sir Don Bradman in any capacity, driving past his house feels like a... I used to a lot. So my previous residence was very close to the Don's house. 2 Holden Street, of course.
2 for 114 is the score. Steve Smith on 13 at the non-strikers end. Australia getting that deficit down to 169. Wood into bowl to Khawaja. It's full and he just gets a bit of bat down on it. Squeezes the Yorker out through mid-wicket. He'll go through for a run. There was bat involved. Mark Wood frustrated. Australia after 51 overs. They're 2 for 115 and that will be lunch. So Usman Khawaja, he's been on the go slow, but he's made it through the session successfully. 47 from 152 balls. Just the 1 wicket to fall in the session. That was Manas Labuschagne for 9. Bharat Sundaresan, what did you make of the 2 hours that we've just seen? They've been among the slowest 2 hours in the series, but still plenty of intrigue.
Very different to everything we've seen so far in the series. Because, England have bowled their way, but Australia have generally scored pretty briskly as well. Their run rates ranged between 3.5 to 4.2 or 4.3. But the conditions when we came to the ground, the lights were on. Once again, Australia batting under unnatural lights. And Manas Labuschagne just got stuck, I thought, for a long period of time. Baez was leading the run scoring charts for at least the first 1.5 hours. That's how long.
Yeah, Steve Smith eventually took that over when he came out to bat and hit a couple of boundaries.
Yeah, and in a jiffy. And then Usman Khawaja getting a couple of boundaries of Mark Wood. So in one way, Australia will think, okay, we've lost just 1 wicket. We've added 50, 60 runs. And we made sure that the English fast bowlers, all of them except Stuart Broad, have bowled a second spell. Mark Wood in particular bowled 9 overs in that session, which is a lot for him. There is no Moeen Ali. They'll have to go to Joe Root at some point. So Australia wanted to play the long game. At the Moeen, it's working for them.
The Maccas, I'm loving it moment. Order the new barbecue bacon Angus at Maccas. Has to be the screamer of the catch by Joe Root.
Yeah.
One-handed, left hand, the ball going between keeper and first slip. And it was literally past him. He threw his hand out and managed to catch it, rocketing away off Mark Wood's pace off the edge of Labuschagne's bat. Extraordinary take.
Yeah, he has Johnny Bairstow to thank for it, though.
Staying out of the way.
I know, it could easily have been Johnny Bairstow's catch, but he just decided to let it go. And Joe Root, a screamer of a catch. And how happy was he with that take? It just stuck in his hand. Great reflexes. That got rid of Marnus Labuschagne, but I think from that point on, Steve Smith looked good. And so has Khawaja. Steve Smith, the last 2 times he's come to London, he's made 100.
Phil Long, anything for us on the session?
Yeah, 26 overs in the session, 54 for 1 the score in this across the session. As I say, 26 overs, 13 of them were maidens, exactly half, a run rate of 2.08.
26 overs for the session, so we're on track to lose 12 for the day. Another triumph for Test cricket. Anyway, Australia, well, they're hanging in there. They've lost just the 1 wicket. They're 2 for 115. We will take a break for lunch. We'll be back with you for the second session, of course. For now, let's go to Paulie Sebastiani for the lunch break.
3 slips behind Labuschagne. He edges and it's taken a first slip. It's an absolute beauty. Joe Root, one hand to his left, behind the keeper Bairstow. All instinct and loads of skill as well. Labuschagne cannot believe it. It's taken something special. And Mark Wood, first over back into the attack, has removed Labuschagne for 9 from 82 balls. Australia 2 for 91. But what a catch, Louis Cameron.
And we saw Alex Carey drop one on just about the exact same line. He went one-handed to his right. That was Johnny Bairstow's catch. He should have gone to that. He could have got 2 hands to that. He didn't. He didn't even feign to go. Joe Root saw it late. He had to go with 1 hand to his left, and gee, he's happy with that. That's one of the best catches of this series, I would say. I'd probably say it's the best catch of the series.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Maccas. Yes, that is the catch of the series. Joe Root removing Marnus Labuschagne from the bowling of Wood. He made 9 from 82 balls. The partnership broken between him and Usman Khawaja, who's still there on 47 from 152, giving a sense of the way Australia's played so far. Stephen Smith, who loves batting in this part of the world, is 13 from 20. They still trail by 168 as we make our way towards the middle session on day 2 at 2 for 115. So 1 for 54 in the session. Adam Collins with you and Phil Walker with me, our experts of Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. A bit of magic from Root, but Australia digging in.
Yeah, an all-timer, truly. We're prone to a bit of hyperbole these days in the media, but that was a stonker, one that will be talked about for a long time. It was clearly Bairstow's catch. It was almost like when you're sort of sitting on the sofa and the doorbell goes and it's a Sunday night and you've worked all weekend and your partner hasn't really lifted a finger and they still can't be bothered to get to the door, and so you think, all right, I'll go. And it was almost, there was this split second watching it where you thought, oh, there's going to be more rubbish heaped on Bairstow's shoulders because he's just been flat-footed, leaden-footed, immovable yet again, as it was. Joe Root got him out of trouble with an all-timer. It was Australia's session. It was a peculiar session. You absolutely understand the theory, the tactics. You bat long, you bat hard, you play hard-boiled cricket. It makes sense. But there is some kind of grey between the sort of the wildness of Bazball and blocking like there's no tomorrow, right? And it seemed like Marnus got maybe slightly caught between rejecting one philosophy and being stuck in that rejection.
Phil, we'll be back with you in just a moment. Jeremy Coney as well. Our experts for Red Energy, 100% electricity and gas. On the Beaumont Tile scoreboard, buy Beaumont's on save. Australia at 2 for 115. Back with the middle session in just a moment.
Crisp golden pastry filled with creamy custard and delicious raspberry filling. It's the raspberry and custard pie from Macca's, or the new raspberry and custard pie in a McFlurry. It's a choose-your-own creamy adventure. Available for a limited time.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Plantation Homes has fixed price completed homes and terraces ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Plantation Homes everyday advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. plantationhomes.com.au.
Introducing the 2023 World Performance Car of the Year. The Kia EV6 GT. 430 kilowatts of power and 740 Newton metres of torque. With its unique Australian-tuned GT suspension and steering, the Kia EV6 exceeds all expectations. The Kia EV6 GT, the most powerful Kia ever built.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Crisp golden pastry filled with creamy custard and delicious raspberry filling. It's the raspberry and custard pie from Macca's, or the new raspberry and custard pie in a McFlurry. It's a choose-your-own creamy adventure. Available for a limited time.
Goodyear Auto Care are your tyre and auto experts. Buy one quality Goodyear tyre and get the second 50% off. Plus, we offer great value car servicing you can trust. Goodyear Auto Care, you're good to go. Call 132343. Selected tyres only, conditions apply.
Sustained performance in league is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. Host Plus has delivered strong performance over the long term with top returns over 20 years. A top performing super fund over the long term, that's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index January 2023. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and T&D at hostplus.com.au. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
From a cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie. Live from England, the Ashes on SEN Cricket.
We're live at the Kia Oval, SEN Ashes Cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Adam Collins, Phil Long, Jeremy Coney and Phil Walker with you on the call for the first half an hour of play or so. The players have made their way down the stairs. They're meant to start right now, but of course, Phil, they're running late because that's modern cricket. They play when they wish to play.
Yeah, the umpires have given up even pretending to have any degree of authority out there. They've just ambled down after what a post-prandial session this will be. We'll start whenever they fancy it.
You made a point of there before that when Marnus was caught in the slips, he wasn't best pleased at how dark it was outside.
It wasn't a huff, but you could clearly lip read. He was saying it's so dark. It is so, and it was. It's not so much anymore, by the way. The clouds have cleared a little bit. There's nothing wrong with the afternoon session, and it will get brighter apparently as the day rolls on. But you could understand where he was coming from. If it was one of those peculiar moments where if it was at 5 in the evening, they'd probably be having that conversation.
Yeah.
It was extremely difficult batting conditions. Khawaja rode his luck a little bit. He was beaten 5 times on the outside edge just by Jimmy Anderson alone, but still his game plan is immaculately conceived now. So there is no question that Khawaja has got the best of this English attack across the whole of the summer. Labuschagne's been wrestling with himself a little bit. It was a peculiar innings, shotless really across 80+ deliveries. England have hung in there well, but this is Australia's session now to really put the foot down, knowing, of course, that England don't have a spinner to call upon.
Yeah, Labuschagne seemed to turn the corner a bit last week, but got stuck today. Broad to start the session to Khawaja, 3 slips behind him. Round the wicket bowls here, and Khawaja defends out to mid-wicket. Good afternoon to Jeremy Coney as well. So there were 54 runs scored in 26 overs, a run rate of 2.08. Yesterday, England's first session, a run rate of 5.04. That contrast is evident all the time.
Curious session, wasn't it, that last one? A sort of a throwback, where you're playing a game where you are waiting for the legs of the bowlers to sort of cave in as they complete 25 overs each, and you've still only lost 4 down, four wickets. So yeah, it was a throwback really.
Broad to Khawaja, who plays with soft hands to backward point. There won't be a single. The fact that they don't have Moeen Ali to turn to is an interesting part of all of this. So all of the quicks have bowled at least 2 spells in the first session. So maybe that is the plan, drive them into the dirt and make them tire by session 3 today, Phil.
Oldest bowling attack in Test cricket since 1928. Now, admittedly, they had 2 days with their feet up in Manchester. You might have heard it rained a bit towards the end of that one. Nonetheless, the tactics are sound, but there is a balance still to be struck.
Brought up to Khawaja. 3 short of a half century, leaves alone in the channel outside the off stump.
Australia could easily have lost 2 or 3 wickets in that session.
Yeah.
And you do have to keep an eye on the runs. I think you just can't completely forget them and just say to yourself, I'm going to let this ball go, because Marnus actually goes something between 40 and 50% of his deliveries that he faced, which is fine defensive batting, but you've still got to at some point score runs. Even getting singles, looking around for singles.
Yeah, there was just no pressure going back the other way, was there? Broad Vauxhall end to Khawaja in here. Hits him on the pad, shout from the cordon, but not from the bowler. And if it's broad, he's not appealing, and it's most certainly not out. Phil Long's with us as well. Hi, Longy.
Yeah, this is a good little comparison. 51 overs bowled in this innings so far. There's been 21 maidens. Across the series, Australia have bowled 32.
Very nice, Phil.
Well, there are only 3 in the first innings here.
Yeah. And one of those was the first over of the match, which somehow Stark got down to Crawley without conceding a run.
Yeah, look, it has been extreme, but then you look at what's to come. Travis Head, Mitchell Marsh, you know, these are front foot players.
Yeah. Head made 100 here at the previous start. Broad bowls and flies in on the pad, much closer. Broad celebra appeal, it's given. Umpire Dharmasena took a moment. Broad didn't turn around, which means absolutely nothing, of course. Khawaja will still consider his options. I think he looks like he's going to review based on the body language, and he makes the T sign now. So it's the third umpire from the 5th ball of the session for Imar Insurance. The tradies, mate. Call 1-3 Imar.
Yeah, the tradies, mate. That's Imar.
Nitin Menon, the third umpire this week, and Khawaja on 47. We'll get the first replay here for Tyre Power Winter Safety Sale. Jeremy Coney, what do you reckon? Talk us through it.
Well, it looks to me as if it's a slight wobble ball, and is it beating the inside edge? Yes, it is. It's beating the inside edge, not with extravagant movement. It's just, has he touched it at all? No, I don't think there's been any bat whatsoever. It's hitting him on the above the knee roll, just, and it's leg side-ish. I think it might be hitting.
Here's the projection. So it's 2 reds to start, hitting in line with middle and hitting the top of leg. That will not be overturned. Usman Khawaja has been dismissed, leg before wicket, so confirmed by technology. Umpire Dharmasena raises his finger for the second time, and a long innings from Khawaja. 157 balls in the middle, but falls from the 5th delivery after lunch for 47. Phil Walker.
Well, this is the game. Every time you feel like Australia are pushing forward, getting away from England and vice versa, something shifts around again. England have stuck at it for 2 and a bit hours this morning. And funny how it goes in this game. First over after lunch, they've beaten the outside and the inside edge for 2 hours straight. And then Khawaja just doing what he does, sitting on the crease, playing late, playing under his eyes. Not much wobble, really. It's just come in on the arm from broad round the wicket, of course. Dharmasena took his time. I thought he was going to turn it down. I think it would have been overturned regardless.
Yeah.
It was taking the meat of leg stump out, really. You've rarely seen a more reluctant, resigned review than Khawaja's there. He knew that he was done. And so suddenly England are looking 115 for 3, good bowling conditions. They've held Australia at bay up to now. They're still 170 odd behind. So, yeah, we have a game on here.
And Jeremy, these are the conditions that Travis Head does enjoy. For whatever reason, when there's a little bit going on off the surface, he seems to be at his best, and he made 163 of the best here against India in the World Test Championship final from just 174 balls.
Right, well, he's shown right throughout the series that his propensity to attack and to play his shots, to back himself. He's been troubled by the short ball mainly throughout. He's looked a bit uncomfortable about that. But I don't think we're going to see so many short balls here today.
It would be crazy if we did, right? Considering the conditions, considering how much help England seamers should get from the overheads here. They went very early last Test match against Travis Head, and earlier in the series as well. No need for it here. Conventional field, 3 slips, backward point for the slashed backward drive. Interesting times.
So Travis Head walking out with a deficit of 168 for Australia. Broad to him. His first ball round the wicket, 2 slips a gully and head leaves alone, a ball that hits the seam and angles away. So the conventional 6-3 field to begin to head into the over. 3 for 115 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont's save. England getting a chance to celebrate a wicket to begin the session for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. And we welcome our listeners in New Zealand throughout the course of the night and into the morning. Jeremy, what time's it in New Zealand at the moment?
What's the time here?
It's 10 to 2 usually.
2, so yeah, it'll be getting on for 3 o'clock. It's usually an extra hour.
And they're here thanks to Resine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. If you're listening in New Zealand, you can text us on
8833.
Phil Long.
Stuart Broad with that wicket becomes the first bowler to take 150 wickets against Australia.
Very good. Seeing it on the screen here in 40 matches at an average of 28.9, a best of 8 for 15, one of his trilogy of Ashes winning spells. That was at Nottingham in 2015. There was one at Durham in 2013, of course here at the Oval where it all started for him, Phil, in 2009, that magical fifer.
So he's played in every Ashes Test match, every home Ashes Test match since the start of the 2009 series. He's never missed one.
That's longevity. Still making it work. I think he was probably 4th or 5th in the pecking order when the summer started as well.
Indeed, he bowled well against Ireland at Lord's, maybe pushed himself a bit further to the front of the queue, but then still the smart money was that he wasn't going to play at Edgbaston initially. So 25 Test matches, I think it is, in a row at home against Australia.
Wow. Chris Wokes gets first crack from the pavilion end. 1 for 11 from 10 for him. 3 slips bowls here to Smith. And Smith turns through mid-wicket, finds the gap. Nicely played. Great timing. Out towards the Galladari stand and gets a boundary from his first ball of the session. Smith up to 17 from 21 balls. He's found the rope on 3 occasions. 3 for 119. Longy?
Yeah, Stuart Broad, the 5th bowler to take 150 wickets against an individual country. The other 4 make bad reading for us Englishmen, really. Glenn McGrath, 157 against England. Curtly Ambrose, 164 against England. Dennis Lilly, 167 against England. Top of the pile, Shane Warne, 195 against England.
He might catch McGrath, Broad, if he keeps going. Wokes bowls to Smith here. Middle stump line defended out to mid-on, no run. The other thing I'm interested in is Stephen Smith batting in London, sort of refining back the search. We were talking about him at the Oval before, overtaking Bradman as the highest scoring overseas player at this ground. But Phil, if we just deal with, let's say, London, and since the poor start to his career at Lord's and the Oval, where do we get to? Say from 2013 when he made his first 100.
Yeah, so when he moved up to number 5 in London, an average 97.09.
Have that. Wokes bowls Smith again towards mid-wicket. Doesn't get a run on this occasion. Diving away to his left is, who is that? Mark Wood.
Yeah, 1,068 runs. High score 215, 500s and 350s across 13 innings.
So 215 at Lord's in 15, 110 at Lord's a couple of weeks ago, 138 not out here at the Oval. His first Test century where he hit Jonathan Trott into the pavilion, Phil, to reach that milestone. 143 here in 2015, 121 here against India in the World Test Championship final a couple of months ago. Wakes up, bowls to Smith, 3 slips and he defends back down the pitch.
Yeah, I think I wrote something like a sort of purveyor of hopeful bunts with dinner lady hair at the start of Stephen Smith's career over here.
You called him a club cricketer, didn't you? That bowls a bit of
I think I called him the world's greatest club cricketer, yeah. Useful fielder, bowls a bit of back of the hand and has a hopeful bunt from time to time. Yeah. Hey-ho.
We all get some wrong.
Some more than others.
I think when you wrote that...
He did have dinner lady hair, though. He did have dinner lady hair.
Wokes bowls here. Smith leaves the lane outside the line of the off-stump through to the gloves of Besto. There's probably some nice intro to a piece there about his love of London relative to other parts of the country. Reverse Brexit or something like that.
He played down at Sevenoaks Vine. Sevenoaks Vine is maybe 40 miles south of London, down towards the Kent coast. Lovely part of the world. And he turned up there as a leg spinner, as a teenager, as they're overseas, and they thought he was going to bowl a bit of leg spin and bat 7 or 8. They saw him have a net for 10 minutes.
Wokes to finish to Smith down the leg side, gets past Bairstow's left glove. Was it bat? Was it buys? It's buys again. 4 lots of 4 buys today for Bairstow. Had no chance there really. End of the over. 160 is the deficit. Australia 3 for 123 after losing Khawaja just after lunch. Leg before wicket to Broad for 47. And that's all on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save. Seeing a replay here for Tyre Power, Winter Safety Sale. And Besto probably should have gotten to it, Jeremy, in hindsight.
Should have. There's been a lot of movement once it's past the batsman today, as the seam sort of is proud and so on. So it's swinging quite a lot. That's normally at Lord's, isn't it? But it's actually doing it here a lot in this match. And, yeah, that was closer to him, though. I think he's just not moving very well today, Bairstow.
Got a packed commentary box. Australians everywhere. Not sure we're out. The 94-95. Sorry, yes, that's indeed right. The 94-95 Australian one-day kit.
Oh, here we go.
That's the one I've got an interest in. It's not the Aussie A one, though. I'd pay him a lot of money if it were that. Broad away from us. Delivers here. Pushing his Travis Head. His second ball out towards extra cover. A wideish mid-off where Ben Stokes does the fielding. No run. That is an absolute work of art, that top. That's an original, I can tell. That's no replica. That's not like the 1993 bomber jacket I've been wearing, Phil.
Don't turn to me. You keep digging.
You're not so into these things, are you? Memorabilia and colours and so on?
No. I mean, I don't think anyone else on God's earth is, Adam.
No, don't be fair.
Okay.
I'm not on my own in my interest in old kit. Broad. Now 2 slips of gully. Bowls to Head. And he plays at a ball that's just outside the line of the off stump. It's angling in. It's then angling away after hitting the seam. Broad puts his hand up to his mouth and looks at Travis Head.
Broad is only 2 balls away from getting the arms out and getting the crowd going. You can feel this is one of his spells. This is how he's seeing it.
Oh,
it's really beautifully bowled.
It's just missed the off stump too, Jeremy.
Yeah. It's those 2 angles, isn't it? That all the left-handers have struggled with in this series. Coming into you from round the wicket and then just moving away to the slips.
And the response from Travis Head on our screen for Tyre Power. Winter Safety Sales says it all. A gasp. Broad again to the South Australian. Whips him down to mid-on and gets him past the fielder there for 4. All timing. Timing and wrists, really, off the mark with that boundary. Australia 3 for 127. A much busier start than the first 2 hours we had here, Phil.
Yeah, and you're going to expect that. Travis Head is a compulsive player. How often he's done that as well in recent times, the counter punch. He'll get beat or sometimes look a little bit higgledy-piggledy in his technique, but he'll always come back at you, and he hits good balls for 4. That one wasn't. That was fullish on the pads. Still a clean strike, but he's just such a dangerous player.
Loves using that bottom hand as well, doesn't he? To work the ball down the ground. Hits the ball to awkward places, Travis Head.
And he'll have good vibes here, of course, after the India game.
Broad to him. Head beaten, edging, gone! Stuart Broad wheels away out to backward point. He's got 2 in a hurry after lunch. The 2 southpaws, Khawaja, then Head. England right in this test match, Australia 4 for 127. Head nicks off for 4. They still trail by 156. Fantastic bowling, Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, bowling wide on the crease, angling back in. This one doesn't move a lot, but it just hits the seam and hold its line. And that takes the outside edge through to Bairstow. And once again, Broad doesn't turn and appeal to the umpire. He just runs.
Receives a big hug from his captain.
Yeah.
They needed to do this after lunch. They needed to win this session, and getting rid of Travis Head early was integral to that.
Yeah, indeed, because he is your tempo changer, isn't he? Stuart Broad, we feel like we've been here many, many times before. How many years back are we talking? 14 years back now. He did this. It's a coming-of-age afternoon for him on day 2 as well, on the Friday of that Oval Test match. 6 for 30-odd, I think it was, after Australia had started well as well in that first innings response. We're seeing it again here, playing out. He has that sense of theatre that only really the greats do. Mitch Marsh, who's been a revelation really this summer, is in at 6. Suddenly England have an opening here.
Good length too, wasn't it? It was just drawing the batsman forward outside the off stump just enough. Little fine edge it was.
And isn't it funny how it goes as well? You know, they couldn't find that edge for 2 hours. No. They kept at it. 10 minutes into the afternoon session, they've beaten 1 on the inside and now found the feather on the outside.
And it's the West Australian all-rounder Mitchell Marsh who started the series well after coming in at Leeds so well. Marsh 118 at Leeds with 28 in the second innings, 51 and 31 not out last week at Manchester. Well, then more of the same here. Retained his spot ahead of Cameron Green in effect. With lots of work to do. Peter Lalor jumping in as well. Our experts are for Red Energy. 100% Australian electricity and gas.
Filed at lunchtime, pumped up Usman Khawaja's tyres, talked about what a good session had been for Australia, how they could cash in the second session.
Broad's firing up the crowd. First ball for Mitchell Marsh. 3 slips behind him. Delivers here. Vauxhall Lane defended into the onside. We welcome audiences for the first time today from Victoria, Western Australia, South Australia, Tasmania and the Northern Territory. And the news to report is not great for Australia. They've just lost 2 wickets straight after lunch. Usman Khawaja was trapped leg before wicket by Broad for 47. And then his next over, Travis Head, the outside edge, feathered through to Bairstow, gone for 4. Australia losing wickets at 115 and 127 after a quiet first session where only 54 runs were added, and the loss of Marnus Labuschagne caught by Joe Root rather for 9 from 82. That's the state of play. Australia still 156 behind and 1 ball left in the successful Broad over. He's on a roll. He bowls to Marsh here. Marsh shuffles forward and leaves alone outside the line of the off stump. On the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save Australia, 4 for 127. Smith on 17 and Marsh yet to score.
Crisp golden pastry filled with creamy custard and delicious raspberry filling. It's the raspberry and custard pie from Macca's, or the new raspberry and custard pie in a McFlurry. It's a choose-your-own creamy adventure. Available for a limited time.
At Goodyear Auto Care, we do more than just tyres. We can service all makes and models of cars. Our automotive technicians are highly trained and use the latest tools and specialist equipment, so you're good to go. Goodyear Auto Care. Call 132343. Conditions apply.
SEN Ashes cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's. Jeremy Coney and Peter Lalor with me for Red Energy. 100% Australian electricity and gas. Stuart Broad 20 wickets in the series, leading all comers. Stark on 19. Wokes with the ball. Pavilion end. Bowls here to Smith, who defends back down the pitch. And now, so much of this story turns to Stephen Smith. 100 at Lords, but beyond that, he's not been convincing through the tour, Pete.
No, he's certainly not been Stephen Smith Mark 2019. But very, very few are in this game, including the person who was. There's going to spark, it's going to be more fuel for the debate about the approach of the two sides, isn't it, that first session?
Leg slip and 2 out for a short ball. Wokes bowls here. Smith across his stumps, works it out to the square of the 2. Just in front of the square leg umpire, easing a single. He's 18, 4 for 128.
At times it felt as if Usman Khawaja and Marnus Labuschagne weren't batting, they were trolling England. The faster you go, the slower we'll go. It kind of got to ridiculous territories with Usman, didn't it? And now, England have got themselves back in the game, and they will argue that if our batters were at the crease for that long, we'd have had a lead by now. And instead, this is 155 runs to be made up.
Jeremy, you've been really impressed by Mitchell Marsh.
Oh, with the batting, definitely. And he's quite a useful little sort of change bowler as well, but with the batting, certainly he's got forward well. And he's hit so powerfully and aggressively, taken them on.
Facing Wokes for the first time, shuffles forward and clips behind square. There's no second sweeper with Marsh on strike. They'll get a couple. He's off the mark. 4 for 130.
He's pulled a remarkable switcheroo in this tour, Mitchell Marsh, because we came here, Cameron Green was the incumbent, all blue sky in front of that kid. I call him the most valuable kid in Australian cricket. Good luck. You know, Mitchell Marsh looks like he's going to be around just to keep the team happy in the dressing room and carry the drinks and play white ball cricket. Now, he's picked ahead of him.
Yeah. And deservedly so.
Got a chance, took it, and locked the door.
Mitchell Marsh facing Chris Wokes. All eyes on the all-rounders. Bowling here, defending out to the offside. No run. Love how crowds here in England, they go very quiet when there's something big happening, and it feels like it's brewing here. All the lights on, cloud cover, great conditions for swing bowling.
I'm sitting out in the crowd in the press bleachers there.
Yeah.
And that first delivery of the day was spine-tingling.
What's going on here? What's going on the screen here? Mitchell Marsh has given his glove to umpire Dharmasena, and he's bitten something off it for him. That is most unusual on our screen for Tyre Power Winter Safety Sale. He's rip it off, but he put his teeth in it. Full commitment to it. Good on you. Wokes bowls here. 3 slips. Marsh shuffles forward before leaving alone. He wanted to flirt at it. Just got the bat removed at the right time. Those outside press seats here, Pete, best spot in the world to watch.
Fantastic. And the first delivery of the day, like, there's a buzz, like a really loud buzz, so you can't actually hear the person next to you. It's just that murmur. But as Mitchell Starc ran in, it got quieter and quieter to the point where the delivery of the ball, it was absolute silence, and you could hear his feet land in the delivery stride. It was fantastic.
Lloyd Samash trying to get out of his crease, doesn't do so here, defends from it. End of the over, a good one from Wokes. 55 gone, Australia 4 for 130. They trail by 153. Smith 18, Marsh 2 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save.
Like the sound of a race, ride, sun and fun? Then enter now to win the ultimate family Gold Coast Super Pass from Repco Authorised Service. Win a trip for 4, including flights, accommodation, tickets to the Repco Supercars round and theme park super passes. For your chance to win, simply tell us in 25 words or less why your family wants to experience the thrills of the Repco Supercars Championship and the Gold Coast world-class theme parks. Visit repcoservice.com today. Terms and conditions apply.
SEN Ashes cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macclesfield Long.
Yeah, we mentioned Stuart Broad reaching 20 wickets in this series. We also mentioned that he played every test in the previous 5 series in England. After this ball, I'll tell you how many wickets he's taken in each of those series.
He's away from us, bowling to Smith with 2 slips and a leg slip. Delivers here, Smith across his stumps and out towards deep backward square in front of the Bedser stand. It's collected by Wokes. They get a single, 4 for 131. Smith 19, Longy.
Yeah, real consistency. So since 2009, 18 wickets in the 2009 series. 2013, 22 wickets. 21 wickets in 2015. 23 wickets in 2019. As we just mentioned, he's reached 20 wickets in this series this year.
Be interesting to hear how he goes in Australia, because this is a great place to bowl. He's not as effective when he gets down under, is he? Similar to Jimmy Anderson.
You cannot help yourself, Pete.
It's a great country to bowl in. If you want to be a fast bowler, where do you want to be born?
Yeah. And it's a different ball down there as well as the conditions.
Broad's got 2 for 23 in his 15th over. Bowls here to Marsh, leaving alone in the channel outside the off stump. A hint of movement away as well.
It's been interesting, the probing qualities, the surgical qualities of these 2 bowlers. One in the air, that's Broad, and he's beaten players because of the 2 angles that I've talked about, because they've both been left-handers. Right-handers now in, he can only use one angle. He can only run wide, and then he can bring it back in or just take it away, one or the other, you know. So there's the difference, that he's going to find it a little bit harder, I would have thought.
We know Stuart Broad is capable of special things in pivotal Ashes test matches. He delivers here to Mitchell. Marsh shuffles forward and defends out to mid-on. So 4 of the 5 deliveries he's faced from Broad so far, he's got well out of his crease during it.
And in-swingers too, mainly. He just, the ball before that one, it was just holding its line and carrying on straight through. So there's the variety that he's offering the batsman, but mainly back in. That last one came in quite a lot, hooped in.
He's an outstanding bowler, isn't he? And he's bowled as well in this series as he's bowled at any point in his career when I've seen him.
Means he's going to be pitching up too.
So the slow clap now. Broad's got the crowd involved. Passes umpire Dharmasena and bowls here to Marsh. It's full on the leg stump. Shout for leg before. Is the finger following? It's not this time. Broad actually turned and asked the question, unusual for him. Ben Stokes signals to his veteran bowler, that's too high, that hand movement up and down. It's not going to dissuade Broad, who still wants the review. When the DRS started, they used to talk about Stuart Broad getting reviews given to him, the L'Oreal review, because he's worth it. Yeah, he's not getting one here.
Couldn't even get the captain to come out of slips on that occasion. He wasn't happy, was he, Broady?
Get a second look here for tyre power, winter safety sail. Jeremy, what do you reckon watching it back?
That's the wobble seam, and it just nips back. It hits him right on top of the pad, and he's a tall man. I think the leg was quite straight too. So that probably was a question of height.
That's what saved him, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a nice piece of bowling. Stuart Broad.
Going to have to toss it up a little bit more, but that puts it into the driving zone, doesn't it?
Wickets in his last 2 overs. Sprinting into Marsh. Bowls here using his feet. He smacks him straight back over his head. Hits him for 6, goes back 10 rows, or at least I think it does. Beneath our commentary position, we're not able to quite see where it's landed, but boy, he's given it everything. Yes. Mitchell Marsh from nowhere has unleashed. He's at a 4 and a 6 so far. He moves along, and they're going to collect the ball from underneath the side screen. Have that. 4 for 137.
Well, that's outside his off stump. He's got room to swing the arms. And he's just hit it so cleanly. Very clean. Broad Broad thought, this I'm bowling at my best here. I've just picked up 2 wickets. Whack.
Absolutely audacious.
Yeah.
That is a
right
stunning,
out of the screws.
That is a stunning shot. And Broad just looked at him like, what?
I know,
What?
almost sunburnt roof to my mouth.
Didn't Pat Cummins say to him when he came into the side, you can hit it. If you want to hit a 6 off the first ball, just do it.
Seen the projection from 2 balls ago. Wouldn't have been given out on review, but had it been given out, it would have been upheld. It's hitting the bail. So Marsh in the scrap with Broad. He's on 8 from 10. Last ball of the over. Broad delivers to Marsh, and Marsh shuffles forward and defends out to cover. End of the over. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. Geoff Lemon jumping in for me. Marsh 8, Smith 19. Australia 4 for 137 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save.
Harvey Norman's Super Saturday is back. Super Saturday, one day only, in-store and online. Spend $250 or more and get 10% of your purchase price in Harvey Norman gift cards. That's right. Score Super Saturday one-day deals in-store and online at Harvey Norman. Plus, spend $250 or more and get 10% of your purchase price in Harvey Norman gift cards. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. Gift card valid for 1 month. One day only. Don't miss out. Super Saturday at Harvey Norman.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Oh, just another one of these quiet sessions then. Peter Lawless, start of a new over. Chris Wokes bowls to Smith and it trims his off stump just about. That went by very close to the woodwork as Smith decided to leave the ball alone.
Well, nothing happened for a long time, and I mean nothing. Marnus Labuschagne's innings was extraordinary, wasn't it? What was it in the end?
9 from 82 balls, I reckon.
Yeah. So basically, Mitch Marsh has scored about 2/3 of that with one shot.
Looked like he was having more fun doing it too. Stephen Smith waits for Wokes and tries to shovel it into the leg side. In the end, ball just hits his thigh pad outside the off stump. Won't be a run there. So Australia's still 146 behind, and that's where the debate about the approaches that you mentioned earlier can come into question. How useful is it, the way that Labuschagne and Khawaja batted? They did put a lot of miles into the English bowlers. Maybe that means that this pair can then see their way through this spell and start to prosper later in the day. It's not all about the number on the scoreboard. As Wokes bowls to Smith, who drives straight, won't get a run. But ultimately, you need to get numbers on the scoreboard. Somebody has to.
Yeah. The Australians' approach is there's 5 days to do it, and the more time we eat, the less time England have, and the more likely the prospect that England is forced into sort of perhaps going a bit faster than it wants to, although I'm not sure how fast that is with England, because they achieve incredible speed in cricket at the moment.
Wokes to Smith, who's beaten outside the off stump. The crowd like it. They're immediately going up for a catch behind. Steve Smith is gesturing about the bounce of the ball. That one seemed to take off. David Lloyd is with us as well.
England have kept a lid on things, but these are great bowling conditions. The lights are on, it's overcast, it's a little bit sultry, and there's something happening. It's just nibbling around. And as for the approach of Australia, it would have been absolutely fine not losing wickets. We're going to bat England out of this, but the conditions are favouring England.
Wokes up to Smith again, and he's beating him once again past the shoulder of the bat. Chris Wokes is getting serious lift from a length. Those last couple have gone up the chimney and gone past the shoulder of the bat. Steve Smith getting a working over. Chris Wokes wasn't in the team the first couple of test matches. Decisive.
He's invaluable in English conditions. And Smith again, we've just seen a replay, plays across the line of the ball. There's bounce, there's movement, and it's livened the crowd.
Crowd coming right into this. That can be a factor. That noise, that support. Wokes to Smith, who's leaving, stepping across outside his off stump, and that ball was further away from the woodwork. And Smith gets through the over. 57 of them done. Australia 4 for 137.
What's better than winning a test match? Winning the Ashes. Host Plus has been named Super Ratings Super Fund of the Year for 2023, based on strong performance, competitive fees and a focus on members. That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit lonsec.com.au for awards and ratings criteria and disclosure. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
SEN Ashes cricket for Henley. Brand new Henley completed homes in Bonnybrook from under $600,000. Australia 4 for 137. Couple of wickets in this session. Khawaja dismissed. Travis Head as well by Stuart Broad. He's got 2 for 29. He did it at the Oval in 2009. Can he produce another one of his spells now? He's bowling to Marsh, who's coming forward defending on the front foot. Broad blade back to the bowler.
We've seen in that previous over from Walks movement away from the right-hander. Through the air, movement away. All the talk overnight and this morning is Jimmy Anderson's lost his outswinger, so it might be a good time when Walks has done Anderson from that hen, because he's definitely moved and shaped the ball away from the right-hander.
The sun's come out now, so we'll see what that does to the swing.
It won't be here long.
Said with true northern resignation, David Lloyd. Here goes Broad up to Marsh, who's driving the ball down to mid-on. Finds the middle of the bat once again.
I was chatting to Louise Ransom, who presents for Channel 9, and she's just come living in London. Just. Her husband is domiciled here, he's got a job here. And so I just said to her, have you lived here before in winter? January and February. all the best. Good luck with that.
It's a long, grey experience is the impression.
It is.
That we get. Haven't endured one myself. Here goes Broad down the leg side, and Marsh is clipping it away out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Strays in line, does Broad. Marsh goes up to 9, so he's made in 14 balls what Marnus Labuschagne did in 82.
Yates wrote about being Irish, that you have an abiding sense of tragedy which sustains you through temporary periods of joy. You Mancunians are a bit like that.
Yeah, and Yorkshire people. Yorkshires.
Yeah.
Just looking at different styles of players, and Mitch Marsh looks to have all the time in the world to play.
That shot, that's 6 down the ground.
Amazing.
You see Stuart Broad up to bowl to Smith. He'll take a run to square leg, just stepping across as he does. His score goes to 20. Australia 4 for 140. You see a lot of good shots in this game and you marvel at them, but everybody in this box was watching those replays with their mouths open, going, well, how has he done that? How's he driven it off the top of the bounce over long off?
From what we've seen from Labuschagne, who's been so defensive, and a new batsman comes in, it's a 6 straight over his head.
I think the initial concern up here was that the ball's going to come through the window.
Yeah.
The sweetest part of the middle of the bat it got as well. It was the perfect piece of timing on the replays for Tyre Power. Their winter safety sale is on now. Broad running up to Marsh, who gets in a tangle trying to come across his front pad, doesn't make contact with the ball, and in the end he risks his wicket by picking it up and throwing it back to the wicket keeper.
You don't like that, do you, Australians? Picking the ball up, throwing it back, leave it there, nothing to do with you.
Well, there's a degree at which you can say it's just politeness to give it back. There's also a degree at which if you're trying to get the ball to reverse and some batter with his big sweaty gloves plonks it on the dry side of the ball, then it can actually interfere with what the fielding team is trying to do. So I agree with the proposition that the ball belongs to the fielding side. It's not the property of the batting side.
It used to always be that way with Australian cricketers. Leave that alone.
Do not touch that
ball. It's not yours.
Stuart Broad up to Marsh once again, floats it up outside the off stump, and Marsh miscuing off the inside half of the bat as he tries a booming off drive. The ball ends up at mid-on. There will be no run from the last ball of the over. 58 overs gone. Australia 4 for 139.
Wherever life takes you, be it smack bang in the middle of the action or in the middle of nowhere with just a few good mates and red dirt roads, or even deeper uncharted territory with a new addition to your family. The most important thing, treasure every moment and just live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Visit your local Isuzu U dealer today.
SEN Ashes cricket for Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. 4 for 139 the score on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save. Australia trailing by 144. So a lot of work to do for Steve Smith and Mitchell Marsh. Steve Smith has made a pile of runs at this ground, more than any visiting player today. He went past Don Bradman's tally there. Chris Wokes bowling to him, and Smith, good judgment outside the off stump, leaves a ball that goes by a few inches away from his off peg.
Fine leg slip, deep fine leg, and a deep square leg. And so the umpire is crossing over to the offside so that he can see all those three, to ensure that there are not three fielders behind square on the leg side.
Interesting.
I wondered why they did that. I was watching that yesterday.
Yeah.
Because you were a former umpire, you know these things.
Yeah.
Kumar Dharmasena is now fielding at point rather than square leg, and Smith is taking a run not too far from where Dharmasena would have been, knocking it away behind square, as we saw him do against India. Made that 100 here a few weeks ago, and it was so defined by stepping across to the off stump and working into the leg side the way that he did in 2019 during that Ashes series. Australia 4 for 140, Smith on to 21.
We're talking about the power of that Marsh shot before. I think there are very few people in cricket who hit the ball as hard as Marsh has hit the ball. Both Sean and Mitch. When you're out in the crowd and they centre the ball, you know it. It's like there's been a car crash.
Wokes comes up to bowl to Marsh, who plays it well off the back foot, opens the face, steers the ball away behind point. He wants a second run, Marsh. He says yes, he charges back, and the throw ends up going to the non-striker's end, where Smith is trailing in a little bit more slowly than Marsh. 4 for 142.
We were chatting about big hits last night, and you may know the answer to it, so we're looking across from our commentary position to the grand old pavilion with the clock on. Who's the player that's hit it over the top of there? There's one player that's cleared it.
One player's cleared the pavilion at the Oval.
There are a few that have got it onto the top tier. He's been cleared once.
I know it was Albert Trott at Lord's, but who was it at the Oval? Wokes up to Marsh, who's not trying to clear the pavilion, just fending off the back foot to cover.
That's a very big hit. That'll be up there with Mark Waugh at the Wacker. Remember that one onto the top of the pavilion?
Wasn't Kevin Peterson in one of his rampages?
Kevin Peterson hit the top tier.
He hit the roof, didn't he?
That's it. He hit the clock. He hit the clock, didn't he, Peterson? Yeah, round about the clock.
So he nearly cleared it.
So the clue is, would think nearer to home.
Kiwi. Is it a Cairns?
No.
No, and it's an Australian
How near to home?
What?
An Australian.
An Australian?
Oh, that's very near to home.
Don't think he played for Australia, though.
Next delivery from Wokes, defended by Marsh, who gets forward. An Australian who didn't play for Australia, who played county cricket here.
I've given him a nod there. I'm nodding, yes.
That's it's good radio, the nod.
Yeah, it is. Which is Fred Truman's style when we were getting battered and he said, I'm saying nothing. Well, somebody needs to on radio.
Wokes up to Marsh, who thrashes him down the ground for 4. Powerful straight drive just past the stumps at the non-striker's end. Well, he enjoyed that one all along the carpet. Mitchell Marsh, he's absolutely belting them when he gets one in his slot. The end of the over, he goes up to 15. Australia 4 for 146. We'll come back to Bumble's quiz in just a minute.
At Elders, we're for finding your place in the world, whatever kind of place that may be. From the inner city pad to the boundless family farm, for fresh starts, sea and tree changes, for the search and the sail, for the experience, yours and ours, for realising the dream no matter what it looks like. Elders, for real estate, for you.
SEN Ashes cricket for Macca's, the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. 4 for 146. We're trying to solve a stumper from David Lloyd, an Australian who played for Surrey and never played for Australia. I was thinking the likes of Ian Harvey, who never played Test cricket for Australia, but did play the short forms.
Oh, this lad played Test cricket?
But not for Australia.
Not for Australia.
Like a Billy Midwinter sort of character. Okay. So not Sam Robson. Can't imagine him clearing the pavilion. not Darren Pattinson. Didn't do a lot of that. Joe Root's going to have a bowl, bit of off spin. Moeen Ali's injured. A single for Steve Smith, the first ball of spin, out to deep mid-wicket. 4 for 147, the score.
You're right in thinking he played for Surrey. Fingers on the buzzers now, and he captained England.
Was born in Australia.
Yes.
Didn't know such a person existed.
Help. Can somebody just slip into my DMs on Twitter on this?
Driven back down the pitch towards the bowler. Root stops it well in his follow-through. An England captain who was born in Australia. Billy Murdoch?
I've never heard of Billy Murdoch, so it's not him.
Well, he made the first double century in Test cricket. Floats it down to his Root, coming forward to defend his Marsh. No
that Billy.
Yep. Yeah. Billy Murdoch made 211. It was the first time anyone had gone past 200 in tests.
His brother owned a newspaper, didn't he? Or two.
Different Murdoch. Root floats one up, and it's driven down to mid-off. Mitchell Marsh runs through with the shot. He goes to 16. Australia 4 for 148. Well, quite a few captains who were born in South Africa.
Stony silence.
Well, come on.
Stony silence.
It's the sound of thinking, David. Down the leg side goes Root, and Smith gets a bit on it as he tries to sweep it away. Bottom edge, it's rolling back towards the rope. It will be pulled up just inside the boundary. They'll run a couple. Smith goes up to 24. Zach Crawley doing the chasing back. 4 for 150. Another little milestone for Australia.
Didn't captain England in Test match cricket.
Didn't captain England in Test match cricket, but captained them in one-day cricket. Here we go. Root in at the pads, turned away. Who was a Surrey champion? Adam Hollyoake.
Oh, round of applause.
It's the end of the 60th over. It's 4 for 150.
I'm out of here.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Plantation Homes has fixed price completed homes and terraces ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Plantation Homes everyday advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. plantationhomes.com.au.
Crisp golden pastry filled with creamy custard and delicious raspberry filling. It's the raspberry and custard pie from Macca's, or the new raspberry and custard pie in a McFlurry. It's a choose-your-own creamy adventure. Available for a limited time.
4 for 150. It's quiz time here on SEN Ashes Cricket. David Lloyd running us through our paces. The broadcast for Macca's. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app. Bharat Sundaresan is in. You love a bit of a cricket quiz. We do a podcast called Story Time where we go into cricket history and look at all the quizzes. So, get people to test us out with things that we may or may not know.
I do know that Alex Stewart's nephew was here and Manas Labuschagne was coaching him or helping him with his batting. But that can't be.
The question we were asked during the break was which former Test cricketer's son is on the field? Well, we immediately said Stuart Broad because that's true. His father Chris did play a fair bit for England. But there's another one. Start of a new over. It's Anderson bowling to Marsh.
There are two more. Bairstow.
No run. Bairstow as well.
Yeah. David,
so
there are three.
David Bairstow.
There are three.
Drafted under the father-son rule.
So it's the 12th man, the substitute fielder with a white floppy hat.
It's a pretty misfielded one earlier of Jimmy Anderson's bowling.
The one out here at mid-wicket.
Mid-wicket. There's a no ball. It's not Alex Stewart's nephew or son. Looks like he's 18, 19. So this guy would have played sometime in the 90s. Okay, I'm onto something. I get a nod from David Lloyd.
Anderson. Up to Marsh, and he's hit on the pad. The ball's deflecting out behind point. Won't get a run. There's a bit of an ooh and an ah from the crowd. There's Anderson. Got a little extra bounce there.
So a clue, in a one-day international, he got 5 consecutive LBWs.
Brandis, Edo Brandis.
No, he's English.
He's English. Surrey cricketer from the 90s.
Eddie Hemmings?
No, from the 90s. He's not that.
Outside the off stump, Anderson. It's left alone by Marsh.
I think Dave Orchard, the umpire, gave him out, and it might have been in Kimberley, South Africa. close in. His dad got close into the wicket to wicket. Just hit him on the pad.
No, Bignell, not Bignell.
Sorry,
I do know this. I know the answer to this. It's just in the back of my mind.
Peter Martin?
No,
Lancashire, sorry.
5 LBWs. It wasn't Marker Lane. Or was it?
Nearly.
Forward, defending. Marsh out to cover.
I've got my way. Mark Elam, well done. Rapturous round of applause. Anderson from that end where Waltz was getting it to shape away. Good move. Mark Elam's lad at mid-wicket.
Oh. I was wrong about the county then. He's not from Surrey.
No, I don't know who he plays for.
Yep.
Oh, he's Surrey. He's at Surrey.
Edo Brandis did get 5 LBWs, but that was against England in the World Cup, I reckon, for Zimbabwe. Anderson.
Oh,
he's bowled him. He's gone off the inside edge and knocked leg stump over. Mitchell Marsh is gone, and James Anderson makes a contribution. It's been a long and frustrating wait for England's champion bowler, but he has knocked over one of the biggest threats in Australia's batting lineup. England getting on top in this match. They're 132 ahead. Australia 5 for 151.
Just look at the reaction from Ben Stokes. He's just running from mid-off, punching the air with both arms. This is what it means to not just Jimmy Anderson, but the rest of the English team, that he's got a wicket, and a huge wicket at that. Mitchell Marsh has troubled England every time he's walked out to bat. Just a little bit of movement into him. Always a big gap between bat and pad for Mitch Marsh. Inside edge onto the stumps.
Angled bats. We saw 2 in England's innings. Angled bats into the stumps. Anderson, that was his end. We just talked about it. When Waltz has done, Anderson from that end. The lights are on. It's a full-length delivery. It just nips back enough. Takes the inside edge. Hesitant shot from Marsh, and he's been commanding while he's been out there. But it's Anderson, irresistible, who comes back. And the relief on his face. Australia 151 for 5.
He was backed in by Ben Stokes before this test match. He said he's still the best bowler in our squad, in our team. Pumping him up, trying to give him some confidence. Well, Anderson has made a contribution now.
And then he said he's bowled brilliantly, better than ever. I'm not so sure about that.
Well, sometimes captaincy is about...
It is.
Psychological management.
Yeah. Coaching as well. No, I think we've done absolutely brilliantly. But in the rooms, you've said, what is going on? What is going on?
So Alex Carey comes to the middle. A chorus of boos accompanying him, unsurprisingly.
Not fair.
England still can't get over.
Totally unfair.
It is unreasonable.
It's all to do with the stumping and the running out, whatever, a Johnny Bairstow.
Yep.
Every professional I've spoken to about it, he's just out. He's just out. What's the drama? It's
absolutely. Out. And the fact that the ball never even stopped moving.
Big point.
Went into his gloves, and in the same motion he threw it at the stumps. Now, as the law tells you, the ball's dead when both teams behave as if it's dead. And if one team is busy throwing it, then you can tell that they're not behaving as if it's dead. So I think we probably wouldn't find too much disagreement among listeners on this broadcast. But Anderson will be bowling to Carey now. He's striking him on the pad. The cordon goes up in an appeal. Nothing doing. So Alex Carey is important for Australia. Earlier in the season, he made 48 and 66 not out in the World Test Championship final. He made 66 and 20 at Edgbaston, important runs, and he made 22 and 21 at Lords that helped with a couple of partnerships there as well. And then 8 and 5 at Headingley, and he made 20 in the draw at Old Trafford. They badly need a contribution from him to end the series, and Carey's defending on the front foot, a ball that lifts up a bit from back of a length. And he's able to play it down to cover. 61 overs come to a close. Australia in some trouble. 132 behind. They're 5 for 151.
Harvey Norman Super Saturday is back. Super Saturday, one day only, in-store and online. Spend $250 or more and get 10% of your purchase price in Harvey Norman gift cards. That's right. Score Super Saturday one-day deals in-store and online at Harvey Norman. Plus, spend $250 or more and get 10% of your purchase price in Harvey Norman gift cards. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. Gift card valid for 1 month. One day only. Don't miss out. Super Saturday at Harvey Norman.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Big welcome to our New Zealand audiences who recently joined us. Australia in a bit of strife. Might please a few people in New Zealand as well. You never know. 132 behind, but 5 wickets down now. Only lost one last night and lost one in the first session. A couple in quick succession to Stuart Broad and one more to Anderson just recently with Marsh dismissed. And Mark Wood is back on, bowling to Smith. Rising ball takes the shoulder of the bat. Smith shakes his hand, not Wood's hand, shakes his own hand in the air as he runs down the pitch to take a run. Looked a little uncomfortable. Wood having a chat to Ben Stokes. So you look up at the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont and Save. Australia 5 for 152, a lot of work to do. That ball hit the sticker and jarred through the handle. That's why Steve Smith's hand was stinging.
And he just indicates to himself again at the non-striker's end that there was an extra lift off the surface. Mark Wood coming around the wicket straight away to Alex Carey. He's been bowled a couple of times. Ball just jagging back in through the gap. This is what Mark Wood would be looking to do. He's bowled so well throughout this series and especially today.
SEN Ashes cricket. Geoff Lemon, Bharat Sundaresan and David Lloyd. Your company from the Oval, Mark Wood. Around the wicket to Carey, it's short. The wicket keeper ducks underneath it.
Stokes is getting to work. He just sends something with Australia losing quick wickets. The crowd has risen. Broad took the 2 wickets and got involved with the crowd. But it's Stokes who has rung the changes. He's got Anderson from the old pavilion end. I don't really know what it's called, but it's that end, the far end. And Wood from this one. Has Wood bowled from this end previously in the game? I'm not sure that he has.
He started from here.
He did, but
yesterday,
I like a change of ends.
He bowled from this end yesterday, from memory. 3 slips waiting. Wood to Carey outside the off stump, and that ball keeps a little low as it goes through to Johnny Bairstow.
I think you've got to be flexible as a bowler to be able to say to your skipper, I'll bowl any end. You get 1 or 2. There will be, oh, no, this is my end. I'm staying at this end. You never know. Change it round. You never know.
Might behave a little differently.
Absolutely.
Might hit a different spot on the pitch. You might have a batter used to facing you from one end and the ball behaving a certain way.
An umpire is willing to raise his finger.
True. Wood up to Carey, very wide outside the off stump, and Carey won't try to slash that through the covers. It is one of his preferred shots. I wonder how much, particularly in the pre-DRS era, that was a factor as to if you knew you had an umpire who was a not-outer, if you had a bowler who relied a lot on leg before wickets versus one who didn't, that sort of thing.
Or an umpire who'd been a bowler himself.
Yep.
And enjoyed and appreciated that sort of style of bowling. Definitely.
Yeah, I remember, you'd remember him from the 90s, Bumble. Steve Dunn, the New Zealand umpire, never gave anything out.
Yeah.
Everything was not out.
Wood. Bowls to Carey, who's trying to drive inside edge past his leg stump. It takes a little deflection off his back foot in the end, I think. Rolls away to square leg.
It's really full, that ball from Mark Wood. I'm not sure if he intended it to be that full.
False shot from Carey. It swung in as well, so he takes the inside edge between Carey's feet, and there was a little bit of in-swing. That's when Mark Wood goes from very difficult to incredibly dangerous.
And again, an angled bat. So a batter searching for the ball, really, as we saw with Marsh. Inside edge invariably clatters into the stumps.
Root, Bairstow, Marsh, all been out in that fashion. Wood bowls to Carey, who's driving nicely, but he hits it straight at the cover fielder, the substitute there.
Mark Elam's son.
Mark Elam's son doing his job, Elam Jr. 62 overs gone, and Australia 5 for 152.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles checked and locked prices are more than 20% below market prices every day of the year. Yes, National Tiles are dedicated to helping our clients save money on their tiles every day of the year. Come in store or online now and see for yourself. proof of National Tiles checked and locked prices on many of our most popular tiles at 20% below market prices every day of the year. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
SEN Ashes cricket for Henley. Brand new Henley completed homes in Bonnybrook from under $600,000. 5 for 152 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Australia 131 in arrears. Steve Smith on 25. Huge amount relying on him once again. Anderson bowls to him. Smith steps across and leaves. Carried this team through the series in 2019, did Steve Smith. He's not the same player he was then.
Yeah, averaged only 31 coming into this test match, which is his lowest average, his third lowest average in any series outside Australia, especially outside the subcontinent. Since his great rise as a batter, it's been a problem. He's made that big 100.
It all started here in 2013. He made 138 not out, I think it was, against England at the Oval in a series that had already been lost. Anderson bowls to him, and Smith will take a run out to mid-wicket. He might want a second. He thinks about it, really hairs the first, but in the end decides not to come back. And again, it's Elam Jr.
Elam Jr. making up for the little lapse in the first session of Jimmy Anderson's bowling. Ever since he's been longingly looking at Jimmy Anderson for some sort of acknowledgement, which he's not going to get, is he, David?
No. And the thing that's helpful for Australia right now is that the sun's out. There's a bit of blue sky. The lights are still on.
Mark Elam's sun's out as well. He came herring off the rope that time from deep mid-wicket, and it was a good bit of fielding because that put the pressure on and kept the Australians to one run rather than the second. Smith on 26. Australia 5 for 153. Alex Carey yet to score, leaves the ball outside the off stump. Anderson turns and walks back, as he's done so many thousands of times in his career. Did you find that number, Phil, long before, about how many balls Anderson's bowled in his career?
I know that when I looked at it, 15 test matches he's played against Steve Smith, only dismissed him 4 times.
Interesting. Anderson to Carey, hits him on the pad as the ball decks back in. Too much bounce to interest England for a leg before wicket appeal. How many runs has Smith made against Anderson? I'd be interested to know.
Just on Mark Elam and his son. He has 2 sons. I'm trying to figure out which one this is. George and Tommy both play cricket. Nobody seems to be sure which one is on the field.
I think this is George.
This is George?
This is George.
George, all right, there you go.
King George doing his bit for England as a substitute fielder. Anderson bowls to Carey, little leading edge towards cover. No run.
You see that the batting is difficult, isn't it? It's not easy at all. And the pitch has offered something to the bowlers. England have kept a lid on things. They've controlled the game. Whittled away with the wickets. They've taken 5. How many overs have been bowled? 62 overs.
Well, suddenly England's innings yesterday, which took a fair bit of criticism overnight, doesn't look so bad. Anderson round the wicket to Carey, who lashes a drive. He won't beat the diving slide, the sort of Elvis knee slide at cover to cut off that ball. Zach Crawley dragging his knees across the turf. It's the end of the 63rd over. The drinks will be coming onto the field, and Australia are 5 for 153.
This International Lipstick Day, Revlon is donating $2 from every super lustrous lipstick sold at Chemist Warehouse to look good, feel better. A foundation that helps women face cancer with confidence. For high-impact and moisturising lips, buy Revlon Super Lustrous Lipstick, Australia's #1 lipstick from Chemist Warehouse, and inspire confidence through the power of lipstick. Promotion ends 2nd of August 2023. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Crisp golden pastry filled with creamy custard and delicious raspberry filling. It's the raspberry and custard pie from Macca's, or the new raspberry and custard pie in a McFlurry. It's a choose-your-own creamy adventure. Available for a limited time.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Plantation Homes has fixed price completed homes and terraces ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Plantation Homes Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. plantationhomes.com.au.
Broad bowls and flies in on a pad, much closer. Broad celeb appeal, it's given. Umpire Dharmasena took a moment. Broad didn't turn around, which means absolutely nothing, of course. Kawaja will still consider his options. I think he looks like he's going to review based on the body language, and he makes the T sign now. Here's the projection. So it's 2 reds to start, hitting in line with middle and hitting the top of leg. Broad to him. Head beaten, edging, gone. Stuart Broad wheels away out to backward point. He's got 2 in a hurry after lunch. The 2 southpaws, Kawaja, then Head.
Anderson. He's bowled him. He's gone off the inside edge and knocked leg stump over. Mitchell Marsh is gone. And James Anderson makes a contribution. It's been a long and frustrating wait for England's champion bowler. But he has knocked over one of the biggest threats in Australia's batting lineup.
After resuming at 2 for 115 at lunch, Australia lost wickets at 115. That was Kawaja. Lead before wicket to Broad. Head caught behind from Broad as well for 4. Then Marsh, who chopped Anderson on for 16, which left Australia 5 for 151. And now 5 for 153. England celebrating their wickets for Tobin Brothers funerals. Celebrating lives, Adam Collins jumping in for the next half an hour or so. England needed to win that hour, Bharat, and they did exactly that.
No, more than just win it. They've dominated and gone ahead in this test match for the first time. Just Mitchell Stark, Pat Cummins, Murphy and Hazelwood to come. They're right on top. And an interesting chat at the start of the drinks break. Mark Wood was just brought on for 1 over. And he did look threatening in that over. But as soon as they went for the drinks break, you could see Ben Stokes walk towards the direction of Mark Wood, along with Chris Wokes. The 3 of them had a little bit of a chat, and you can see he's made a change. Brought Joe Root on. Maybe he's going to bring Wood from the other end.
That was the end he was bowling from before, as you say. And just as when I was about to bring up my CricViz app to see what the WinViz reads, it came up on telly. So we're aligned here. 62 for England, 35 for Australia, 3 for the draw. So that's in line with what you're saying. Louis Cameron joins us as well. Good afternoon, Lou.
Good afternoon, Adam. Good afternoon, Bharat.
Root's first ball round the wicket. Bowls to Smith, gets inside the line and places it just in front of the square leg umpire for 1. He's 27, 5 for 154, so they trail by 129.
Picking up on that possible end change that Bharat has just floated. It did seem like Stuart Broad at one point during that magnificent spell he had in that first hour after lunch was throwing the blades of grass in the air, Matthew Lloyd style, almost like he thought the wind had suddenly changed direction. So I wonder if they tried Wood from this end, thinking that maybe now the wind's going that way. But maybe he disagrees.
So the wind's blowing, if you look at the flags on top of the pavilion, sort of over Joe Root's right shoulder or thereabouts. He bowls here around the wicket. Carey slaps it on the drive straight to straightish extra cover. That's Ben Stokes. Crowd catch.
Alex Carey's batting has fallen away in the last few tests. There is a man straight down, right under our box, Dan Lawrence.
They've enjoyed the straight hit through the series, England. Bowls here to Carey, who works it behind square. Doesn't score. So Carey started his tour with 48 and 66 not out in the World Test Championship here at the Kia Oval, then 66 and 20 at Edgbaston, 22 and 21 at Leeds. Might have missed one in between there. Hang on, where are we? I missed Lords, that's right. That was the middle one. Root bowls here. Lap sweep, shout for leg before. It's gone through with the arm. Given not out on the field. Is it a leg bye? It is a leg bye. Might Stokes review on that basis? Root goes up to him. I don't think he's going to, but from our angle, and we are gun barrel straight here, that didn't look a bad shout. And they are going to go upstairs. The third umpire for Imar Insurance. The tradies mate call 1-3 Imar.
They're the tradies mate. That's Imar.
Purely gut feel from the angle we're on. I reckon that's out.
If it's straightened enough, Alex Carey does not get the biggest stride out when he attempts these sweep shots.
See a first replay. So it does pitch outside off. Does it turn? It doesn't. Has it hit the bat?
Oh,
it has.
Yes.
Hit the bat. That's why it was on that angle and it kind of spat out behind square because he's hit it. So that'll be confirmed by the technology. Had he not hit it and it was straight into the pad. It would have been in line with the off stump, but not to be. They'll lose the review.
But I'm a little surprised that Dharmasena signalled it as a leg by, not just because he got it wrong, but it's the second time.
Just sorry, Baz, to jump in. I don't think the third umpire, Menon's convinced that it's a spike.
Well,
it's one of those spikes where it runs all the way across, but only a little bit.
Well, because they're relying on an audio medium when you can tell from a visual medium that he's hit it. So the audio, Ultra Edge picks up audio disturbances. This isn't going to have any audio disturbance because it's just rolled along the glove.
So we're still going back and forth, and this is where I feel sorry for third umpires. They have and it's going to the technology. Here we go. It's impact outside 3 metres, and to be fair, the impact of the ball is outside the line of the off stump anyway, so they'll lose the review. But the very fact that you and I, all three of us know they hit the bat, but the third umpire's in an invidious situation where the way that the spike forms on the screen, it's bolstering the argument for full-time third umpires for mine. Having audio engineers making those calls, not 55-year-old men, or not men is not 55, but guys who've been umpiring for all of their lives, being asked to interpret technology like that, which is not straightforward for those who aren't professionally trained in audio engineering.
Well, yeah, we've been many an hour, Adam, on air talking about the need for a professional third umpire.
So Root again in the game, bowling around the wicket to Smith on 27, darts it in. Smith defends.
There's a few things to unpack here. The Ben Stokes there was not very happy with the fact that the replay showed that he was 3 metres in front of the crease or in front of the stumps.
So I almost feel like we need to come back after the ad break to really discuss this properly.
Okay, Root to finish an eventful over. Smith of his leg stump out to deep square for 1. He'll keep the strike. Smith 28, Australia 5 for 156, and that is on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Crisp golden pastry filled with creamy custard and delicious raspberry filling. It's the raspberry and custard pie from Macca's, or the new raspberry and custard pie in a McFlurry. It's a choose-your-own creamy adventure. Available for a limited time.
Here's why renting a car from Bargain Car Rentals is such a bargain. Best prices guaranteed, no hidden fees, and no fees for drivers under 25, offering unlimited kilometres and locations everywhere. Bargain Car Rentals Australia. Now that's a bargain. Visit bargaincarrentals.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. Louis Cameron is fired up about this DRS. Talk us through why you're angry.
I wouldn't say I'm fired up. I'm just a little bit confused. So first thing, he's hit it. Third umpire's relied on Ultra Edge, which records audio waves, disturbances to audio waves. There's no disturbance because it's kind of rolled along his bat and then hit the glove. So he's rolled it through to the normal DRS, which you'd get if he hadn't hit it, which he had. And then it's shown to be outside the line of off stump anyway, so not a big deal. But the other bit that meant it wasn't out, the third way it wasn't out, was that the DRS tracking said that he was more than 3 metres, it hit him more than 3 metres away from the stumps.
How? Anderson new over starts, the Smith leaves alone. I mean, how's it possible he's more than 3 metres away from where the ball's hit his pad when he's sweeping from the crease?
Well, I mean, it was a really big stride, and he did get a long way outside, but the only time I've ever seen that invoked is when batters come down the wicket to spinners, or if batters are batting a long way out of their crease to fast bowlers. I've never seen it when a batsman starts within their crease.
Yeah, and for a spinner, he's not standing outside his crease, obviously.
Exactly.
So, no wonder Ben Stokes was a little miffed with it. And I'm also miffed with Kumar Dharmasena.
So the lights are still on here at the Kia Oval. Anderson close to the umpire, bowls to Smith, leaves alone. Good length. Just maybe a fraction short of a good length, but in that channel outside the off stump anyway.
Yeah, well, for such a senior umpire, it's the second time in this game I've seen him signal a leg by before the 15-second countdown meter is gone for the DRS. Because generally, I think the playing conditions also say that as an umpire, you wait for that countdown to be over and then you make your call.
Because I was just going to ask you about this, because it looks like, I mean, they weren't paying attention to what signal he made. He was wrong anyway, because he signalled leg byes and he'd hit it. But the fielding team shouldn't get the advantage of knowing what the umpire thinks.
Anderson to Smith, who leaves alone, back of a length again. Just out of curiosity, had it been given not out on the basis that he'd hit it, would he be then credited with the run? Or would it still be a leg by?
No, he would have been credited with the run. And eventually...
Retrospectively, they give the run.
And Dharmasena was proven to be right because of the third umpire went with the stick-o-meter. The leg by stood.
So you're saying that if the third umpire had if he'd gotten that right and he'd said, actually, Carey did hit that, then he would have been credited with a run.
Yeah.
Right, which is important because Carey's still on 0.
He's faced 14 balls for 0. Here is Smith facing Anderson, and soft hands behind point off the front foot, moves to 29. With the single, he's faced 51 balls, 5 for 157 the score, and that is not completely over. Sorry, Carey's back on strike. Phil Long.
Yeah, very quickly, England now only have 1 review remaining.
Yes, good point.
And just
which is the fair outcome. We should just add as a final note on that.
Absolutely, yeah. The fair outcome was reached. But going back to Dharmasena, you remember that controversial test, Tim Payne going after Paul Wilson, where it was not about whether the ball had hit the bat or not. It was about why he'd given it not out. Are you saying Pujara or whoever the batter was not playing a shot, or was he playing a shot? He was looking for a hint.
Anderson, sun's out. 3 slips, bowls to Carey round the wicket, shout for leg before. Anderson doesn't look too convinced in his own question of umpire Wilson. It's given not out, they won't review that one.
Yeah, and some colourful language was picked up through the stump mic. But that wasn't the point. The point was players are always looking for a hint from the umpires, captains in particular. But if you're going to signal leg by, so what you're saying is, I'm deeming it not out, but it did hit his pad and not hit his bat. You're giving a clue to the fielding team, which you should not be doing.
And so the playing conditions do state, this is a question for you, Bharat, as the umpiring expert, they do state that you're not supposed to give the signal until the reviews.
You wait till the 15 seconds.
Anderson to finish. Carey driving through the covers. Lovely way to get off the mark rather. Does so with a boundary out towards the Galladari stand. So Carey's to 4, Smith 29, Australia 1 for 161 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman Super Saturday is back. Get 10% off your purchase price in gift cards when you spend $250 or more. T's and C's apply. Gift card valid for 1 month.
All right, I'm going to the bar. We'll be back in a tick.
What, like now? Mate, they're in the forward half and pressing.
I won't be long this time.
Can I get mid-strength and...
Oh, come on. Hurry up. So many people. Oh, what? What did I miss? Who scored?
Spending more time queuing for drinks than watching the game? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Ashes cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's. Joe Root to continue. And Macca's, I'm loving it moment of the session order. The new Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's was when Usman Khawaja was trapped leg before by Stuart Broad to get the party started. Root round the wicket to Smith, defending from the crease. Out towards mid-wicket, no run. Phil Walker jumping back in to the expert chair for Red Energy, awarded Australia's most trusted electricity provider by Canstar. Hello.
Afternoon, Adam, and good morning, I guess, to our listeners.
Root bowls. Smith in the short sleeve jumper defends to mid-wicket.
Yeah, no matter how hard they try, these two teams, they just can't quit each other, can they? It's been an attempt by Australia to try and suck the life out of this game, but England just won't quite let them.
Root bowls to Smith, who turns behind square where Stuart Broad's fielding, no single.
And so we suddenly have a compelling cricket match. We all came into it not quite sure how to feel. I think we all know now these two teams are going at it now. They're fully invested in this game. It can go either way.
Root bowls, Smith pitch short. Cuts it. Forces it really out to deep extra cover where there's 1. It's 30 for him. 5 for 162 Australia. They trail by 121.
And it's a good point about the way England stay in games. I think there's a lot made about Bazball batting and stuff like that, but the way Stokes sticks with it as captain, the way their bowlers remain in the contest despite Australia trying to bat them out of it, shows a lot of resilience, a lot of staying power.
Root delivers and Carey gets forward and defends. The previous ball to Smith was that medium pace arm ball that Root bowls. I reckon he's got the best arm ball in world cricket at the moment, Root.
Right, so that one that almost, Marnus nicked it, didn't he? Straight through Crawley's outstretched hands in the previous test match. Absolute Jaffa.
Root to finish. Conventional off break, and Carey defends it out to cover. Into the over, 5 for 162, and that's on the Harvey Norman scoreboard with Carey 4 and Smith on 30. They trail by 121.
When it comes to cricket, like Imar, the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, sparkies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. Imar tradies love cricket. That's why Imar is the third umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13-IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide.
That's Imar.
With the South Australian in the middle, Carey. Hello to our listeners in South Australia for Morn Team Used Cars, mornteam.com.au. Low K's, perfectly presented, incredible features and a free 1-year warranty on all used car deliveries during the Ashes series. Anderson, new over, bowls here to Smith, inside part of the bat, down towards mid-on, no run. Whenever I mention Maureen Bharat, other South Australian in the box, goes up, yeah, you little beauty. He's a crow eater through and through. Smith just working into it here.
Yeah, he's been broadly unflustered, hasn't he, all afternoon. He's been playing a different game out there. Fascinating to watch him play Mark Wood, because he just has that split second of extra time that other players don't have. He's able to work Wood off his hip.
That leg slip and two back for an Anderson short ball. If it comes, not here, it went well outside the off stump. Interesting that no side's been bowled out for under 224 in the series, Lou. Like, we've not seen the full throttle collapse, have we, from either team?
Yeah, 100% right. And it's a credit to the way both teams are batted, and the credit to the series. And I mean, apart from Manchester, we've just got really close cricket the whole way through.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think most people on their Ashes bingo card had 8 in a session. Certainly from the home side, I certainly did. I thought it would blow up in their face once or twice. Not really seen it.
Anderson bowls and Smith drives to mid-off, no run. I think it was one calendar year, might be 2018, where England lost all 10 wickets 4 times in a year.
Yeah, so I think it was 5 times across maybe Joe's tenure as captain, and I think it only happened twice before in the history of English Test cricket, or something absurd. Yeah, England managed to win one game in 17 before Stokes took over. So every time people get a bit sniffy about Bazball, I think it's a bit crude. It's worth remembering that stat, I feel.
Sunny now, but the lights are still on. Anderson away from the pavilion. Close to the stumps, bowls to Smith, who clips him with ease. Wide of the man at deep square, can get 2. Smith up to 32. That's his signature shot, really, Smith, isn't it? The extravagant lift of the bat, bringing it down in the nick of time, timing it out in front of where the sweeper is. 5 for 1, 6 for the score.
I think we've talked about both teams always getting at least to 220. I mean, in the first 2 tests, that wasn't really much of an achievement. I mean, those pitches were, if you weren't making 300 on those, you probably weren't doing a pretty good job. But I think the Headingley pitch in particular, and this one, Manchester was pretty good, giving considering the rain that they had in the lead in and the challenges they had with preparing it. But I love this over wicket. I loved it for the World Test Championship final. I just think it gives everyone a good, fair crack.
It's the best pitch in England at the moment, although Leeds giving it a run for its money. Anderson in rather, to Smith, and he beats him outside the line, and he's very frustrated at that. He immediately thumps his bat in the turf and starts mimicking the shadow leave, Smith. He knows that you can't nibble out there to Anderson. It was a nothing shot.
It was, and it was a mark of how much it had gone that I was sure he nicked it. It's gone after the event, but it has hit the seam and gone appreciably. And Smith normally just covers that off. You know, he likes to play outside the eye line. He's comfortable with it, but it was with a cross bat, really, poking outside his line.
Seeing some replays of Smith here for tyre power, winter safety, so I might come back to it the next over. It feels like his grip's even more turned around than normal, Louis. Anderson bowls here to Smith. He leaves. That's the right ball to leave. And Smith throws his hand in the air, signals to the dressing room for something. End of the over. 5 for 164. That's on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Carey for Smith 32. They trail by 119.
Do you need some steel for that weekend job? Talk to Brisbane Posts and Beams. They'll help you get exactly what you need and when you need it. That's where the tradies go. They're super helpful and have years of knowledge. They also have a cut-to-size service, as well as a huge range of 2-metre pieces ready to go. Next time you need steel, see Brisbane Posts and Beams. Give them a call on 1300 4POSTS or visit brisposts.com.au.
Little graphic on the screen between overs showing that James Anderson's getting more than double the swing he was getting yesterday. So 1.22 degrees today, 0.52 of a degree yesterday. That was a major talking point in our build-up, that he seemed to have lost his outswinger. Well, he's got it back today, Phil.
Certainly has, certainly in spurts and moments, but maybe a slightly heavier atmosphere, slightly more humid today.
Around the wicket to Carey, start of a new over, defends into the onside no run. Louis.
Yeah, and I reckon even after we started talking about it earlier, I've noticed that outswinger more to the left-hander when he's bowling to Quadra earlier. He got it from around the wicket to the left-handed, bringing it back towards the off stump.
He's got a slip and a catch and cover for Carey. Root bowls here, using his feet, driving, doesn't beat the bowler. He's got the straight hit in position if he does get it beyond him. That's Dan Lawrence, the sub, the Surrey recruit.
I'm always surprised that play isn't in the batsman's eye line. I reckon I would.
Well, there was some and Edgbaston as Root bowls and Carey defends. We learned a little bit about this, so that the straight hit was permitted so long as they did not move at all. They're not allowed to walk in with the bowler. They've got to be statuesque down there beneath us. But yes, given how much is made of bowler's eye line these days, it's a little bit odd. Root bowls and Carey swings across the line, out over the top of the man at mid-on. He's got plenty of that. Gone all the way for 6. So Carey trying to turn up the volume here. He advances to double figures. He's 10, 5 for 170, the second 6 of the session as well.
Yeah, I like that thinking a lot. Root's tossed it up outside off stump. There's vast expanses out towards cow corner. Mid-on is up, which is Stokes' style. You've got a deep mid, but there's a large gap there, and he's spied it and had the gumption to go for it.
Great timing as well. Root bowls. Carey slaps the cover and he's gone! 6 and outs. Straight to Ben Stokes, the captain. He can't believe his luck. Joe Root, the part-time offie, has picked up England's 4th wicket of the session, and Carey will be mortified after heaving Root across the line, over the rope, over cow corner. Next ball, he gives catching practice, straight to cover, straight to Stokes, and Australia a 6 for 170. Carey gone for 10.
So many times in this series, Australia have just let England spinners bowl to them. They did it at Edgbaston, they did it at Leeds, where they just let Moeen Ali bowl at them and bowl at them and bowl at them. Didn't go hard enough at him. Alex Carey showed some excellent intent. He hit that one over mid-wicket. It looked like he kind of got caught in two minds with that one. He hit it straight to cover. Just kind of had to be a bit more certain about what he was doing.
Exactly that, Louis. It was tentative, really. It was a half-hearted attempt and a packed offside field as well, so there wasn't really much purchase in the shot. And you could see as well Steve Smith's reaction. I mean, he keeps his emotions pretty much on the surface anyway, does Steve, when he's out there, but he was visibly quite disgruntled with his mate there, and he can see Smith is batting so masterfully, and he can see the guts of this middle order just sort of falling over, right? And this is a problem for him, because he knows first innings runs are absolutely essential here. And Smith is playing a different game, but he's running out of partners. Suddenly Mitchell Stark's here at number 8.
4 for 55 since lunch. Australia have lost, and they don't have the luxury of having Carey at 8 and 2 all-rounders this week. It's Mitchell Stark, who's batting very nicely in the series, but he's walking out at 8 instead of 9, Lou.
And another little mini triumph for that little straight hit that we were talking about just before that dismissal. I reckon it just throws batters into a slightly different mindset. They're so used to either having mid-off back or mid-on back. On that occasion, they had the 2 catching covers and the straight hit, straight behind the bowler, and then a mid-on. So Carey kind of goes, well, I can get him over mid-on if he throws it up wide enough and I can throw my hands through it. But then he's just kind of not sure what he's doing when he's hitting through the offside. I reckon it's good tactics.
Exactly that. Fair play to them as well, because Carey smashed it straight back to Root, didn't he, at the end of the Edgbaston game? Was it the Edgbaston game? Yeah, and perhaps there is that angle with Root that it dips on the left hand, and perhaps he's not entirely comfortable getting on top of it, and England have intuited that. So, as you say, 2 men on the drive, and it's paid off for them. Stokes, by the way, as you alluded to earlier, is a masterful on-field captain. I've seen a few English skippers who aren't, and it's clear when they're not.
Name names.
Oh, well, there's 1 or 2 already out there, actually. He might be bowling now.
Yes. Slipping a leg slip. First ball here to Stark. He made 35 not out last week at Manchester, defending here. He also made 41 at the Oval in the World Test Championship final. Another big over for England, getting rid of Carey for 10. Australia 6 for 170. They trail by 113 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
It's an all-Queensland derby as the Gold Coast Titans take on the North Queensland Cowboys at Seabus Super Stadium this Sunday. Be there as AJ Brimson, David Fafita and a fired-up Titans squad tackle the high-flying Cowboys in an explosive Sunday afternoon clash. Off the field, get ready for an action-packed freestyle motorbike and BMX show thanks to Dry Times. It doesn't get any bigger. Titans v Cowboys at Seabus Super Stadium, 4 p.m. this Sunday. Grab your tickets via ticketek.com.au.
Joe Root more than useful with the ball in the series. 6 wickets. Now, many of those top-order players, SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon at Knackers. I've got Phil Walker with me. I'm desperate to talk to Phil Walker about the 1987 Battle of Britain here between Carlton and North Melbourne after his interview with Alistair Clarkson a couple of years ago. It won't be in this dinner commentary. There's too much going on. Mark Wood back into the attack.
Left an indelible mark on me, though, I can tell you that.
We're going to get there eventually.
Good move again by Stokes. Going for the jugular. Mark Wood back in the attack. Makes a lot of sense. He cleaned up Mitchell Starc with a bullet that he didn't really see on that first afternoon at Leeds.
It feels like he's going back to him a lot today. Like, he's asking a lot of this guy he's kind of admitted is not at 100% fitness.
Yeah, he's 16th over. He's got a leg slip for Smith. Delivers here. Smith plays straight to mid-on. There won't be a single. He's 32 from 62, and they need to find a way to let Smith be his best self here, the Australian lower order.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, he has form in England of doing it. I'll never forget that Edgbaston 100 that he made first test of 2019 when he batted so well with the tail. He does have the different gears, doesn't he? He can play within himself and just mark time for hours and hours, or he can explode at you. But England have set the field back.
Yeah. So 2 out, leg slip. 2 conventional slips. Wood bowls to Smith, who plays from the crease, bottom edge of the bat, down into the turf and back to Wood in his follow through, but no footwork. And Smith, again, a bit of shadow batting, wants to place that out to point, not back down the pitch.
He does that. He has that compulsion, doesn't he? Puts his right arm out to point or to punch towards the area where he was meant to direct it.
And the last ball of the previous over, he got that extra bounce from Jimmy Anderson, and he put his right hand straight up in the air, like just showing everyone how much bounce there was.
He's a one-off Stephen Smith, that's for sure. Trying to eke every last bit out of himself deep into his career. He's facing Wood here. Bowls and on leg stump. Clips in front of square. He did a couple of overs ago from Anderson. It went all the way to the rope. Not on this occasion. They come back for 2. Stark, in theory, to the danger end, but he great runner between wickets for a tall man. Smith 32, 6 for 172. They trail by 1-1-1.
And I think my favourite Steve Smith is the one where he just nips away from him and he just does that thing with his right hand. He just goes... Just kind of like shows everyone just how much it moved off the seam.
Remember going back to Nagpur, Louis, when we were there, and it was all about Smith having given the thumbs up to Jadeja when he got him out. Feels like a long time ago now. We've seen a lot of Test cricket on SEN this year. That was 10 Test matches ago on our coverage. 4 in India and 6 here in England.
It's like Johnny Best has got something in his eye. A little speck of dust, perhaps.
He's being helped by his old mate Joe Root. What, they've been playing together since 12, right? Something like that?
Yeah, indeed, yeah. Yeah, they go well back. And indeed, as does Joe and Stokes as well. They were playing for the north of England as 11-year-olds. Stokes swearing, effing and blinding in his face, trying to knock his head off.
Wood to Smith on 34. Delivers here. Smith gets underneath the first bouncer of the over. We haven't seen a lot of that, Lou, in the Test match so far. Bouncer war stuff. In fact, there was barely a short ball yesterday.
No, there haven't been. Just going back to Johnny Best, I thought he might have been shedding a tear now that Alex Carey is out. That might have been what was in his eye.
Well, Carey's returned since the stumping, for what it's worth. So 22 and 21 at Lords, and he's gone 8, 5, 20, 10.
And has acknowledged himself, right, that it has affected him a little bit, that the response of the crowd he's been aware of it. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty cheap behaviour for what it's worth, but that's another story. He's a good man, a brilliant cricketer.
2 left in the over. Delivers to Smith on leg stump again, able to help it into the onside. No fielder cutting off 1. Smith loves it there. He's 35, 6 for 173.
Don't mind that though, sorry. 3 balls of the over to go. Sorry, no, just the 1 ball of the over to go. Nonetheless, Wood will have that blast at Mitchell Starc.
And I think it can affect, going back to Alex Carey and how he's handled the extra scrutiny, I suppose. I think an Ashes tour, when you're kind of thrown into the fire straight away, even though he is an experienced cricketer, I mean, he's over 30 and he's played a lot of Test cricket now. There's something about coming to this country and having everyone against you, and it's the exact same when England players go to Australia for the first time. That's a really difficult thing because, you go to India and they cheer and they're loud and they're not cheering for your team, but there's a different edge to it here. Yeah. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that edge. There is, something wrong about, grown men abusing you from 5 feet away, but it is a different kind of thing when you come to England, and I think that can be tough for anyone, but especially for Alex Carey and the amount of scrutiny he's had on this tour.
Point well made. Wood to finish. Gets one crack at Stark. He's only faced one ball over the wicket, and Stark plays it nicely. Back down the pitch. End of the over. There'll be a change in commentary. Geoff Lemon taking us through to see with Jeremy Coney. Australia 6 for 173. They trail by 110. Stark get to score. Smith 35, and that's all on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
The AFL season is heating up, so don't miss the Brisbane Lions and Gold Coast Suns in action. Footy has exploded here too. In fact, Australian rules football is now one of the fastest growing sports in Queensland. Whether you're a player, umpire, volunteer or coach, community football has something for everyone. Season 2023 regos are open for NAB AFL Auskick, Superstars Junior and community football. So come on Queensland, let's kick it. To sign up or find a club near you, visit play.afl. That's play.afl.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. It is 6 for 173. Well, if we thought Australia were in strife last time I was on, they're in more strife now. They're still 110 behind. Steve Smith out there on 35 and getting some Edgbaston 2019 energy. It's Smith with the tail having to do the job. Yes, Stark's very capable, but it makes the task harder. Smith defends the first ball of Joe Root's next over. He got a bonus wicket for England with Carey slapping that one to cover. Jeremy Coney, Phil Walker with me. Just get through one more ball from Root.
Racing through, isn't he?
As Smith drives a full toss and drives it handsomely. Picks a gap in between mid-off and the deep extra cover. But a good diving piece of fielding from the fielding sub out there, George Elam. And they'll keep the scoring to 2. Smith up to 37. Australia 6 for 175.
He's a whippet, by the way, the sub-fielder. There's Gary Pratt vibes going on here, I feel. they've plucked him from 2's cricket somewhere.
Don't mention Gary Pratt. Outside the leg stump, Smith steps across and stabs it to square leg. I think that would boil the temperatures of Australians as much as any of that Bairstow chat will in, say, 20 years' time when they look back at Lord's 2023. Australians still mad about Gary Pratt.
Gary Pratt's mad about that moment as well, actually.
Round the wicket, Root. Smith driving. It ends up going off the inside portion of the bat out through square leg. He'll take a single on to 38, 6 for 176. Go on.
He says it was the worst thing that could have happened to his career. He said that he became the subject of dressing room animosity, that he became cast out, he became treated differently, and he puts that moment down to him losing his contract and being on the scrap heap of professional cricket a couple of years later.
He ended up playing lower division football, didn't he?
That's it, yeah.
Gary Pratt. Root around the wicket to the left-handed Stark, who gets forward and drives to duck it. At cover, they've got 2 covers in, a shorter one and a squarer one.
Root round the wicket to the right-handed Smith, firing it into middle and leg. But as soon as the left-hander gets on strike, you can see slightly slower, flighty deliveries coming from him.
Root does give it a bit of air, and Stark drives it away out to deep cover. They've got a sweeper back, several men in the deep. 1 run from the last ball of the over. That gets Stark going. He's got 1. Smith 38. Australia 106 behind. They're 6 for 177.
Ringers Western fans, footy is back. So whether you're on the field or in the field, they've got you covered with sportswear and apparel to get you decked out for the big game. Check out their exclusive range of boots and work shirts to suit your individual country style, along with all your sportwear including caps, t-shirts and so much more. Ringers Western has the perfect fit to suit your style from paddock to pub. Ringers Western, your partner in sport. Check out ringerswestern.com.
6 for 177 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman Super Saturday, that's the day we've been talking about. You get 10% of your purchase price back in gift cards when you spend $250 or more. Terms and conditions apply. The gift card is valid for 1 month. Well, how long is Steve Smith's innings going to be valid for? How much support can he get from Mitchell Starc? Because Starc is going to have to face Mark Wood. And this will be the real test, the real quiz. Mark Wood's bowled 16 overs in the innings so far. He's got 1 for 31. He was rapid as ever, but he's had a slightly heavier workload than he sometimes does. He's in and he's bowling to Starc off the hip. Starc's able to get a run and get off strike immediately. Ideal result for Australia. Starc goes for 2, goes 2-2. Desmond and Australia 6 for 178.
Yeah, they'll be a bit cranky there, will England? They've given him a fairly easy single there into the onside, and he's off strike from the first ball of the over. They had the chance to squeeze him a bit more there.
Mark Wood, back to the top of the mark. Jeremy, you did a lot of batting with the lower order. How do you approach it?
How do I approach it?
Yes.
I think the lower order has to do their part. I mean, these sort of situations.
Wood bowls to Smith. He'll take a run off his pads out towards mid-wicket. He thinks about the second but won't take it. He starts and Stark says, no, I'm fine. I'll face Mark Wood. No worries at all. Smith to 39. Australia 6 for 179.
You generally will have a chat to them and say, are there any particular bowls you really feel uncomfortable with? It might be a spinner, perhaps getting some turn. It might be, in this case, it might be Wood, particularly. So you'll say, OK, well, look, I mean, they've still got a lot of runs to get. You can't really shield, I'm afraid, the entire tail. And you try and minimise against the number of balls he's going to face against Wood. I mean, it's a fairly obvious kind of chat, really. It's not rocket science. There are no sort of real secrets about it.
No, but there are some players who seem to be better at it than others.
Well, it's... You encourage too a heck of a lot.
Wood, he'll stay over the wicket, the right armour to the left-handed Stark, and he's pitching up. Stark's driving nicely enough down to mid-off. Won't get a run, but got the full face of the bat to it.
I remember when we got involved with you and Chatfield, and we needed sort of about 50, and Chats as he walked out to bat. It's always a comfort when the man ahead of you is being carried off, which was Lance Cairns in this particular case, hit in the head by Wasim Akram.
And this was after you and Chatfield had been hit a couple of years earlier, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's correct. In 1974, he basically almost died.
Wood up to bowl to Stark, who's fencing and almost nicking it through to Johnny Bairstow, who does take the ball cleanly in front of first slip, but there's no contact from the bat.
But it was really just having actually his entrance onto the ground too. It's the only time I've ever seen an international cricketer get his bat horizontally jammed between the gate posts as he walked out, and then he tried to walk through his bat, so it arced upwards in the air and landed on just by the boundary in front of him. And he walked out. I mean, he had a batting average, I think, of 3.2, and we needed 50. And so it was just a case of saying, Chats, take centre. Take centre today. Don't take the outside leg stump and don't move away from it. Stand on your centre and go forward. Go forward. Keep going forward. And you'll find that the ball will hit you occasionally. You're going to have to take that, same as we all have to.
Wood bowls to Stark. Short ball. He hooks it away, but it bounces a few times before it reaches the man at fine leg. So they'll get through for another run. Stark's taken a couple of singles off Wood in the over. One ball to come, 6 for 180.
And he was brilliant. He was brilliant for the first half an hour of his innings. He used the full face of the bat. He came forward nice. Then he tried to use his own unique and distinct style of play. And instead of using the wide part of the bat, he started to use the thin bit. So when he came forward, and he just missed them all after that, and then got hit a lot, but you just kept going and then break the target down into very achievable bits, threes. Break it into threes, things like that you can achieve quite quickly.
Wood has one ball at Stephen Smith, and he's pitching it up, and Smith is in behind it, pushing it down to mid-off. 71 overs gone. Australia still 103 behind, 6 for 180.
Imagine a brilliant blend of tech-powered, human-centric experiences in a Hyundai SUV. Like advanced engine technology to deliver an effortless drive with superb fuel efficiency. Well, the future is here. Hyundai's range of SUVs from the midsize Tucson to Santa Fe and the premium Palisade are available for delivery. Visit Hyundai.com.au or your local showroom to test drive tomorrow's SUV today. T's and C's apply. Imagine that. Hyundai.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's 6 for 180. We're talking about tail end batting. England's trying to get the ball changed for the 17th time today. Phil Long.
And for the second time in 3 balls.
Second time in 3.
They did it after 4 balls of that over, yeah.
If at first you don't succeed, become irritatingly persistent.
They're doing all right with it too. I mean, it's been England's day, totally, hasn't it? Now the 1 for 50 runs off the entire first session, basically. And then since then, they've had Khawaja and Head from Broad, taking the left-handers out of play. Marsh has, got an inside edge to Anderson, and then Carey's just slapped one straight into the covers sort of area. So it's been a mixture of weak play, really, and they got stuck in the first session completely.
Joe Root, part-time off spin around the wicket. It's left alone by Mitchell Starc coming forward on the front foot. You would not say that the ball that got Carey out was the Macca's delivery of the day.
No.
You can order via McDelivery on the My Macca's app. Alex Carey donated a wicket to Joe Root after hitting him over mid-wicket for 6. Left alone the next ball outside off stump again. Mitchell Starc happy to get forward, be ready to cover the line should the ball come in towards the stumps or pads. But
watch out for the arm ball.
Here goes Root. That might be the arm ball, and Starc defends it, keeps it out of his pads. That was a bit quicker and a bit straighter.
It's interesting that it's disappeared from an off-spinner's armoury. It always used to be a real integral component of what their bag of tricks long ago.
Root to Starc, bit of air on that one, and Starc's defending from the crease.
Maybe the undercutters and the doostras and things like that have overtaken it. The doostras are gone now, haven't they? But but it certainly wasn't. And Root used it beautifully in Manchester.
Root bowls outside off stump, little short. Starc cuts. He'll get runs here. Might be a couple. It might be 4. Going all the way around the boundary line. There's a bit of fancy footwork from Daniel Lawrence, perhaps unnecessarily, the other sub-fielder. So he's sort of flicked the ball up, then he's grabbed it in midair, realised he was about to run over the rope, threw it up to himself, left the field, came back into the field of play in midair and tapped the ball back in. Now, I think this will end up being 2 runs because he's got his foot off the ground from outside the field of play before he lands inside the field of play. Is that the most unnecessarily extravagant overcomplication of fielding you've ever seen?
It was like he's got new whites, new creams on, doesn't want to slide. Whatever he does, he's not getting them covered in clarts. I like his style.
Like country dancing, isn't it?
Only just.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, but he's okay, I think.
I think his toe's still on the ground outside the field of play before he touches the ball. So, what does that mean? It's gone along the ground, so it can't be 6. It has to be 4. The umpires are going to say, that's okay, carry on. There you go. Good work from Barishnikov down on the boundary line. 6 for 182, floated up, and Starc wallops a drive down the ground. Half the pace is taken off it by Ben Stokes at a short straight mid-off, but that doesn't stop it getting down towards the boundary line. They do have long off back, so 6 for 183 after 72 overs.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles checked and locked prices are more than 20% below market prices every day of the year. Yes, National Tiles are dedicated to helping our clients save money on their tiles every day of the year. Come in store or online now and see for yourself. Proof of National Tiles checked and locked prices on many of our most popular tiles at 20% below market prices every day of the year. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
SEN Ashes cricket. That was good fun watching Dan Lawrence on the replay there. Doing his thing, dancing around, twirling about, twirling towards freedom. That's for tyre power. Their winter safety sale is now on. 6 for 183 the score. That means Australia trail by exactly 100 runs. And Mark Wood coming into bowl to Mitchell Starc, who plays the ball down. And Bharat Sundaresan has come in to join us. Hello.
Hello, Geoff. Did I just say Brian May? Is that Brian May?
It is.
It is Brian May.
It's Brian May, the guitarist from the band Queen.
Yes, of course. I mean, it doesn't matter that Mike Gadding is sitting next to him. Who cares?
No.
It's Brian May.
It is Brian May. I played some guitar with him.
Ooh.
You played some guitar with Brian May?
Very keen cricketer. Very keen cricketer. That's the only reason we played guitar together. We had a common interest.
Can we just forget the cricket and talk about that for the next 10 minutes?
No.
It's just Mark Wood.
Mark Wood is rock and roll cricket as far as that goes. Over the wicket, bowling to Stark. He'll get a run out through mid-wicket. Might be a couple. Smith is thinking about the second. Stark says no once again. So the deficit is into double figures, the psychological double figures barrier. No, there are overthrows.
No, touched.
Well, it's hit Smith, so he's not running. Spirit of cricket. Spirit of cricket.
Yes, it's one. That's spirit of cricket.
Spirit of cricket's back. Steve Smith just says, settle down, everybody.
Stop the press. Spirit of cricket lives in London.
And the English crowd give a condescending round of applause, as if to say, you've done things correctly in the way that we have defined that they should be done.
They basically didn't boo him then.
Yes.
That was the positive
fair enough.
Polite smattering of applause after the ball clipped Smith, who had a smile on his face and even shares a friendly word with Johnny Bairstow, it looked like. I couldn't see Bairstow's face, so he was probably still scowling. They would have had to take the extra
Yes, exactly.
as Ben Stokes learned in the World Cup final.
And take it back.
The 4 runs he definitely didn't want. Here goes Mark Wood, short, and Smith pulls it away, gets a decent piece of this, out to deep square leg, but they've got a boundary rider back. Lawrence again, he's everywhere. Anywhere in the deep. They've got the non-playing sub-fielder, 6 for 185, as Smith moves his score on to 40.
That's pretty comfortable pulling the ball there that time, so that just shows you the value perhaps of having the early overs in the day, the 9 overs in that first session.
Take a bit of steam out of Wood's
Well, maybe
engine.
he could just be trying a slower bouncer.
Andy Roberts style.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you slip in the... What's the Andy Roberts second bounce actually that quick, Jerry? Like, is it like an urban legend that he bowls a slow bouncer and then the much quicker
That's
bouncer?
true.
Always back to back?
No.
Oh.
So there'll be a change in angle. Wood will come around the wicket to the left-handed Stark. Look to angle in at the body, presumably cramp him up. Short leg waiting, 2 slips. Wood bowls to Stark down the leg side, and Stark flinches underneath it. Manages to evade the ball. That's all he needs to do. Tall bowler. He knows how bouncers work. Get down low and don't go.
Poor Mitchell Stark said he wanted to put his feet up, not bat throughout the day. Here he is before the tea break.
Well, he's going to have to bat 30-odd overs if he wants to help Australia out of this current jam. 98 the deficit. Smith on 40 doing his part so far, and Smith has looked much better. You see different versions of Steve Smith. There are innings in this series where he's looked twitchy and unhappy and uncomfortable. He's looked composed throughout today. Wood comes up to Stark, who plays a pull shot. It's up in the air. It could be caught here. Duckett coming around, and the simple catch is taken. And that's diabolical from Mitchell Stark. He's given it away. Didn't need to play that shot. Just needed to get out of the way of the short ball. But he's given away his wicket. Another one goes down. Australia 7 for 185, and Steve Smith is being left all on his own.
Threw his head back in angst to Steve Smith at the non-striker's end. You're right, with just 8 minutes left for the tea break. Mitchell Stark had looked largely untroubled in that innings, getting out of the way of the short ball. But this one kind of cramped him. He was in no position to play or even attempt a pull shot. All he was going to achieve was get a top edge, and Ben Duckett running in from a fine leg. He was in a bit from the ropes, taking an easy catch, and Australia just keep losing wickets in the session.
It's a poor loss, isn't it, that one? I mean, because we've just been saying, you know, what's Wood is now into his 18th over, something like that. Yes. He must be feeling that. And so if you could see him off till tea time, then maybe there's a chance that he's not going to bowl that. Are they going to take the new ball? All those kinds of questions, and would be taking it. So that's really just a poor stroke at the wrong time.
Hard to understand why he decided to play that shot. It was sort of leg stump line. It wasn't that short. He just dinks it away off the top edge, really, around the corner. It only travelled about 25 yards from the bat. Comfortable looping sort of catch. Wasn't a full-blooded shot that's caught out in the deep. Requires someone to run around or slide or anything like that.
Yeah, Brian May started next to Mike Gatting will say another one bites the dust. He will. I'm sure.
What do you mean, be humming it now?
Yeah, humming it.
Okay.
Right.
7 for 185 is the score at the moment. So Pat Cummins out to the middle. the Australian captain, did a wonderful job with the bat at Edgbaston. He's hasn't so much tailed off as nosedived into the ocean the last few innings that he's played. He has to get through. One ball from Mark Wood, who pitches it up in Cummins' defence. He wants to take a run down towards mid-on. He'll get through for one. He even thinks about the second. Smith says yes, says no. Sends him back eventually. They both put their palms up. They survive, and after 73 overs, Australia 7 for 186.
Nothing unites Queenslanders like being maroon. Cheer from home with a non-ticketed Maroons membership. The Queensland Maroons have teamed up with 4X to bring you the ultimate supporter pack, so you can show your support for Queensland all year round. Feel part of the team and show pride in your origin no matter where you are with this 4X Maroon membership. Go all in at maroonshop.com.
SEN Ashes Cricket. Geoff Lemon, Bharat Sundaresan and Jeremy Coney coming to you from the Oval, live from London. This 5th Test match, the one that will decide what the series scoreline will be. Whether Australia can take a series win, well, that looks like a very difficult job at this point. When they bowled out England for 283 yesterday and they were 1 for 61 overnight, they would have been very confident of taking a lead. They're a long way from doing that at the moment. They're 7 for 186. They're still 97 runs behind. They do have Steve Smith there. They've got Pat Cummins with him. Batted well earlier in the series, 38 and 44 not out at Edgbaston, 22 not out and 11 at Lords, but he's made 0, 1 and 1 in his 3 innings since then. He's on 1 at the moment, and as soon as they realised he was going to be on strike, Chris Woakes started warming up.
Joe Root just pointed to Chris Woakes and said, come on, it's your turn. As soon as Steve Smith denied or declined the second run, makes sense. He's bowled so well, Chris Woakes, throughout the day. Could easily have 2 or 3 wickets to show for it. Pat Cummins, his batting has also gone down since his heroics in Edgbaston.
Cummins will be on strike, facing Woakes, who bowls in at the pads, and Cummins is turning the ball away to mid-wicket. Can't get a run on that occasion.
We know that catches are really important, but how important now in the context of the match is the Carey drop. Really, I mean, that's kind of the width of Root's catch today, almost, that one, wasn't it? And so that was a very bad miss, really, and the guy goes from 5 to 85. That's a lot of runs in the context of this game right now.
Yep, that's the deficit and then some. Woakes outside the off stump, edged by Cummins along the ground for third slip. Duckett tumbles across and stops the ball on the half volley. Genuine nick.
And especially in a series where it's his counterpart who's been criticised a lot for his wicket keeping. I remember Scott Bailey, one of our colleagues in the Australian press, was keeping count after the first 3 tests. I think Johnny Bairstow was minus 30 in terms of the number of runs he'd scored, and batters would score runs after he dropped catches of them. Alex Carey now might be struggling on that front.
Woakes up to Cummins, who plays a drive, wants a run, but mid-off gets across, tumbles, dives, and Stokes parries it towards Stuart Broad, who's coming across from mid-on. There'll be no run there.
I think the guys on before us were talking about Carey and maybe the impact of the stumping of Bairstow. And certainly the runs have nosedived, haven't they? We know that. And then the dropped catch, you start to see bits of his, his skill set just peeling away slightly.
Woakes up to Cummins on the off stump and almost nicking it into the keeper's gloves. Beats the edge of Cummins' bat. I think the difference that stands out for me is that at the start of the summer over here, it wasn't just that Carey's keeping was adequate or competent, his keeping was outstanding. He was taking really difficult catches. He was stopping balls that were going down the leg side. He was getting up high to get the bounces that might go over his head. He was absolutely sharp, and so he's come back to a sort of normal keeper's level now, which looks like a decline.
Yeah, could it be fatigue? We've spoken a lot about fast bowlers and playing 6 test matches in the space of 7 weeks.
I think it's just mentally taxing. It is a hostile tour. You get a lot of negativity. You get a lot of people going at you. Online, at the grounds, potentially out in public.
It's a lot of deep squats. If you take it over 5 test matches, 6 test matches.
Woakes up to Cummins, who leaves outside the off stump. I just think given given most of these test matches have had rain interruptions, they've had short innings, England have batted quickly, got out quickly. The Australians haven't been in the field for as much time. They haven't had 6 test matches worth of test cricket, if you will.
Probably fair.
They've played 6 test matches with probably about 4 test matches worth of actual play, had you gone the whole distance. So I think it's less about the physical toll and more that it's probably emotionally tiring having such an intense couple of months. As Wokes bowls in at the pad, striking Cummins. Everybody's going up except the bowler. The crowd went up, the slips went up, and Wokes just turned around, picked up the ball and said, pipe down, everybody. The overs come to an end. 74 overs gone. Australia 7 for 186.
Oh, Schnitz Nugget. While smaller than a schnitz, the Schnitz Nugget's larger than the nugget laws permit. And while nuggets are just fine and we hold schnitz in great esteem, the mighty Schnitz Schnugget is the perfect in-between. Whether just a tasty snack or on the side of more, the Schnitz Schnugget's golden crumb will have you shouting, more. The new Schnitz Schnugget. Not quite a schnitz, not quite a nugget. Available now at Schnitz.
SEN Ashes cricket 7 for 186, and here's something for the crowd to get behind with 1 over to go until the tea break. Harry Brook is going to bowl an over of his right arm monstrosities, whatever that was that he produced at Edgbaston. Knowing the way things go, given that he's made 85 in the first innings, he'll probably take a wicket.
Especially that of Steve Smith. And hey, solidarity with those who bowl off the wrong foot. I'm all with Harry Brook.
Bharat Sundaresan is a wrong foot operator. If you've never seen video of him in the nets.
Williamson at the Basin Reserve for 140. Caught down legs, strangled down leg side.
Well, here goes Brook off about an 8-pace trotting run-up, and Steve Smith is defending respectfully down towards mid-on.
I don't know at what point during the last over Harry Brook got the message, but he only started warming up before the last ball of the Chris Wokes over.
He needs a big warm-up for that action.
He's got a slip in place. Bairstow up to the stumps. Smith defending. Other than that, pretty much a ring field with a couple of sweepers. He's got a deep cover point, a deep square leg and a fine leg. And he's got 5 in the circle, as it were, if we're talking ODI style.
Joe Root mimicking Harry Brook's action at first slip. That's what happens when you bowl off a wrong foot. Everybody wants to give it a go and not be good at it. Jeremy? They're all doing it. Jimmy Anderson's mimicking his action as well.
Now they're shifting the field around. They've taken one out from the leg side. Mid-wicket has come across to a sort of squarish extra cover, and they've got a short cover in, and Smith leaves the ball outside the off stump. Toying with him, playing on the ego, I suppose. Do you really think you can't hit a part-time medium pacer? Go on, hit him. You want to hit him, don't you? Hit him down the ground, the field's up. Play a lofted shot. Are you not good enough to hit Harry Brook? That's the sort of the messaging, I'm sure. Brook bowls to Smith, who leaves outside the off stump.
And Ben Stokes has walked in from mid-off into a very short mid-off. He's right there next to the popping crease.
He's basically next to where the bowler runs through. About 2 yards wide of that, so bowler has to go in between the stumps and the captain. Unusual. Brook bowls straight. Smith does play at this one, but only to defend it back to the bowler. Says, you're not going to tempt me into something silly before the break. We've lost enough wickets in this session. Joe Root wearing 2 hats at slip, COVID style. Brook to finish the session. Bowls to Smith, who defends. And Brook will pick it up in his follow-through. Return the ball to the umpire, who tips the bails off, and that is the end of a very successful session for England. Australia still trail by 97. They're 7 for 186. Steve Smith on 40, Pat Cummins on 1. Phil Long, what was the tail of the session?
Well, the tail of the session, 24 overs, 71 runs, 5 wickets. Interestingly enough, I'll just top them up. There are only 6 boundaries. Steve Smith hit the first ball he faced after lunch for 4, and he's not hit a boundary during the rest of that session.
So a power of work for Australia to do in the third session today. It will be an extended one because they all are in this series, the way the over rates have gone. It should be a 2.5-hour session. We'll be back to take you through all of it, of course.
Build on something solid. And for Maccas, win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. Live from England, cricket's greatest rivalry, the Ashes, on SEN Cricket.
Carey slaps the cover and he's gone. 6 and out. Straight to Ben Stokes, the captain. He can't believe his luck. Joe Root, the part-time offie, has picked up England's 4th wicket of the session, and Carey will be mortified after heaving Root across the line, over the rope, over cow corner. Next ball, he gives catching practice straight to cover, straight to Stokes, and Australia a 6 for 170. Carey gone for 10.
So many times in this series, Australia have just let England spinners bowl to them. They did it at Edgbaston, they did it at Leeds, where they just let Moeen Ali bowl at them and bowl at them and bowl at them. Didn't go hard enough at him. Alex Carey showed some excellent intent. He hit that one over mid-wicket. It looked like he kind of got caught in two minds with that one, hit it straight to cover. Just kind of had to be a bit more certain about what he was doing.
Well summed up there by Louis Cameron. It rather summed up Australia's session as well. Alex Carey, a 6 cent out next ball, caught at cover. One of 5 wickets to fall in the session. 5 for 71 from 24 overs. It leaves Australia in a precarious position. They're 7 for 186. Stephen Smith is still there on 40 from 79 balls, batting with the captain Cummins on 1. They trail by 97. Adam Collins with you. And our coverage is for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's, and I have Peter Lawler with me for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. They just weren't able to make the most of the foundation they laid.
No, 2 big interventions by Joe Root. That catch in the first session that dismissed Labuschagne was a beauty, was a ripper. It kind of just, it set England off on their way, and then that wicket in the afternoon where he pitched it wide. It bowls really well, Joe Root.
Tell you what, it's quite a bit in this, isn't there? The Root catch coming the moment after Stuart Broad changed the bails, and Marnus didn't like it. I'm sure you've been following this. Starting the session is Wokes bowling to Cummins. 3 slips, delivers here. Our box all end and beats him outside the line of the off stump. It's the classic Wokes delivery, just nibbling away, and Cummins had to play. Didn't quite catch up with it.
A bit of interest in what happened on the first ball of that over too, where Khawaja didn't want the single.
Yes. Which prompted Stuart Broad to run up to Khawaja and say, "Thanks for that, mate."
Yeah, thanks, mate. Yep.
That's all on you, which, of course, is the prerogative of the fielding team in a situation like that.
Now, this is all going down the gurgle. So if Pat Cummins wants to win this series as Australian captain, it's kind of down to him with the bat now.
Wokes delivers to him here, and Cummins plays from the crease out to point. No runner. Picked up a fun little stat from Andy Zaltzman next door during the tea interval. So for the 11 spinners that have played in Ashes cricket for England in this century, and there's a certain cut-off as to what qualifies a spinner, Joe Root's bowling average against Australia of 38, I think it is the second best of the lot. Better than Graham Swans, better than Monty Panesar's. Only bowler that's got a better average than him against Australia is Jack Leach, who wasn't available for the series through injury. So he's very effective in Ashes cricket. 6 wickets in the series. He's at first slip now. Wokes bowls and Cummins leaves line a genuine outswinger. And Bairstow takes it diving in front of Joe Root.
Well, I saw another one that I don't have in front of me, but I think it said that Joe Root, for anyone who's taken 5 or more wickets in a series, for any spinner, he's got the lowest average. I think he's averaging about 25 this series.
Spot on.
So well done, Joe Root. And he took a hot catch. Firstly, probably was the wicket-keeper's catch. He was waiting for the wicket-keeper to go. Ball was past him by the time he put his hand out.
Sun's back out. Wokes bowls to Cummins, the off-cutter, handles it well, gets it behind square, first run of the session. Just the single, Cummins 2, 7 for 187. What did you make of the bails back and forth? Daniel Norcross has been calling for this for at least a year, I reckon. He's like, you've got to get in the head of Smith and Marnus with their compulsive tendencies. You need to find a way to play that game with them, and Broad's done it perfectly there, because Marnus looked back, he's like, what are you doing? Why are you touching my bails for?
I did see
next ball.
Yeah, next ball.
And he did have a word to say on the way off. I suspect it was more to do with the bad light. Phil Walker was lip reading, but it could have been to do with the bails as well.
Light was as bad as it's been all day.
Yeah.
But it was very dark at that point.
So Wokes operating with a 6-3 field, 2 men out on the leg side. Leg slip as well, delivers to Smith. His first ball of the session's placed out to cover.
Well, this test tracking very similarly to the test here in 2019.
Yeah.
Both teams were in the same position in the series, essentially.
What were Australia all out for that time, do you recall?
I do recall it's... well, I would have recalled it if my iPad hadn't gone to sleep. They're out for 225.
Yeah. Top scoring there was Smith with 80. Wokes to him here, and Smith from the front pad gets on the front foot, out to mid-wicket, gets a single. His first run of the session, he's 41, 7 for 188 at the end of the over. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save. Our coverage for Macca's. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app. Peter Lawler's with me for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. I botched afternoon tea, Pete. Quite a nice quiche down there, which I tucked into. No complaints there. In my haste to get back and begin the next session, I've dumped the tea bag in, poured the milk in, ready to roll, put it down, did a bit of a stir. It's like a lemon tea I've stuffed some milk into. That's a non-starter.
Did the milk curdle?
It should. That's my OCD rhythm broken with.
Right.
So we were talking about before, there's going to be Harry Brook to continue from the pavilion end. I mean, sometimes Stokes does the unusual, and this is that. He bowled a maiden before tea with his medium pace off the wrong foot. Max Walker's bowls here. Steve Smith finds a gap through cover, only just though. There'll be one to the left of Ben Stokes, wheeling around from mid-off. Smith 42, 7 for 189. I suppose Brook is just about trying to get Smith to overthink it or something like that.
I think so, yeah. It's funny how you tense up when a bit part bowler comes on, because you just do not want to gift them your wicket. And Bruce Lee always said, it's harder to fight a clumsy man. Adam?
Well, it's a clumsy action. I can't stress the extent to which he bowls off the wrong foot. Here he is here, Brook the Yorkshireman. Runs yesterday, bowls to Cummins and squares him up and just defends into the offside, no run.
Well, Cummins has played one critical innings in this series already. It's another one here. Australia needs another one for him if they're going to win the series for the first time in 22 years. They've already made arrangements for the trophy to be returned home. I can reveal.
Fall back on the leg side for Brook. Bowling here to Cummins, pushing towards mid-wicket, no run. So 2 back, I should say, 4 on the leg side, no single. What's the go for the trophy travel?
Well, I hear that CA may have had booked a economy seat for the trophy to fly back to Australia in, because it's too big, it's too precious to go in the cargo, and they're not going to give it to any of the players because then it'll take up a whole seat in business class, and that's too expensive. Or first class, probably.
Brook bowls to Cummins on 2. Down the leg side, Bear stops to the stumps, tries to whip the bails off, doesn't quite, but nice little take there from another Yorkshireman wearing the helmet up to the peg. So that's how I feel about even paying the money for an economy seat. I mean, surely there's a better way to send it on the longboat or
something like
send
that,
it with the post. I don't expect post comes on a ship anymore either, but anyway, each to their own. Brook again to Cummins, who goes back and defends. Might have been an inside edge onto the pad. We're behind Cummins there, and we'll get a second look for tyre power. Winter safety sail. Either way, Bairstow was excited for a moment behind the stumps.
No matter how much these players try and keep their head in the game.
You know what?
I think there was an edge on
I reckon
that?
he's hit that. That's the outside part of the bat has gone beyond. And just based on Bairstow's gut reaction, like he threw his head back. Yeah. So that couldn't have been about not taking the bails. I think there might have been a little whisker on it. Brook again to Cummins. Down the leg side, turns it down towards fine leg, fine enough for 4. Bat or leg bars, we'll find out in a sec. It's off the bat. So Cummins moves to 6 with the boundary. Smith 42 at the end of the over. Australia trail by 90. They're 7 for 193. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles checked and locked prices are more than 20% below market prices every day of the year. Yes, National Tiles are dedicated to helping our clients save money on their tiles every day of the year. Come in store or online now and see for yourself. Proof of National Tiles checked and locked prices on many of our most popular tiles at 20% below market prices every day of the year. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
We're live from the Kia Oval. Our coverage is for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Phil Long's with us as well.
Yeah, 3 4s in this innings for Steve Smith so far. Back-to-back 4s before lunch, and then just that 1-4 since the break.
Wokes bowls to Smith, out swinger, plays it with soft hands back to the bowler.
This is not a scientific observation, but it's one thing I notice that Smith often gets going with a couple of boundaries and then sort of slows down a little bit more, starts to look for the singles.
So his first 2 or 3 scoring shots were boundaries, Phil?
So back-to-back fours. He got to 4, then back-to-back fours to get to 12.
Right.
4 first ball he faced after lunch, and that's the only last 4 he hit in this innings.
Yeah, only. So it's been an entire session since he's found the rope. 2 slips, a leg slip. Wokes away from us at the Vauxhall then. Bowls to Smith here, and Smith gets forward and defends out to cover again.
Well, it's been an excellent job by the English pacers and by Ben Stokes' field placements. They've just dried Australia up. That's certainly what resulted in that second wicket, wasn't it? Marnus Labuschagne's inability to rotate the strike, Marnus and Usman's inability to rotate the strike, really got bogged down.
Then they went the other way, and Marsh and Carey both got out after hitting 6s in the middle session. Wokes bowls here, and Smith works it off his hip for 1 to mid-wicket. Wants 2. Cummins coming with him. They'll get through. The sweeper in off the rope. Oh, throw to the keeper's end. A good one, though. That'll go upstairs. Smith was diving in. It felt like he was comfortable at the halfway mark. Had to call for the afterburners, and, well, that's going to be a really close decision for the third umpire upstairs, umpire Menon.
Not a big celebration by England, but gee, it looked tight to me from a distance.
It's the
sub-fielder as well. Here we go now, the sub-fielder, Smith and ball racing. I'm backing the ball in this situation.
It's in the gloves of Bairstow here, and he's just back. He's just back. Smith had to put in the full dive, and by that I mean his legs are off the air, Superman style.
Is he just
on
back
the closer angle?
Is he?
Oh, watching again. Bale's broken. Bale's broken with the gloves. Steve Smith's going to be run out by the sub fielder. That's going to be given out on the screen. What a moment in this test match. That's young George Elam. We were talking about him before the tea interval. And much as it was with Gary Pratt all those years ago, at an important moment in an Ashes test match, a run out has been executed. He dabbed it into the onside, Smith. He called for 2. And that replay shows that Bairstow's a little bit lucky that his gloves deflected into the stumps the moment the ball got in there. Stephen Smith, it's yet to be confirmed by the third umpire.
He's out.
Oh. I mean, the way that Smith walked off and the England team celebrated it felt like a foregone conclusion, but we're going to keep going through the replay. So a protracted process here. So I mentioned the gloves went into, the ball went into Bairstow's gloves. Has he touched the gloves with his, rather than the stump with his gloves first?
This might be the concern that he's broken the...
So he was very lucky with the ball now. Now then, they're going to do many replays on this. They've got the split screen on, Pete.
For my money, that Bale is off the wicket before the ball is in Bairstow's gloves. So Bairstow has touched the stumps.
So I mentioned he was lucky that the ball landed in his gloves as the gloves hit the stumps, but on further inspection, after England have celebrated and Steve Smith was half the way back to the bed to stand, he's clearly short of his ground, but is the off-bail dislodged before? We have no idea. We can't hear umpire Menon through our effects mic from where we are. But the longer we look at it, the more likely it is that he'll be given not out.
We've got an umpire here. What does he think?
Has it left the grooves? Has it left the grooves? There appears to be movement of the bail.
I reckon it is on that outside.
How would you like to make this decision?
Because bearing in mind, if the ball gets into the gloves, Bumble, it's game over, so long as the ball's reached the gloves first. It doesn't matter that it's the gloves, not the ball hitting the bails here, or hitting the stump, rather. It's all about the angle, which we can't really tell.
Here we go. Steve Smith thinks he's back in.
Here comes the decision on the big screen. Huge call here for umpire Menon. A subjective call goes the way of Australia. Not out on the screen. What a call that is going to be. Smith just assumed he was gone. The England side, everyone on the field, us in the commentary box, thought he was gone, but umpire Menon wanted to look, and he's assessed that it was glove before ball in terms of where the order of events played out.
And he'd be on his own in that room. He's a third umpire to make that decision. There'd be a fourth umpire, there'd be the match referee, and he is totally on his own to make that decision. You'll see it many, many times, and people have different views. He's in trouble. He has to dive in. We're watching it again. And Bairstow, it's a wonderful throw from Elam. He's out by millimetres, but dislodged the bail. Is the bail out of the grooves? We're just seeing it real time. And real time, you just say that's out. But then you've got to dissect it. Now we're seeing it slow motion. Into the gloves.
Oh, gosh.
And now...
The live watching of it, if you're just watching it without the split screen, you're like, that's just out. But when you really slow it down to be conclusive in his determination, you can see the England fielders aren't through it. A couple of boos through the crowd as well. But that is just line ball stuff. It's all subjective, really. It's the gut feel of the umpire, nothing more than that. The technology's not conclusive.
Well,
not on what we've seen. David Lloyd with us. New over begins, or not begins rather. Wokes continues it. Feels like it was the end of the over. Smith moves to 45, and will they consider a 2 here? No, they won't. There might have been 2, but they won't take on Ben Duckett. Not after what happened in the ball before. 7 for 196. All happening at the Kia Oval. Bumble, welcome.
Well, it'll be a massive talking point because it's all to do with opinions, and you'll see one team say that's out. We saw Stuart Broad shaking his head, chatting with the umpire. That can't be. That just cannot be. Steve Smith was on his way out, had a look at the big screen and immediately turned back. I'll have another look.
Not like Stuart Broad to complain.
George Elam, a talking point earlier in the box. Here's Wokes bowling to Cummins, and he plays it through mid-wicket. It's Elam on the chase again with Broad. The young fella gets another touch. They get back for a second. Busy over this. Cummins up to 8, 7 for 198.
They'll not take him on again. We're just showing another replay. Smith dives in full length, outstretched bat. You're just giving it out, and then we look at this slow motion. Is it out? I can't remember what it was. Is it out of its grooves? There's movement. There's certainly movement from the bail. Is it out of the grooves?
He's jumped the start there.
Bowling is Wokes to complete the over to Cummins. Pushed out to mid-on. We'll take a breath. On the Beaumont Tail scoreboard, Australia 7 for 198. Cummins 8, Smith still there, 45.
What's better than winning a test match? Winning the Ashes. Host Plus has been named Super Rating Super Fund of the Year for 2023, based on strong performance, competitive fees, and a focus on members. That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit lonsec.com.au for awards and ratings criteria and disclosure. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. George Elam makes his way off the ground. He nearly became a trivia question there, the Surrey second 11 player. Well, maybe he will be. I know that Don Topley still dines out on the day that he was 12th man until the catch it was overruled back in 1984.
It was.
It's going to be Harry Brook. We're near the second new ball. That's been lost in all of this. 2 overs until the second newie. Brook in, dark again. Bowls to Smith. He's got a slip down the leg side. Bairstow doesn't take it. They're going to buy just one of them. 7 for 199. I quickly sampled the commentary box.
I was just going to say straw poll, out or not out?
Out for me. 3 outs. Phil's are not out, I think.
Coney's not out. Lawler's not out.
Phil Walker's are not out. Phil Long.
You can't ask Lawler. He's just not out.
Not out, says Phil Long.
Not out.
We're a split decision. We're 3 and 3 in the commentary box at the moment.
Well, look, I see that bail up and out of the stumps. It's out of its groove.
Brook bowls and Cummins off the leg stump line into the onside off the thigh pad, no run.
Once that bail's moved, that's out.
I'd like to bring an independent view on this. Malcolm Conn.
I tell you an independent view. For 2 minutes there, England thought they had this game in the bag. I'm not saying that they don't now, but with Steve Smith out, they had the absolute ascendancy in this innings.
Brook bowls to Cummins, leg stump line again. Whipped away for 1. He's 9. That's a 200 for Australia as well. 7 for 200. They're in a good position at 2 for 115 at lunch. But since then, they've lost 5 wickets in that middle session. A lot rides on Smith and Cummins.
I'm most disappointed by the lack of respect for the officials from people like David Lloyd and Stuart Broad. I think Stuart Broad having a relative who's an official, and David Lloyd, who once was an official, would respect the decisions made by the people in position to make them.
Brook bowls to Smith. Smith plays late, gets it behind point for 1. Down to Crawley. He's up to 46. Make that 2. It's gone through. No, it's not. They don't take the misfield on it. Did go through Crawley's legs, though. Smith 46, 7 for 201. I would say this, that I'm often banging on about how we need specialist television umpires because of the audio technology. That one there, it wouldn't help. That is purely a... How do you see it? That's an old-fashioned judgment call.
But you're watching it on this old tube screen up here in the SEN box. They've got that high-end 4K TV. The match referees, don't they, Bumble?
Bowls to Cummins outside the off stump and left alone. What's the usual etiquette here, Bumble? When there's a third umpire decision, what happens in the dressing room?
Well, you're on tenterhooks as to which way it's going to go, but just going back to what screen they have, I've left that sort of business, but they used to have a small monitor, and I used to bang on. They've got to have the biggest screen you can get.
The best. Yeah. They have absolutely have to have the best. Seriously.
Leg slip now, change in field to Cummins, and he's playing from the middle stump line down to mid-on.
You had the one with the rabbit ears, didn't you?
One over until the second year ball. That's complete. 7 for 201 on the Beaumont tail scoreboard. By Beaumont's and save Cummins 9, Smith 46.
It's Tyre Power's big winter safety sale. Get better grip and a safer drive this winter with a new set of Falcon Eco Run tyres from Tyre Power. Right now, you can buy 3 and get 1 free on Falcon ZX ZE310R Eco Run tyres for passenger and selected SUV vehicles. That's buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres. But only at Tyre Power and only until the end of July. Get the power of a safer drive this winter. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Well, I can tell you that England have celebrated 1 wicket in this session for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives, but it was not to be, and Joe Root's going to bowl the last over before the second newie. He comes back into the attack. Success against Australia. Got the golden arm. Picked up the wicket of Alex Carey on a 5-4 in the middle stanza.
Well, it was Smith's funeral, but then he started banging on the lid of the coffin, saying, "I'm not dead. I'm not dead.
Let me out. Let me out.
Results are in." There's a pulse here.
Around the wicket, Root bowling to Smith. Slipping a leg slip, off break to start. Won't be long before we see the arm ball with this field. Now back at backward point. Deep point on the rope. Deepish mid-off. A long on. Deep mid-wicket. And a man round the corner at the 45 or just around from that. Bowls to Smith again, pushing to mid-wicket where Duckett's fielding.
He's not the worst, is he, Root?
Of course not.
Far from it. I think he's... You couldn't call him a part-timer anymore, could you?
No.
So much better than that. Bowling again here, Smith in the jumper. Around the corner to square leg where there won't be one. Bit of soccer skills there from Zach Crawley to kick it up to himself.
Stokes himself has been practising off-spin.
He's good at it too.
Doing a lot of off-spin.
Phil Walker and I have been talking about this off-air. Root bowls and Smith defends up. You couldn't rule out Stokes bowling off breaks in India later in the year, could you?
Well, if you look back through history, Eddie Hemmings, Ashley Giles started as seamers.
Tony Gregg,
seamers.
Defending into the onside no-run. Colin Miller.
Yeah. So it can be done.
Yep. Ollie Robinson bowled some off-spin at Adelaide a couple of years ago in an Ashes test there. Bowled them well too. Root delivers and Smith's forward defending. It's a mid-wicket, no run. Into a rhythm here. Gets through the over in about 60 seconds. The second year ball is due with Australia 7 for 201. Cummins on 9. Smith 46, and that's on the Beaumont tail scoreboard by Beaumont's and save.
Barton's, family owned for over 75 years with 7 big brands on 2 mega sites at Wynnum and Capalaba. Hyundai, Mitsubishi, Subaru, Nissan, LDV, GWM Haval and used. Barton's has Australia's first online dealership live chat service. So talk to real Barton staff, not a chatbot. Thinking of selling? Barton's will pay cash for your car. No passing the buck, exceeding expectations with customers for life. Go to bartons.net.au.
Buy better, buy Bartons.
Scorers, the second new ball is being taken by Stuart Broad. Our coverage is for Macca's. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app. That makes a lot of sense. Cloud cover back, lights on, David Bumble Lloyd.
Going to take the new ball straight away. So another phase in the game. Cummings is going okay. He's 9. Smith is 46. Who will it be? Stuart Broad. Who will partner Stuart Broad? Probably Anderson, I would say, from this end.
I'll look to have Cummins driving here. You've got 3 in the slips.
Lloyd did have the old ball moving just after tee. That might be another option.
Yeah, good shout.
So 3 in the cordon for it. Root, Crawley and Duckett. A backward point, a cover point, which is where Cummins was caught off Anderson at Old Trafford last week. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg to the left of our commentary position.
Olivia Newton-Broad, just making sure that headband's right. It's the top of his mark.
It was from the Vauxhall Emery did the damage after lunch. He's been spun around to the pavilion end. First delivery with the second new ball. Here comes Stuart Broad to Cummins. Bowls here, and the captain drives straight away, just behind point, the outside part of the blade. They take one. 7 for 202. Cummins into double figures.
Interesting to see what Smith does here. Move it on a little bit with a hard ball.
Before I lose you, Pete, the ECB drinks last night. You were meant to go up there and give Richard Thompson a barrel. Where were you? You talked a big game with Bumble and me after tea yesterday.
I've done one function this week. That's my whole year of functions. Exhausted. I'm not a function guy.
It was an interesting...
I was busting a gut to get down to the Black Dog.
Okay, it's a good pub.
Good pub. They have a Black Dog bitter.
Whereabouts?
Made by Marsden's.
Whereabouts?
Just near the Vauxhall Pleasure Gardens there. It used to be called the Lavender. I wouldn't drink there when it's called the Lavender.
Broad to Smith on 46. Big contest this. Smith down the leg side, doesn't flirt with it. Through to Bairstow. They got a leg slip for him as well straight away.
Near that most English of places, the Tea House Theatre, which serves Devonshire teas and hosts debates and amateur theatre, and you cannot get a cup of coffee in there. They will not serve coffee. We are a tea house.
Oh, it's very British tea, isn't it? English tea. It's an institution. English tea, clotted cream and a scone.
Not the rubbish tea I've got next to me, Pete. We were talking about before. Brought up. Bowls here to Smith. Leaves line outside the office. I'm going to remedy that after my commentary stint.
Having drunk English coffee, I understand why you like the tea so much.
Yeah, I think you're the kings of coffee, aren't you, Australia? And I think it's an offence to walk around the streets without a cup of coffee.
In Australia?
Yeah.
But not one of those monstrosities that they carry around in America where you need
I've never been
2 hands to hold them.
I've never been there.
No, but you've seen it on TV, haven't you? It's that country where they
get a good coffee around here. The Sugar Pot is over in Kennington, about 400 metres from here.
Yeah, I had one there during the World Test Championship. We had a better one in my apartment.
Brought up in the headband as ever. Bowls here to Smith, who drives out to mid on a full delivery.
They've done everything to change the previous ball, England, and now they've got a new ball. It's a new phase in the attack. Anderson's got hold of it now, and he's putting a bit of shine on it. So will it be Anderson and Broad? They tried so often to change the ball. I think they had a good session. Australia 71 for 5 in that mid-session. Let's see what this ball does.
I think they need to introduce a system where you have so many challenges with the ball, and after that, no more.
That's it.
Yep.
Agree.
They tried very hard to get it changed. Were the rings too big? That was a theory being advanced next door. Broad bowls here, and Smith drives past him for 4. He smashed that. It was more a slap than a drive past long on. It's his half century as well. Stephen Smith has taken his time to reach the milestone. 98 balls, but an important contribution with wickets falling down the other end. 7 for 206. Steve Smith loves batting in the capital. Can he go on with it today, batting with the lower order? David Lloyd.
Just to stand and deliver shot. It's a beautiful shot. Through mid-on. Full-length ball with the new ball. 2 slips and a leg slip. Fine leg slip.
That's taken a slip out, haven't they?
That's his 70th score above 50 in Test cricket. 32 of those hundreds.
Well, they're looking for the outside edge, so they're pitching it up, and so Smith's got to drive, got to take advantage of this.
So Broad's last ball here. Smith plays in that direction again, along the ground this time, straight to the man at wide mid-on, towards the rope in front of the pavilion. James Anderson after it, puts in the dive and might have cut it off, might not have. We might have to go upstairs to the third umpire again. Poor old Nitin Menon. We're just going to wait for the signal. No, they're happy with Anderson having collected it. So over bowled 7 for 209. Smith up to 53 with 3 from the final ball. Cummins on 10 and Geoff Lemon coming in for me. That's all on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save.
Salah passes to Rashford. Oh, lovely from Rashford. Rashford crosses and Harry Kane is there. He's done it. What a goal.
This winter,
the crowd has gone absolutely wild.
The world's best footballers are on Paramount Plus.
And Postecoglou is loving this.
Man United, Liverpool, Tottenham, Bayern Munich and loads more. The Winter Festival of Football on Paramount Plus.
Some mountain of world-class football.
SEN Ashes cricket. It's boiling over once again. You do not get a quiet day in this Test series. Thought we might have one for a couple of hours this morning when Khawaja and Labuschagne were just knocking the ball around. but not to be. There'll be plenty of discussion about that not-out decision. And very belatedly, getting the last ball of that previous over is signalled as 4. Anderson did slide, did tap it back, wasn't touching the rope. But as he's going over the rope, the ball just clipped his back hand that was trailing along the ground. So on a bare technicality, another one goes against England, which is a shame, because if that had been 3, Steve Smith would have been on 3,333 runs against England. Now he's on 3,334. Hate it when the game gets in the way of a good stat. Phil Walker has joined us. David Lloyd alongside as well. Jimmy Anderson starting a new over, and it's being left alone outside the off stump by Cummins, who's on 10. Australia 73 runs behind. Smith on 54 and still there.
These are good runs for Australia. 15, 10, 25, this little partnership. There was a scare. Run out or not run out. Steve Smith survives. He's moved to 50, 54.
Right at this very second, he's averaging 100.00 runs at the Oval in Test cricket. Handy. Anderson up to him and dropping that ball away just in front of point is Cummins, surviving it well enough.
Who was the last Australian to score a double 100 at the Oval?
Well, Bradman got a couple. That was a long while ago.
So, you're on straight away.
Is that the most recent?
1934.
Yeah. Yep. He made his the big partnership with Ponsford was here, wasn't
Bill
it?
Ponsford,
452
double 100 as well. That's it.
Well played, Jeffrey.
Anderson over the wicket, left alone by Cummins, close to the off stump, hands on head for Anderson.
It was a very cautious declaration, as England were left 720 to win. And Australia won by 566. Don Bradman invented Bazball. He invented it. Bradman 244 of 271 deliveries. Ponsford 266, bit of a slouch, of 422.
Bradball.
Bradball, that's the one.
Anderson rolls up to Cummins, looking for the stumps, and Cummins defending away into the onside. Well, he did get a move on Bradman. He was known for that. Put on that 309 came in a day, didn't it, at Leeds?
Yeah.
He says his 254 at Lords was his greatest knock, isn't he?
Yes.
That's the one that he puts right at the top. Been a few.
I think I'd have to go with the 270 from number 7 after he flipped the batting order at 2-0 down in a series that he ended up winning 3-2. I don't think you can go past that.
Yeah, that was cheeky.
Who was the last Englishman to dismiss him?
Eric Hollies.
Well, in Test cricket.
Eric Hollies, was he?
Yeah, it was Hollies here in Test matches. He did play a little bit of, played a couple of testimonial games and so on after his Test career. Anderson bowls outside the off stump through to the keeper.
Must be heartening to see Jimmy go about his business today, Bumble, showing real heart and a bit of zip as well, actually.
Well, we talked about first thing this morning before they came out. He was out with Saker.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
I mean, 41 years of age. Where's my outswinger gone? That was what that was all about. Where's it gone? And it's usually about wrist position and a little thumb position. But I think he's bowled okay. Yeah.
Beat Khawaja's about 5 times in the first hour.
Anderson up to Cummins, who defends on the off stump, looking safe, getting on the front foot and making sure that he just sticks around to help Smith at the other end. So that's the over seen off. A maiden. Australia 7 for 210.
G'day, it's old rivals Ben Hannant and Josh Morris. At Coates, you can hire whatever you want for the job, like a floor grinder.
Or a floor stripper, eh?
Or a road saw.
Or an excavator.
Or even a power drill.
What is that?
Okay, Josh, you won this round.
Hire any equipment for any job. Visit your nearest Coates or Bunnings warehouse. Coates, equipped for anything.
SEN Ashes cricket for Henley. Brand new Henley completed homes in Bonnybrook from under $600,000. Australia have whittled this deficit down to 73. They've got 3 wickets in hand. One of them, Steve Smith. Still there on 54. Might be worth going back over that again. You were of the view of a not out view, Phil Walker, at the back of the box.
I think if it's 3-3 in the box and it goes to the third umpire, then you have to respect his inclination, right? And it's clearly inconclusive, and so I think you can't just go on a whim with this.
Broad starting a new over, bowling to Smith, who's defending back down the pitch and has a very short straight mid-on in position. I suppose you could say it's not confirming or denying a decision that's been made. They've sent it upstairs. There is no existing decision. You're asking the third umpire, can you give this out? And they're saying, well, there's enough doubt there to say that I can't.
Precisely. Yeah. For what it's worth, I think the bail was slightly out of the groove, but I can't say that for sure. And if I can't say for sure and no one else can say it for sure, and it is subjective, then I guess the benefit of that margin has to therefore go to the batter.
Broad up to Smith, who's leaving it alone outside the off stump.
How do you see it, Bumble?
Well, I think that everybody in this box and perhaps in this pavilion wouldn't want to make the decision.
Yeah, no doubt.
Don't want to make that decision, and you've got to go with what's been given. It could have gone either way, and it was debated, is it out of the groove, is it not, did he disturb?
Yeah, the way it looked to me is that he had touched the stump with his glove, but the bail was still sitting on top of the stump. So the stump was tilted in slightly before the ball was in his hands, but the bail was still there, is how it looked to me. Broad up to Smith down the leg side, gets his gloves out of the way. And so if that were the case, then once he had the ball in hand, he still knocked the bail off. But there's so much latitude. And something like the Zing bails, for instance, we don't have those in this series. If we did, it might have been a different decision because you would have seen the stump, or it might have been a decision with less disagreement because the stump would have lit up as soon as the glove touched it. The ball wouldn't have been there.
They're too heavy though, aren't they?
But does that mean the bail's completely out of the groove? This is the thing. Broad bowls outside the off stump, bit of swing. Now I'll try to explain this as quickly as possible, but historically the two spigots of the bail have to be out of the groove for it to be removed from the stumps. But with the Zing bails, they have a little magnetic contact strip that means that, half a millimetre of separation is enough to make the stumps light up. So you see TV decisions being given out when there are Zing bails involved because they go on the lights, even though they can't see the bail is out of the groove, whereas previously the bail would have to be, say, a centimetre above the stumps in order to be visibly out of the groove. So it's easier to get a run out in the modern era with Zing bails than without them. Broad up to Smith, who's coming forward, pressing the ball down to mid-off, running with the shot to take a single, 7 for 211. So generally it goes against batters. They get run out more readily, and in this case it might have been in a batter's interest to have the Zing bails and Zing stumps because the light would have been on before the ball was in the glove.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Make sense?
It absolutely makes sense. I wasn't aware that it was on that fine margin as well, that it only needs a millimetre. Yeah, that is interesting and would have helped, I think, but in the mists of it all, I don't think anybody can blame the umpire Menon for keeping his finger in his pocket. And it's not pretty either when you get one or two England players going up to the on-field umpires and kicking off. I just find that pretty vulgar.
Broad up to Cummins, who's struck on the pad. It's gone into the cordon. They're up and they're appealing. Broad, is he going for a catch? Well, suddenly the finger's gone up. Now, is that caught at slip or is that leg before wicket? I don't think Broad knew which one he was going for, and the umpire has just had a raffle each way.
Wow, that's taken an eternity for the umpire, but Broad, as customary, has gone past the batter. He's in the slip cordon, pleading for it to be out. It has been given. England immediately, England reviewed, but he'd actually given it out then.
So Cummins has reviewed instead. The Australians are 72 behind. Having a look at the replay at the moment for tyre power, the winter safety sail. It cuts in. Well, it's hit him in front. There's a fair bit of angle on it. It's heading towards leg stump.
I thought leg stump missing on first look. It jagged off the seam quite appreciably. It might be clipping the outside of leg stump, but it's going to be very marginal. I reckon that might just be missing.
I think he's hitting leg stump. Hitting leg stump. Hitting leg stump.
It's missing.
Oh!
Cummins survives on the third umpire TRS. Goodness me. Well, he's survived by a few millimetres on leg stump. Another, Joel, you'll have to change your decision.
He doesn't mind.
As umpire Wilson gets overturned.
Oh, it just jagged so much, didn't it? Cummins was nowhere near it. Didn't need to go that much, you know.
Now, we're positioned behind the batter here, so couldn't see that it had missed the inside edge by a margin because it did lob into the slips and was then caught. So had he got anything on it, then he would have been out that way. Instead, he's reprieved Pat Cummins. Australia keep the review. Broad, to his credit, did actually turn around and look at the umpire with that appeal. He's been a little better today than he has been in.
Yeah, he also managed it an hour or so ago as well. But
eventually,
then make a rod for your own back because you're suggesting that you're not so sure yourself, aren't you? You know.
Well, I think his Celebre appeal became so ludicrous because he did it so many times with decisions that he wouldn't even review that the boy who cried wolf theory came into effect.
Yeah.
So, if he's making a conscious effort to respect the umpire, then I'm all for that. 7 for 211. In comes Anderson. We've worked our way into a new over while monitoring that decision. We're in the 84th over. Got a new ball. 7 for 211. We're coming to you live from the Kia Oval. This is SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. James Anderson, Ben Stokes, all looking a little bit irritable out there at the moment. Things haven't gone their way in the last half hour.
I have news after this delivery.
Anderson with 2 slips. Deep backward point out for Smith. Willing to give him a single. He flashes a drive at the ball and misses out. That was back of a length and he was trying to drive it on the up. That was a Zach Crawley shot.
I have big news.
What is it, David?
Peter Lalor has been down when he left here and he's looked extensively at the run out of Steve Smith. And at first thought, as we had a straw poll as to who thinks, Peter Lalor said no, definitely not out. He's come back and he's told me definitely out. Definitely out. I can't believe it.
Well, we'll hear from Pete soon, I'm sure. Anderson up to bowl to Smith, who plays a pull shot, gets a decent piece of it, out behind square leg. In fact, he'll get 4. They have 2 boundary riders back, but he goes in between the 2 of them. Picks off the shorter ball, goes to 59, Stephen Smith.
Well, in or out, it was a critical moment, and these runs are beginning to hurt England now. It's increasingly looking like a one-innings game. Smith's just been on a different plane all day.
The margin's 68 now. Smith leaves outside the off stump. Australia still 68 behind, so that could still be a very useful lead if England could finish wrapping up the last 3 wickets. Cummins on 10. He's done a job so far. Survived a very close call in that last over.
Smith's been excellent. He's really got stuck in bowling conditions.
Do you think umpires are a bit more inclined to give decisions out on the field because DRS exists?
Yeah.
Oh, God, yeah.
Absolutely.
Anderson bowls to Smith, very wide of the off stump, cracked away through the covers. Hasn't got every piece of it, a bit towards the toe of the bat. The ball's slowing up as it reaches the rope. Stokes gets back in field, lobs in a long throw, and Smith motors towards the non-striker's end, but the throw is well wide. So he has added 3 more, Steve Smith. He's kept the strike after 84 overs. We've got 1 ball to come in this over. We do. 7 for 218.
Loose delivery from Anderson, but it just gives him 1 delivery at the new batsman, although he's not a new batsman, and Cummins has moved on to 10. There's 31 good runs here for Australia, this partnership.
Yep. Come to it next over, Bumble. Were you an outer?
Oh, big time.
Right.
Move the game forward.
A Ray Julian style.
Come back to that. Anderson to Cummins, who leaves outside the off stump on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save. Australia trailing by 65. They're 7 for 218.
Queensland is the place to race. On a weekly basis, there's almost 30 meetings across the Sunshine State. So whether it's racing, pacing or chasing, Queensland has it all. Giddy up and find all the latest news, including horse, jockey and trainer profiles, race replays, black bookers, expert tips and form analysis. Plus, you can find all the info you need to plan your fun at all the major race days and events. Visit racingqueensland.com.au, where Queensland is racing.
7 for 218 SEN Ashes cricket. For Macca's, win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app. Well, Steve Smith got about that lucky during that run out. brilliant throw in from George Elam, who was so close to becoming a meme. There would have been all of the Gary Pratt, George Elam stuff. He would have been photoshopped into images and posted up on social media, and I'm sure the video will do the rounds, but he won't quite have that place in folklore that he would have had if he'd...
He's not going to be the first Englishman quietly cursing Johnny Bairstow's glove work over the course of the summer.
But also it means that maybe someday he'll get to play Test cricket unlike Gary Pratt.
Indeed. We were talking about Gary Pratt earlier in the piece because we saw how good Elam is in the field. You know, he's a whippet out on the boundary.
Stuart Broad to bowl the 85th over to Smith, who's back cutting, just leaning back and steering the ball away, and he's annoyed at himself for only getting a run. He thought he was going to get that finer and get back for a couple or get it down to the boundary, but it does go squarer. Smith on to 63, Australia 7 for 219. They're 64 runs behind.
I'll tell you more off air because I've already done this bit, but Gary Pratt sees that moment as the hinge point in a negative way for his whole career.
I'm not surprised.
He felt that there was a lot of aggro animosity around him, around the county game after that.
People resented his moment in the spotlight.
Exactly. I've interviewed him about it. He's quite emphatic.
What does he do now?
He plays a bit of football. And I believe he's a labourer.
All right.
And not entirely unbittered either, in truth. Anyway.
Stuart Broad. With a delay at the top of the mark while Cummins waits until he's happy to face the ball. Broad past the umpire and Cummins defends down to mid-on.
He just on the run out. I was just having a little chat with Bumble as he left about what his decision was, and he, like he said on air, he felt it was out, or he felt it should have been out, even though he said I might not have given it out if I wasn't the third umpire. And you read the laws of the game, and it comes under wicket is broken, right? That's the part. It covers that bit about the bail coming off and one bail staying in. It is so ambiguous, like a lot of laws of the game. And I know, Geoff, it bothers you a lot how ambiguous some of these laws are.
Broad up to Cummins, who's driving the ball firmly enough, but it's stopped by Stokes, beetling across from mid-off. So you're an accredited umpire, Bharat. Your interpretation of how the law about breaking the wicket could be interpreted in that context?
It's in fact even more difficult in TV games where you're going frame by frame. In actual reality, if it's just a live game, a lower level game, you just go with your gut instinct at the time, like where the bail comes off, because you don't get many replays or any replays at all, do you?
Broad up to Cummins, who ducks a bouncer. It hits him on the shoulder and it flies away to find leg for extras. So Cummins will get the extra runs there because he was taking evasive action. That's another part of the laws. Is that taking glove?
Yeah, he's given it runs.
So it's come off the glove and it's gone very fine through fine leg. Cummins was leaning away from that ball.
Yeah.
Not even the glove. He's periscoped it and it's taken the back corner of the toe of the bat and gone over Johnny Bairstow. Well,
I tell you what, it's a brute of a bouncer because it's hit the seam and snaked back at him. He's done really well to get his head out the line.
It's actually a scoop shot. It's just an accidental one.
He'll more than take it.
Bairstow couldn't be criticised for that one. It was a good metre over his head. 7 for 223.
Inching to parity though, aren't they? You know, now 60
behind. And closing. Broad to Cummins down the leg side, swishes, misses. So what's the wording about breaking the wicket?
So I'll pull it up. I mean, I was just talking to someone about the case where if one bail is off, just 29.3, if one bail is off, it shall be sufficient for the purpose of breaking the wicket to remove the remaining bail or to strike or pull any of the three stumps out of the ground in any of the ways stated in one.
Yeah, that's with the hand holding the ball, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Broad bowls to Cummins outside the off stump and left alone. 85 overs tick on by. Looking up at the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont's save, it is 7 for 223.
Your AFL record is jam-packed with the 24-page matchday section, plus fans can enjoy the selected teams and player lists. In our Round 20 edition, we catch up with Geelong coach Chris Scott ahead of his record-breaking 305th game. The two-time premiership coach reflects on how the Cats have stayed at the top of the tree for over a decade. Plus, don't miss Answer Man with our stats experts, player profiles, kids page and more. Brought to you by Signet. Power every moment with Signet. The AFL record, Round 20 print edition. Just $6 at all venues.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. 7 for 223. Steve Smith and Pat Cummins out there doing a job at the moment. Smith on 63, Cummins on 14. Smith has the strike back. So England doing a bit of cat and mouse. They've got some fielders back, some up. They've still got 2 slips. They want an outside edge. They've got a deep backward point. Then they've got a cover and a mid-off and a mid-on, cutting off runs, deep mid-wicket. 1 of 3 out on the leg side as Smith defends off the back foot back to Anderson. So deep mid-wicket, deep backward square and a long leg.
Famous last words. Anderson may just nick him off any minute now, but he's bowled a lot of overs today. This is his 21st, I think, in the innings so far. It's been a manful effort, but I'd be very tempted to have a look at Mark Wood from this end. Chris Wokes is warming up at deep mid-wicket, but Broad is getting it to talk from the pavilion end, so I would be looking personally at Wood from this end here as we look at it, the old Vauxhall end.
One more burst from Wood and see if he can get a look at Cummins and then through the rest. Anderson bowls on the pads and Smith picks it off out to the deep. He will take the single, happy to do that second ball. Put Cummins on strike. Smith to 64, 7 for 224. I wonder just how many times over the years Steve Smith has flicked a single off his pads from James Anderson. It must be one of the most common things in cricket. I think there was a stat some of the cricketers guys had come up with that the most common event in Test cricket over the last 15 years was Nathan Lyon bowls to Cheteshwar Pujara.
And he defends.
Yes. And occasionally came down the pitch, or,
yes.
Flicked one through mid-wicket. Occasionally drove through the covers. He's a wonderful player, Pujara. Probably won't see him in Test cricket again, although you never know. Anderson outside the off stump. Cummins thinks about a run as he punches to cover but doesn't beat the field. They're 59 behind. Can they just keep eking these away? Jeremy Coney style. 10 runs at a time is how he likes to talk about it. Just get it down to 50. Just get it down to 40. Then to 30.
Yeah, Pat Cummins looks so much more comfortable when it's more conventional, the bowling. The short ball has kind of rattled him throughout this series. Go back to Edgbaston, he looked so much at ease as he saw them home.
3 slips waiting for Cummins as Anderson bowls wide of the off stump and then angling in, and Cummins is behind it and defending. It must be the most overused word of this Ashes series, rattled.
Rattled, I know.
53 times a day.
Absolutely.
Somebody's rattled.
Yeah, somebody
Everybody's rattled.
I feel a little rattled right now.
You're rattled. This team's rattled. That team's rattled. These supporters are rattled.
And also just speaking to the print guys, every time there's a break in play or...
Anderson. Up to Cummins, who blocks the ball angled into his pads again.
You go down, pick up a piece of pastry, you meet the same journalists, and that's how the series has ebbed and flowed. Pass ball's a good thing. You go down during tea break, pass ball's not a good thing. You meet them at the press conference, pass ball's great. There are so many defenders and opposers to baseball. It's amazing. Nobody's really spent a lot of time talking about what Australia have done in this series.
No. Not a huge amount. Anderson comes up to Cummins, who defends, and he will take a run. They're happy to dart through for the single. Smith needs to put the foot down towards the striker's end. He will make it in the end. The ball bounces away. He thinks about an overthrow. He won't take it. 86 overs gone. Australia 7 for 225.
G'day, I'm John from Salmon Plumbing. Fishing around for a cheaper plumber who'll do a better job?
Don't take it in the gullet. Call
the mullet.
Don't flip your lid. Call the squid.
Need them today?
Call the stingray.
Salmon Plumbing. We're fully licensed and insured, and we're up to half the price of those big guys.
Got a leak on a Sunday?
Call the Barramundi.
Salmon Plumbing. Bad puns, but great plumbers. Call 1300 Salmon. That's 1300 725 666. salmonplumbing.com.au. QBCC 741050.
SEN Ashes cricket for Henley. Brand new Henley completed homes in Bonnybrook from under $600,000. 7 for 225 is Australia's score up there on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. So they're 58 runs behind now. It's working away. The sun has come out here at the Oval. Still quite a bit of cloud around. Big, fluffy spaceship kind of clouds, but some gaps between them. Bright sunshine right now. Shadows starting to lengthen. Broad bowls to Cummins, who drives down to mid-on. He's had a bit too much of the strike in the last few overs. Smith been down the other end, but they're taking every run they can get.
England have been seriously impressive today, considering this is the oldest attack to take the field in Test cricket since 1928, and that they only had 3 or 4 days rest after Old Trafford, and also psychologically as well, to have to pick yourself up again after that near miss. I thought it would be really hard yakka for them today. I think Australia have helped them keep control.
Broad bowls to Cummins, who flicks away to mid-wicket. He'll get a run here. Smith will get back on strike. 7 for 226.
I think just as there's been legitimate criticisms of England's approach with the bat, that you become entrenched in your own philosophy, I think there were elements of that in Australia's morning session as well.
Yep.
And I think it helped England to feel like they were always in the game, but they haven't dropped their intensity at any point. And it's a credit to Stokes as well, who's such an inventive on-field captain, never lets it drift, never lets it go passive, never lets it go tired. And that there has been that feeling that even though there aren't too many shots, that the game is still moving apace. Perfectly poised, really. 57 in arrears.
Smith waits for Broad and tries to work it to the leg side, gets a bit tangled up, and in the end the ball just trickles away from his pads and rolls back towards the bowler. 7 for 226. It's interesting what you're saying, Bharat, about the changing perspective of whether England's approach is good or not. You take their first innings, for instance. It's done. It's happened. It's 283 in 55 overs. It's a known quantity. If that run-out's given, for instance, if England run through Australia and have a 100-run lead, then their first innings is deemed to be a good innings.
Exactly.
If England bowl badly, their first batting innings is now a bad innings, even though the only thing that's changed is how they've bowled and fielded, not how they've batted. There's a large degree of retrofitting the designation of something based on what happens next. Smith will get a run out towards square leg, just rolling away. He thinks about racing back for the second, but won't do so. He goes up to 65. Australia 7 for 227.
I haven't seen that happen with any team's approach in the 15, 16 years that I've covered cricket, where the perspective, the way you look at it changes so rapidly. I mean, 5 times in a day. And it's not just from our lot, like guys from Australia who's kind of experiencing it for the first time. It's even the English press who now kind of used to it with 14 months of this or 12 months of this. Even they can't get their head around, is it a good thing or a bad thing? Or
right.
Should we be supporting this? Should we be
Are you suggesting that the good people of the Fourth Estate are a little bit fickle? Is this what we're saying here?
Yeah, starting with you.
Heresy.
Outrageous thing to say. But there are some wind veins out there. Stuart Broad comes in, and Cummins is getting a thick inside edge and a run out behind square leg. 1 ball to come in the over. Cummins goes to 17. Australia 7 for 228. Yeah, I mean, it depends on results. If results work for them, then it's a wonderful revelation. And if results don't, then it's a terrible, indulgent waste of time. But no one approach, no one tactical method will always be successful. So I think there is something to be said for a degree of acceptance to say this may or may not work. It will work some of the time, it won't work some of the time. At least when it doesn't work, it's still interesting to watch.
Yeah, that's true.
There's something to be said for that. Smith taps the bat hard on the pitch, dips his knees, waits for Broad and gets a bouncer way over his head. Tactic to try to make sure that Cummins is on strike for the start of the next over. Set at 7 for 228. Australia trailing by 55.
At Hyundai, we believe innovation is everything. It's why the new Santa Fe Hybrid has been designed to go the distance. With an advanced turbo hybrid system, this family-sized SUV boasts impressive power and fuel efficiency. It has all the innovative safety tech you need for your next family adventure and all-wheel drive to get you there. Go the distance in the new Hyundai Santa Fe Hybrid. Imagine that. Hyundai.
SEN Ashes cricket for Maccas win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. 7 for 228. Just imagining what that would be like. Louis Cameron's joined us. Imagine if you're rocking up to your local Maccas every day for a year and coming in for your free coffee. You know, they'd know who you are. You'd be on a first name basis with everyone on the team. Would you, would you feel good about it? Would you feel a bit sheepish that you had this McDonald's coffee addiction? You were always in there, or would you become part of the family?
I think you'd probably have to just reevaluate your overall caffeine addiction, wouldn't you? It's not a McDonald's problem; it's a you problem.
87 overs have been bowled.
Such a pragmatic man, the Oracle Louis Cameron. Yeah.
65 runs to Steve Smith's tally, but Pat Cummins is on strike. He's batted well so far, faced 43 balls, survived an LBW shout that was overturned when he reviewed going down the leg side. He's waiting for Chris Wokes, and he's coming forward and playing a defensive shot with 3 slips waiting for any sort of error. 3 slips, gully, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. They've got a long leg back on the boundary. The only player out. So Cummins welcome to play a shot if he wants to, but I don't think he wants to do a Mitchell Stark, that limp pull shot just before the tea break that coughed up a catch. Uncharacteristic given the way that Stark has toughed out some innings in his time. Wokes up to the Australian captain, in swing, inside edge, runs here, going down to fine leg. He'll pick up 4 streaky runs. That was so wide that he couldn't help but reach for it, and then it looked like it hooped back in. Took the inside portion. The deficit's down to 51. They're 7 for 232.
And it's been an unconvincing innings really from Pat Cummins. That was a rank full toss, almost too wide to reach, and he's somehow got an inside edge and hit it past his stumps. He just doesn't look right in this innings. He's looked better in this series than he has in the past, but his batting just has not quite reached the heights of what it once was.
It was an inside edge, not past the leg stump, but past the off stump before, which is a rare one. Hard to achieve. Wokes bowls at the stumps this time, and Cummins is defending. There's a bit of shape there for Wokes as well. The ball's still swinging.
Ever since they started going short to him, I think his techniques, you can see he's hanging back on the back foot. You compare that to how he played in the World Test Championship final and at Edgbaston, slower pitch. So his body weight was coming forward, but ever since England and Australia started going short at the tail end, as you can see, he's hanging back. That's why that full toss, his body weight was all on the back foot, and he was just reaching out to hit it.
Wokes in and bowls on the off stump, just back of a length, seeing if he can get that ball to move away, maybe catch the shoulder of the bat. Cummins is equal to it.
And the best example of that was when Mark Wood got him out in the first innings at Leeds, but it almost felt like someone pressed pause on his bat. The bat never came down, did it? And the ball just smashed it.
Someone was holding it up above his head. I think his scores since Mark Wood was introduced into the series were 0, 1 and 1. And I think Mark Wood had a lot to do with that because he got him out in twice in Leeds.
21 important runs for Cummins so far today. Wokes bowls to him, and the Australian captain is defending out into the covers. 1 ball to come in the over.
And it's just a matter of time before he has to contend with Mark Wood. You would think Broad and Anderson have come to the end of a long spell. Chris Wokes has already replaced Anderson from this end.
And this is when, in theory, the tactics Australia were exhibiting earlier today, where they're trying to grind England down, they're trying to make them come back for 3rd, 4th and 5th spells. That's when it should be paying off. They kind of hoped that it wouldn't be Pat Cummins facing it, but they do have Smith down the other end.
Wokes, a false start on that run-up. Decides to take it again. 3 slips waiting. Deep backward point. Happy to give Cummins a single. He drives the ball hard into the ground instead, and Wokes slaps it down in his follow-through. So there won't be a run. Smith will be on strike for the next over. 88 overs gone. This is SEN Ashes cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's. After the break, it'll be Adam Collins with Louis Cameron and Bharat Sundaresan.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN Ashes cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's. How many times do you reckon you watched the replay now? Up to about 100. My end. Louise, you're taking photos off the TV. You've spotted something?
Well, they've just showed an angle that I hadn't seen before, and I reckon, Bharat, you as the umpiring expert, we've probably already lent into your knowledge, but what did we just see there maybe after this ball?
Wood to Smith on 65 bowls here, make that 66, maybe even 67 with a shove out to mid-wicket. Will be 67, well run. They take on the veteran Anderson. Smith up to 67, 7 for 234. Baz, we haven't actually spoken yet, and I've been downstairs, so I'm actually not sure what you think. Please tell me your observation on the split screen here.
Yeah, Peter Lalor just came and, Pete, he snuck into the TV studio somehow, and he's seen the replay that they're showing on TV now, which tends to suggest that one of the stumps is bent back when the bat is still outside the crease. But again, my question is, does Johnny Bairstow's glove take off the bail first?
Wood bowls, Smith full, driving out to mid-off, no run.
There's so many things going on here, right? So I learnt, and I've messaged you before because I wasn't sure what the rule was. So Johnny's arm clearly dislodged a bail.
It did.
To start with. And Smith was not in his crease when that happened.
Yes.
So that meant it wasn't out. The other bail was still on when that happened.
Yes.
And by the time he got the ball in his gloves, that bail was still on and he broke the stumps. By that time, Smith had got into the crease.
So the second bail was on completely.
Yes.
And then broken while Smith was still out of his crease. Is that your position?
No, he was already inside.
Oh, he was already inside.
He was in his crease when the first bail. He was not in his crease when the first bail went on.
Right, yeah. Bowling here to Smith is Wood. Down towards long leg on the bounce. He took on the short ball. Moves the partnership up to 50 as well. 50 from 94 balls. Australia needed this. Either side of tee. Cummins, 21 of them. Smith's up to 68 with that shot. And they needed to put a shift in here and not let Australia collapse, and they've achieved that. 7 for 235.
So that was my take based on the replays that we saw earlier. Now they've just shown a different angle. They've shown a split screen split in three, where you can see the stumps from the side-on angle, from a slightly different side-on angle, Bharat.
Exactly, yeah, and that's the one that Pete Lalor saw, and he was convinced that it was out, because there it shows that the stump is completely bent. But again,
so what does that change? Shall I dumb it down for me here?
I think from
I'm also wondering that, and I'm sure our listeners are too.
No, I think from Pete's angle, I think he has just completely ignored, or he's ignoring the fact that Johnny Bairstow's arm took out that first bail when the stump was moved.
So Pete now thinks it's out.
Pete now thinks it's out. He charged into this commentary box and.
Pete thinks Smith was out.
Yeah.
Pete was.
I still think he's wrong.
I was going to say Pete was underneath the Southern Cross I stand before. Don't get me wrong. He was fully on board for the not out.
He's singing "God Save the King" now.
Wood bowls to Cummins on 21 down the leg side. Nearly some glove involved, not quite. Bairstow collects. So Pete now thinks it's out. So I'm stunned by that more than I am the decision.
I have a feeling it's a view he's heard from a former cricketer in the commentary box who's convinced him that it's out. He's charged in, tapped David Lloyd at the back and said, I think it's out. Tell them that I think it's out. I still don't agree with Pete. I still think it's not out.
You think it's not out on the basis that before any of the commotion that followed, the original bail was dislodged by the arm and therefore everything's null and void thereafter?
No. So that was my initial opinion was that's right. So I thought when you knocked off a bail, the stumps are broken. So whatever happens after that doesn't matter. Bharat told me I'm wrong.
This is good fun. Wood bowls here to Cummins, defends from the balls of his feet after going back to cover, no single. So the fact that Bairstow's broken the bail, if we're willing to accept that.
One bail.
Yeah. So long as the second bail was dislodged with Steve out of his crease, Smith out of his crease, he was gone.
That's right.
But the point is...
But Smith made his ground when the second bail came off.
Yes.
Exactly right.
Who's the second shooter right in Dallas, right? You know, who's in the book depository and who's behind the grassy knoll? Like, we're into this space now. So in that split second of a time, Smith had, in that full Superman dive, had enough time to get another couple of inches.
He did. Between one bail going off and the other bail going off.
That's right.
Give me strength. I don't know what to believe anymore. I've got one thought which I'll offer in the next over. Wood delivers and Cummins plays back and wants one to cover, but they won't be doing that anytime soon. 7 for 235 at the end of the over. They trail by 48. 21 for Cummins, 68 for Smith on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Make it the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Salah passes to Rashford. Oh, lovely from Rashford. Rashford crosses, and Harry Kane is there. He's done it. What a goal!
This winter,
The crowd has gone absolutely wild.
the world's best footballers are on Paramount Plus.
Ange Postecoglou is loving this.
Man United, Liverpool, Tottenham, Bayern Munich and loads more. The Winter Festival of Football on Paramount Plus.
Some mountain of world-class football.
Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Wokes to continue. I think one thing comes out of this, zooming out a wee bit. This will be the last test match we ever see without Zing Bales.
Yeah, I think the Zing Bales would have played a big role.
Because the Zing Bale in short form cricket, if the light goes off, nothing else matters, right? Wokes bowls here to Smith, new over, tries to cut but no footwork and the ball doesn't quite get up either, eventually reaches Bairstow on the bounce. If there were a Zing Bale there, we wouldn't be talking about dislodging or otherwise. We've got all the lights on, therefore. And I know the Zing Bales are heavier.
Yes.
And they don't have a lot of... I know that's a point in all of this.
That's the point.
Are they heavier?
They are.
They are.
So the manufacturer of Zing Bales, I remember contacting them during the 2019 World Cup, and he was adamant Zing Bales are not heavier than regular bales.
As someone who's umpired games on Zing Bales, they are heavier.
Right.
Definitely. And I also struggle to get them going. They're not as simple as just putting the battery in and it goes off. There's a way of getting it going. And I've done a couple of games with Zing Bales where I just couldn't do it. I said, I'm so sorry, we'll just use it as normal bale. Which didn't help because suddenly you have heavy bales which don't zing.
Yeah, they're the same weight as the old school heavy bales that you never see anymore. Remember that sort of in the 90s, they'd bring out the heavy bales when it was really windy.
Yeah.
Then we'd have no bales at all from time to time. This is my unpopular opinion on the matter, that bales have become surplus to requirements.
Interesting.
I think we keep them for bowl. That is to say, if you hit the bale, good as gold. But now we've seen a number of occasions where batters' stumps have been hit by the ball, and the bales haven't been dislodged because of the Zing Bales. Well, aren't the bales there to signify whether the ball's hit the stump? Isn't that their primary role? And that being the case, I don't think the bales being dislodged should be the indicator of whether someone's bowled or not. Was it Stokes and Green at SCG a couple of years ago? Wokes delivers here, leaving alone outside the off stump is Smith. No run. I know that's an unpopular opinion, and I'll probably get taken to task for it. But I think where the bales, the origin story is purely to determine whether the stumps have been hit.
What would we
technology
argue
does
about,
that
though?
now.
What would we argue about if we didn't have things like this weird cricket things? We'd be sitting here just talking about Steve Smith. Oh, he's on the way to another 33rd century. Yeah, Pat Cummins, he's getting in behind it. This is much more fun.
True. It's a weird sport.
Yeah. The ambiguity helps.
Yeah.
Wokes in the sun. Lights still on, though. Shadows lengthening. Smith using his feet up and over the top of mid-off. Broad running back with the flight. Is he a chance? Not quite. Not quite. Had he been set 3 or 4 metres further back, he could have put a dive in there. It still would have been unlikely. But Smith into the 70s with his first, what would you call that, enterprising shot. 7 for 237. He did charge at Wokes.
Yeah.
It almost reminded me of the shot he played at this ground 2 months ago to get out. If it
Jadeja.
Yeah. And he said, I think I just played one poor shot for the tour. That's it. I put it away. He has played one more since then. This, he was trying to charge and hit him over mid-off.
Same end of the ground too, from memory.
That's right. The Jadeja brain explosion in the second innings. 2 slips for Wokes, a backward point as well. Behind the wicket, he bowls here. Smith defends to the cover region. Through for a quickish single. He's 71. 7 for 238. Phil Lock.
Just talk about Steve Smith. Steve Smith goes above Graham Smith in the all-time test runs scoring chart. He's moved on to 9,266. Next on the radar, Hashish Mamla, only another 16 ahead, and then it's all the boys with 10,000 or more.
How far is he away from 10, sorry, Phil?
So he's now on 9,266, so what's that, 734.
He needs his Ashes series from 2019 again, and then he's up to 10,000.
Yeah.
774 from memory.
He does have 5 home tests.
True. Wakes bowls to Cummins, full and dug out. It's deep square leg or deep mid wicket where there's a sweeper. Cummins 22 playing his role here, 7 for 239. The deficit has narrowed yet further. What are they behind here? Just lost that off the board. 44 behind.
If you can just digress a little, just on that home summer, I've been very impressed with what I've seen from the Pakistani fast bowlers.
Yeah.
You know, there's just this belief around Australia it's going to be a tepid home summer. Pakistan and West Indies, Australia is going to go. Maybe that might be the case. But Shaheen Afridi is a much better bowler than he was 4 years ago. Naseem Shah, his career has gone through the roof since we saw him as a young 16-year-old. I'm kind of excited to see this Pakistani bowling attack.
Did you see the hat-trick of reviews yesterday with Naseem? All three were given that out on technology.
Crazy reverse swing too, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Wokes to finish the over into Smith. Cross the line, top edge, running back with the flight is Bairstow. Can he get to the contest? He'll have to dive. Oh, no, he won't. That's a really assured catch from Bairstow. All the eyes of the cricketing world were on him about an hour ago. And for the second time in the over, Smith tried to go up and over the top against Chris Wokes. This time a top edge, and Bairstow had to sprint towards the pavilion, got to where he needed to be, and watched it over his shoulder and into the gloves. So an important partnership between Smith and Cummins comes to an end. Stephen Smith, the Australian vice-captain, dismissed for 71. Partnership of 54, 8 for 239, Bharat Sundaresan.
Yeah, I mean, you can't question the intent of Steve Smith, but the execution, once again, letting him down. This partnership was moving smoothly. Mark Wood has just come back into the attack. He's bowled 1 over already. Did he really need to show so much intent? He'd already gotten away with it once in the over. And it was a low percentage shot he was attempting as well. It was just a wild swing of a full ball. Got away with it on the first ball. There on that occasion, Johnny Bairstow, once he got under it, he knew it was going to be a safe catch.
Louis Cameron, a thought from you with drinks on the field?
Yeah, I mean, it was the kind of shot that you would have thought he'd be dissuaded out of, having earlier tried to go over mid-off. That was probably the warning side, that maybe Chris Wokes was just getting enough movement, a bit of a way swing, to suggest that that wasn't the easiest thing to do. We saw Mitch Marsh do it off Stuart Broad earlier today, but I think this is the kind of pitch where playing that kind of shot is difficult, and I just would have thought, as the great problem solver that he's got, that he is, it would have made it, he just would have been ticking in his head, thinking that it wouldn't be the kind of thing he'd want to do.
So Australia lose their first wicket of the final session. 8 for 239 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont's and save Stephen Smith, and caught by Bairstow from the bowling of Wokes for 71. Drinks on the field.
We've all heard it. Washing your dishes by hand saves water. It's a myth. That's why Whirlpool designs innovative kitchen appliances with the environment in mind. Featuring patented 6th Sense technology, Whirlpool dishwashers save up to 50% on energy and can clean a family-sized load with just a fraction of the water you'd use in the sink. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au to find a stockist near you.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles checked and locked prices are more than 20% below market prices every day of the year. Yes, National Tiles are dedicated to helping our clients save money on their tiles every day of the year. Come in store or online now and see for yourself proof of National Tiles checked and locked prices on many of our most popular tiles at 20% below market prices every day of the year. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
G'day, it's old rivals Ben Hannant
and Josh Morris.
At Coates, you can hire whatever you want for the job, like a floor grinder.
Or a floor stripper, eh?
Or a road saw.
Or an excavator.
Or even a power drill.
What is that?
Okay, Josh, you won this round.
Hire any equipment for any job. Visit your nearest Coates or Bunnings warehouse. Coates, equipped for anything.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Jeremy Coney jumping in to the summariser chair, replacing Bharat. Our experts are for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Coming on at an important time for Australia. 90 overs gone. They're batted for a full day, but they're still behind England by 44 runs. Wood on the way, bowling to Cummins. First ball of the new partnership, just in front of the man at forward short leg. Out to square leg it goes. He's 23, 8 for 240. Jeremy, we haven't had a chance to ask you yet. Run out or not out, in your opinion?
How long? I mean, I think probably out now. And I've changed my mind on it. But
what sways you?
I think that while the spigot was out in one of the bails, I think we know that from the offside, that it needs to both be clearly out, doesn't it? To be for the stumps to be broken.
Wood bowling to Murphy, the new man, round the wicket, gets out the way of a short one, but it's well wide of the off stump.
I think what's interesting, what they just showed actually, I think on the telly, didn't they?
Yeah.
And they felt that the middle stump was pushed back.
Yeah.
Quite dramatically.
But what does that change? I do appreciate that it is a different view and one that the third umpire didn't get.
What they're saying is that I think that when Bairstow moved the spigot, the ball was not in his hand.
You've got to explain to me what a spigot is.
It's the end of the bail.
So Phil was laughing his head up.
It's the end of the bail.
Right. The end of the bail had the name?
That fits into the groove. Yeah.
Bowling again to Murphy. Tries to catch up with it down the leg side. Doesn't quite. There's an appeal from the man at short leg, but I think that's in vain.
So he's made the off bail move, in other words, and the ball is not in his hand.
And the spigot, was the spigot moving as well? Phil is losing it at the word spigot.
Well, we've had this massive discussion about it.
Well, what do you call the end of the bail? What do you want me to call it? What do you want me to call it?
I don't know.
The end of the bail.
End of the bail. So the end of the bail is out from the off stump, right? And he hasn't got the ball. He's done that.
Yes.
Right.
I'm with you
the ball
so far.
arriving. And then you find that the middle stump goes as well, and the bails are both broken.
Yes, but by that time Smith had made his ground.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Would round the wicket to Murphy. He's got the short leg bouncer theory in play now, and it's a short one. It goes past his lid. He wanted to play, lucky he didn't. A spigot, if you're wondering, according to the dictionary, is a small peg or plug, especially for insertion in the vent of a cask.
Okay, no one make the obvious joke. Phil, I'm looking at you. Let's focus on the run out there. And I'm willing to get there with you, Jeremy, but I just haven't.
You just don't believe that he's
Well,
he's out.
I haven't seen it yet. So I'm willing to, if I saw another replay, if I saw it again, but the ones I saw suggested Smith made his ground by the time the second bail came on.
I don't know who was explaining it at the time, but they did say it took them 45 minutes to do the whole thing.
5 men back. Wood bowls, Murphy defends, a back at a length delivery.
Can't ask a third umpire to spend 45 minutes, can you, on finding out what do we want, a 10-day test?
Well, I suppose then it comes back to the... If you're an umpire and you don't have conclusive evidence...
And if you're not sure, you give it not out.
Give it not out.
Yeah.
And I thought he went through the process really well. He took his time. You could hear his line of thinking. He was talking through it on the broadcast.
Right.
I got the sense that he made the right call at the time, but... as you say, often with time and a lot of technology, you can find anything to suit what you want to see with ones that close.
Wood changes angle to finish the over. Bowls to Murphy, over the wicket. Murphy tries to swing in the direction of the 3 sweepers on the leg side. Doesn't make contact. Down the leg side, end of the over. 8 for 240 the score. Cummins 23, Murphy yet to score. And that is on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Hi, it's Jamie. I'm out at Rockley at Seats Are Us. I'm actually at the back in the workshop talking to the boys. So, Mark, how long have you been here at Seats Are Us?
Oh, about 25 years.
After 25 years, what don't you know about seats?
Oh, not a lot.
Hey, you know it all, hey?
What I don't know, we'll find out.
Well, there you go. Straight from the workshop to you. Seats Are Us, 1300 13 50 13. For a seat to suit, it must be Seats Are Us.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Phil Long.
So we've been discussing this, Jeremy, before you came on. No one had used the word spigot. Did you use that a lot in your career when you spoke to other players?
All the time.
Well,
all the time. I use it as often as I can. It's my favourite word. Yeah, it is. I quite often go to breakfast thinking, how can I use the word spigot here? They're to do with wheels too, the little things on the outside of wheels, aren't they, as well? You know?
What's the... You know the little plastic thing that goes on the end of your shoelace? Do you know what I'm talking about here? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? I'm speaking to
0433 98 11 16 or 8833 New Zealand. What's the thing on the end of the shoelace? Late night radio in Australia.
There is...
I don't think that is a spigot.
No, it's not a spigot, but there is a name for it. It's called like an eaglet or something along those lines.
That's why Phil Long's here. Wokes bowls, new over, delivers here to Cummins, who plays with the outside part of the bat to third man for one. He's 24, 8 for 241.
They're quite handy, though, if you've got a very small eye to put through in the shoe, aren't they? It's annoying that when you get that frayed one.
Phil Long?
It's an aglet.
Aglet. I knew I was close.
Yeah. Every day's a school day.
On SEN Test cricket, it certainly is.
Do you think a shoe company came up with that?
See, McCullum's, he's got aglets, I would say.
You know,
at the moment.
I think Bazball's gotten rid of aglets. I don't think they're
is that right?
anti-aglets. Yeah. They just shove the shoelaces in there if they use shoelaces at all.
Right.
They've changed the whole way we think of shoes.
Yeah.
Wokes bowls over the wicket. Murphy plays into the onside, no run. They've revolutionised shoe wearing.
No one has ever worn shoes quite like Brendan McCullum.
Have you noticed, speaking of his shoes, that whenever McCullum's on that viewing back and he's always got his feet up, is he capable of putting his feet on the floor? But Brendan McCullum...
Something wrong with the floor, isn't there?
It's almost... it's almost making a point, isn't it? I'm leaning back, slumped in my chair, my legs are up. You do you, I'll do me. Wokes, 3 slips, relatively new ball, bowls to Murphy, in behind it defensively. So they've got the bouncer attack when Wood's at him, the new man, and back to the 6-3 when it's Wokes with the only man out on the leg side, the fine leg, the mid-wicket and the mid-on.
So 42 behind. Where do we see this going, fellas? I mean, where are we today? Where is the game at the moment? Who is, would you say, England are slightly ahead? Have Australia got close enough? Are they...
It's such a hard one to say, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's such a hard one to say. I mean, Australia clearly edged the first day. The fact they got so far behind today makes me suggest England are in front.
Feels that way. Wokes bowls round the wicket, change at angle. Murphy on the front foot again. Out towards mid-off, no run. I wonder what our old friends at CricViz say. What does the wind is say? This says that England are well ahead. They're saying 68 to 29. If you're interested in that.
What does Spigot
I'm not
say,
interested
though?
in that.
Jeremy?
Spigot News says that the pitch is getting a little easier and will probably do so tomorrow as well.
Spigviz. Wokes round the wicket. Murphy defends to mid-on. Send your spigots to Jeremy Coney. Care of the SEN cricket box here at the Oval.
Yeah,
Put out your spigots.
It's also saying that the confusion about this morning. I mean, I just feel it's a shame that Warner actually hasn't in this series pushed ahead the way that he can do and get Australia on the front foot a bit more.
Wokes ends his 20th over by beating the outside edge of Murphy. Had a dash at one outside the line. It just stood up off the seam. End of it. 8 for 241. They trail by 42 Australia. Cummins 24. Murphy get to score. And that's on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman Super Saturday is back. Get 10% off your purchase price in gift cards when you spend $250 or more. TNC supply. Gift card valid for 1 month.
The Queensland Cricketers Club has wowed guests for over 60 years with one of Brisbane's most impressive function venues. Recently refurbished, the Queensland Cricketers Club is ideal for both corporate and private functions, featuring incredible stadium views overlooking the Gabba, private executive kitchen and an outstanding wine list to indulge in. With space for intimate functions of 20 people or gala events up to 500, book your next event at Queensland Cricketers Club. Visit qclub.com.au.
The star of the session in the final stretch here at the Oval today has been our replay screen for Tyre Power. Winter safety sail Longy.
Chris Wokes, 20 overs, 2 for 41. Mark Wood, 20 overs, 2 for 41.
Oh, very nice. Wood starts again. Make that 20.1 overs, 2 for 42. Tucked behind square by Cummins for 1. He's 25, 8 for 242. They trail by 41.
So to get, you know, it'd be nice if Australia at some stage had got to 100, say, off 20 overs or 25 overs, even 28, 30 overs. But they've never kind of got there. I don't know how many overs they did. You could look that up for us. What were they of Australia to get to 100? So, and I do think Labuschagne and Khawaja is a collector, isn't he? I mean, he's not quick. And neither is Labuschagne. He goes, 55 to 60?
Men back for the bouncer. Wood to Murphy, short, rides the bounce, down a deep square leg, goes all the way into the crowd about 5 rows back. Over the top of Joe Root, who was waiting for the catch. But Todd Murphy hits Australia's third 6 of the day. The last 2 were immediately followed by wickets, but got underneath that a la Harry Brook about 26 hours ago, Jeremy.
Wow, that wasn't a bad stroke, was it? Actually, it wasn't a big effort, was it? It was just a timed round. It wasn't a big flourish at all.
And I remember trying to convince people, both of you actually, that in India that Todd Murphy could bat, and every time I was on, he seemed to get out for under 5. And I said he'd won his first game. It was Sheffield Shield debut. He won. It was a 40 or 50 run partnership with Mitch Perry to win a match for Victoria. So he can bat. We just haven't seen it yet at Test level.
So he's off the mark with a 6. They trail by 35. Wood bowls and Murphy swings again, not successfully this time, into the gloves of Bairstow, diving away behind the pegs. So 8 for 248. Phil Long.
Just to back up what Jeremy was saying there about Australia's run rate and their sort of, the way they were going forward. Over the close of yesterday and this morning's opening session, 35 overs bowled to them, 20 maidens played out.
I think they just got a bit stuck too. They just thought perhaps with the overhead conditions and lights on and so on, and the ball nipping around, this is tough. We'll try and see this off for a while and perhaps we can start to pick up some runs, but it never happened at all.
Wood to Murphy, field back again, short ball, rides the bounce down to deep backward square. It lands about 15 metres in front of Joe Root. He's 7 with the single, 8 for 249, trail by 34.
And I think England deserve a bit of credit for how well they bowled. Yes, I think particularly... So Khawaja's batted like that all series, but I would say that Marnus probably went into his shell a little bit, but England bowled really well to him.
Yep, I think that's very fair. They did bowl well. And all the bowlers, was the whole resource, wasn't it? It wasn't just one or two, it was everybody.
I think there's a lot of that with Australia. They don't like to think of themselves as conservative. They like to think of themselves as adapting to any situation. And the situation I think they'll say that they faced was one of very good bowling in slightly tough conditions.
Wood over the wicket to Cummins. Ned back again. Out to deep backward square. The inside portion of the bat. Joe Root does the fielding. Cummins retains the strike. It was a leg by. No, my apologies. Still 1 ball to come in the over.
And if they were only four down here, they would be in a position, and that's what I think they were trying to head towards. As the middle stump, you see the middle stump go there?
It's a really interesting point. You're right. We're seeing another replay for tyre power. Winter safety sail of the run out that wasn't, and it's the front on camera from stump cam down at the non-striker's end, which kind of bolsters your point, Jeremy, that the second bail was still very much still. And Louis' point is that he thinks that Smith was in by that point.
By the time,
This time with the finish. Murphy 7, short ball, swing and a miss. 8 for 250 for Australia, 33 behind. Cummins 25, Murphy 7. That's on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Imagine you've just burnt your toast. Yep, there's the fire alarm. It's woken the baby, the dog's barking, you're waving the hand towel, but it just won't stop. With Red Smoke Alarms, you can silence alarms fast with just a single touch on the Red Smoke Alarm controller. It's perfect for homeowners, landlords and property owners with no wiring required and a 10-year guarantee. Don't upgrade your alarms without a Red Smoke Alarm controller. Visit redsmokealarms.com.au or contact your local electrician or electrical wholesaler.
Poor old George Elam. Cameras on him, sitting on the bench, the England subfielder. He's 21 years of age and he's nearly had a massive Ashes moment. He's never played a first-class game. He's on the staff here at Surrey in the second team.
Was his dad Mark Elam?
Yep, dad was Mark Elam.
Okay.
Former England all-rounder. He played Ashes cricket back in 1997. But instead, will be an unusual little footnote. The subfielder that didn't quite complete the brilliant run-out, Wokes. 2 for 41 from 20. Heavy workload today 2 slips for him. Bowling to Cummins on 25. Short ball to begin. Sways out the way uncomfortably.
Yeah, so I think you'd probably say England just slightly ahead at this stage. And obviously it's now up to them to get their batting going again. And it depends on how far they can go.
What we haven't seen much of England doing in the Bazball era is bat in the 3rd innings when it's roughly parity at the halfway mark of a test match. As Wokes bowls and Cummins swings outside edge down towards 3rd man it goes. Will it be hauled in? It won't quite. Skips out to the rope in front of the pavilion. So Cummins moves up to 29. Australia 8 for 254 useful runs. They trail by 29. But yeah, we've really seen, Daniel Norcross bangs on about it all the time, doesn't he? 3rd innings pickle theory, where sides in that situation don't quite know how to time their innings. But I suppose in England's favour, Jeremy, time won't be a factor because they bat so quickly. So there'll be no declaration needed necessarily, unless they want to play golf on day 5, which you can't rule out either. Bazball Viz requires a golf quotient as well. But assuming they're willing to play on Monday, they're not averse to playing on the 5th day. As Wokes bowls to Cummins, 29 from 59 now, swings on the pull shot, just gets it to the right of Broad. Moves to 30 with a single. Broad receives applause for cutting it off. 8 for 255, trail by 28. So they should be okay on that measure. They won't have to sort of worry about setting up a game or anything like that.
No. You're right about the number of overs. If they bat for a day, they'll have, well, plenty.
But they don't bat for a day, do they?
No.
So, yes. How many overs will they dane us with tomorrow when they come out to bat for a second time? Will they give us 70? We should be grateful for them to give us 70. Wokes bowls and Murphy goes back to defend.
Of course, if the pickle theory does come to fruition, it might be all done and dusted tomorrow.
Good point.
Might get 2 days of golfing, Adam.
Well, would England be willing to sacrifice an impregnable position to guarantee a start on Tuesday morning? I mean, you're asking the questions, Phil. We're a long way from that here, of course. They still need 2 wickets to finish Australia off, being playful. 28 is what Australia trail by. Make that 24. A square drive, slashing Murphy just behind point into the rope underneath the scoreboard. He's up into double figures. He's got a 6 out of 4. He's 11. 8 for 259 with 1 left in over. Number 94, Jeremy Coney.
What? He's dealing in boundaries. That's a cracking shot, isn't it?
Slap.
You know, the Wokes hung it out there outside his off stump and he just came across and smashed it.
He's got a test 40 at Ahmedabad earlier this year. Different circumstances. That was a grind. Looking for quicker runs here. Facing Wokes. Murphy defends off the inside part of the bat. Sneaks out just past square leg. A little misfield from Anderson, but he does cut it off in the end. They get 1. Murphy keeps the strike. He's 12. Cummins is 30. Australia 8 for 260. They trail by 23, and that's all on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Queensland is the place to race. On a weekly basis, there's almost 30 meetings across the Sunshine State. So whether it's racing, pacing or chasing, Queensland has it all. Giddy up and find all the latest news, including horse, jockey and trainer profiles, race replays, black bookers, expert tips and form analysis. Plus, you can find all the info you need to plan your fun at all the major race days and events. Visit racingqueensland.com.au, where Queensland is racing.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. I'm told by our team in Melbourne that on this day in 1977, Ian Botham took his 5 for 74 famously on Test debut at Trent Bridge. Australia all out for 243 on that day. Botham knocking over the captain Greg Chappell, Doug Walters, Rod Marsh, Max Walker, Geoff Thompson. Useful 5 wickets to start for Both.
Yeah.
Here's Wood over the wicket bowls here. Murphy rides the bounce down into the onside no run. Of course, that test is as well remembered for the run out of Derek Randall, isn't it? Boycott and Randall. Randall burnt by the senior pro in the team. A few shout outs as well, Jeremy, to everyone listening to us in New Zealand in the middle of the night or early in the morning. Here, thanks to Resine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. 8833 if you want to talk to us there on the text line. And in South Australia, Mornteam. Everyone's talking about Mornteam used cars. Mornteam.com.au. Well bowled, Mornteam. Wood bowls to the left-handed Murphy. On the pull again. 3-man back. Hits it over the rope again. Twice in 2 overs. Inside Mark Wood. Near enough the fastest bowler in the world. And Todd Murphy at 22 years of age says, I'll have a bit of that. Had one man to beat. That was the captain himself, Ben Stokes. We'll get a second look here for tyre power. Winter safety sail, Jeremy Coney. And he cleared him by about 3 metres.
Yeah. On-leg stump. And not quite high enough from Wood. That's kind of about waist high, just a bit more. And my word, Murphy's into those.
Keep going, young man. Trail by 17. Wood bowls. Is a short ball, does take it on, though. Edge goes over his helmet and over his horizontal blade. Daniel Norcross has stepped in. He's not going to jump on because he's working on the other side, in the other place in parliamentary terms this week. And that's been simulcast in another place in Australia. So that rules him ineligible. But he is here watching us.
Can't be on both.
Can't be on both. You can double bubble, as you've learned over the years, Jeremy. You can't double bubble in the same country. I wonder whether Daniel thinks the run-out's out or not. He's usually got strident views. Was the Smith run-out out or not out, in your opinion? Daniel's saying, from what I heard, out. Wood bowls over the wicket. Murphy, short ball, lets it sail over the top. Consider the swing. It's called a wide. Umpire Wilson gets himself in the game. They trail by 16, 8 for 267. I think everyone's watching that Sky clip and going, that's enough for me, that's out. But Bharat still stipulating that, no, they're wrong. It's not out.
What we can't see from that front-on shot that you showed us, from the bowler's end, in other words, we can see that middle stump coming out, can't we? But we can't see, can we see the bat? We can't see the bat of Steve Smith, can we? No.
I think they did a split screen of that as well, which helps bolster it. Brad's saying, quite rightly, the third umpire doesn't get 45 minutes off.
No, exactly. I said...
Wood bowls, short. Murphy takes it on again. Out towards deep square leg, 6 more. That's nearly a second decker. That's big. 3 sixes off Mark Wood. Each one bigger than the one that came before it. 5 sixes in the day. Murphy has 3 of them. This is thrilling stuff. 8 for 273. Go you, good thing.
Look, that's the first time I've seen the librarian smile. That's brilliant. He's just shared a quick smile with his skipper.
Thrown back by a woman in the crowd nursing a glass of champagne.
Yeah.
She didn't get it back. She hit someone in the head, I think. For tyre power, winter safety sail. Tried to throw it back.
It wasn't a strong...
Trying to juggle a glass of champers. The look of dread. Oh, no. What have I done? Trailing by just 10. Todd Murphy hits the first 6s of his professional career, I'm told, by Phil Walker as well. All our numbers for tyre power, winter safety sail. Mark Wood to finish. No, 2 left. Will he go again? He's got to go again. Short. Doesn't get the edge. This is reminiscent of what Mark Wood did at Leeds in very different circumstances, but Wood hit 3 6s in a hurry. So it's an over that's contained 2 big ones and a wide. And there's still 1 ball left in it.
Nearly down to single digits, the differential.
What a boost for Australia this will be. If they can reach parity when England really have won the day. They kept them quiet in the first session, took 5 wickets in the second. Just 1 in the third, though. Murphy, 24 from 22. Wood's final ball. Gallops up here. Murphy, Fuller, pushing into the onside. Nicely played. Round of applause from the crowd as well. 8 for 273 is the score on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman Super Saturday is back. Get 10% off your purchase price in gift cards when you spend $250 or more. T's and C's can apply. Gift card valid for 1 month.
Hi, I'm Jamie Dunn. Did you know that Seats R Us are a major Australian distributor of the superbly German-made Grammar seats and have plenty on hand for immediate delivery? Grammar seats provide some of the best transportation seating systems in the world. Grammar trucking seats are renowned for their quality and comfort and are specifically designed to reduce strain on drivers' backs. Of course, Seats R Us stock Grammar seats and spare parts ready for immediate delivery. SeatsRUs.com.au.
Philip Long.
32 off the last 3 overs bowled.
Brett Sundaresan jumping in as well. You've watched a lot of Todd Murphy in the nets. Anything quite like that?
Yeah, he's turned into Nathan Lyon at Hobart. Nathan Lyon hit Mark Wood for 3 sixes, hooked him for 3 sixes in 2 overs.
All over the top of the Alex Doolan stand, which we named that week.
Yes, straight into those houses at the back.
If you're listening, Alex, 0433 98 11 16. Expect he will be. Here's Wokes. More conventional field for Cummins, who sways out the way of a shorter delivery. So there's the slip of the gully, point, cover, mid-off, backward point on the rope in front of the Loch Laker stand, mid-on, and on the rope, a deep square leg in front of the Archbishop Tennyson School, and a fine leg. I learnt last night, by the way, you know how the Tennyson School's closing, Jeremy?
Yes.
No more pupils. It's owned by the Duchy of Cornwall. So it's owned by Prince William, in effect, which does mean that they've got options with it. So it's a listed building. It's part of the Goliath that is the Duchy of Cornwall's grand wealth, which by shorthand it's the royal families. So hopefully it retains a presence here at the Kia Oval. Slip in the gully, Wokes bowls, full, slower ball. Cummins equal to it, picks it up down to mid-on, but there won't be a single. Stokes is there.
Oh well, that means it'll stay there at the stage, won't it? It's a good landmark.
Yeah, I mean, to think it's been such a presence through Test cricket here for from the inception of Test cricket. That school's been there longer than the ground has. But yes, the reason why it's shut its doors this year, this academic year, is there's not enough kids in the area, and there's a bigger school over on the Vauxhall side of the ground, and that's where all the kids are going. So the ground here at the Oval is also in that Duchy of Cornwall purse, which is why when he was the Prince of Wales, the King, now the King, had a fair bit of involvement here. He used to come to the Oval quite a bit. Wokes to Cummins. Delivers here. Another slower ball, pushed out to the offside, no run. So interesting that we're seeing pace taken off in the 16th over of this ball, Baz.
I mean, how do Australia look at this? Yeah, I mean, obviously, just rolling his fingers over the ball. Obviously, Australia would have liked having Travis Head and Steve Smith out there at this point. They wanted to get overs into the legs of these aging English bowlers. They've got them to bowl 96 overs. No Moeen Ali. Yes, they just trailed them by 10 runs.
Wokes up to Cummins on 30. Cummins rides the bounce. Just behind point, gets one. Good batting. They only trail by 9 now, with Cummins 31 batted through the session, 8 for 274.
And their approach will be questioned already. What they did in the first session, even though they just lost 1 wicket, everybody's jumping on them for having lacked intent. But if they can even get a 20, 30 run lead from where they were, I think they would say, job well done.
It's a little bit like, it's been a bit messy, hasn't it? I think we'd all say that. It's a little bit like the first innings effort at Manchester. In the sun, good day.
I'm sorry, some puerile behaviour in the crowd I've just picked up with a blown up
kangaroo,
boxing kangaroo, and someone doing something to it.
Oh no!
Murphy facing Wokes.
Oh god! Leave the kangaroo
into the offside, no run. Don't touch the kangaroo like that.
At least the blown up ones. Or the real ones.
Just full stop.
Do not touch kangaroos.
Do not interfere with kangaroos, blown up or real.
No, you'll get punched in the face.
It was a bloke wearing a Forex t-shirt.
Oh dear.
As well. Also some punters on the balcony to our left. They showed on screen. You can Airbnb that house these days, that apartment. There's about 30 people up there, and there's no guardrail. That's a 1 bottle of wine limit up there. Don't get too carried away. Wokes to finish. Murphy defends into the offside. The end of my lengthy commentary stint is here. Geoff Lemon in for me, taking us through the next little while. 8 for 274. Cummins 31, Murphy 24, and that is on the Harvey Norman score.
Beaumont Tiles hits another 6 for your renovation budget, introducing the best value tile range ever. It's called Beaumont Max. How's this? Subway tiles from $30. Yes, Subway tiles from $30 in over 10 colours. 3x6 white wall tiles only $19.95. Floor tiles from $29.95 featuring concrete and marble look. Don't be caught out of your crease. Buy Beaumont Max from Beaumont Tiles. You'll be happy you chose Beaumont's.
Ashes cricket, it is party time here at the Oval. It always is when the tail bats. It's one of those things about cricket that you see in very few other sports where somebody who's not very good at something has to go and do the thing. And then sometimes they overperform, like Murphy popping 3 times into the stands. And everybody loves it even more than they like watching the players who are supposedly good at the thing doing the thing. Everyone wants to watch Harry Brook bowl and Todd Murphy bat.
It's a bizarre sport.
It is a bizarre sport.
We love it, yeah.
People lie to themselves. They say, oh, we want to see the best versus the best. No, you don't. You want to see someone cod ordinary.
Yeah, no.
Against the odds.
Exactly. I mean, there's more enjoyment in someone getting it in the box than someone middling a cover drive to the boundary.
Exactly. Cummins on strike. And he's leaving a ball outside the off stump from James Anderson. Our colleague Cameron Fink, the master videographer, has a theory which I quite enjoy. He says at the Olympics you've got 8 lanes, for instance, in the athletics events. Fine. You should have 7 competitors, and then lane 8 is reserved for a member of the public who's pulled out of the stands. And then you can see just how good these athletes actually are. Something to give you a comparison against the everyman.
That's a great idea.
I'd love to see that. Lane 8 in the swimming. Someone who's rocked up for the night should pop them in there. Taking a minute and a half to do the 50 metres. Here's Anderson outside the off stump, left alone by Cummins.
See, you speak like someone who comes from a country where you're used to winning a lot of medals and winning a lot of sport in the Olympics. And I was growing up in India. I mean, now they've started winning a lot of medals. We have seen that happen in the pool, especially in the early rounds, you know, especially the long races. Everybody else is finished, and then there's the Indian swimmer. No offense. I mean, it takes something to go to the Olympics. Then they can't, and it's the Olympics. You can't just celebrate because you won, right? Till everyone's finished today. They all just wait till the Indian swimmer finishes the 7th lap and the 8th lap and the 9th lap.
Anderson in to Cummins, who cuts one past his stumps and through to Bairstow on the bounce and survives. Well, Eric the Eel Musambani, of course, famously from the Sydney 2000 Olympics, the Equatorial Guinea champion, who was in the 100 metres, I think he was swimming. Took him a while.
He did.
There were 2 in the heat. The other was disqualified for a false start, so he raced the heat on his own.
That happens, yeah. And now, and all of those other sports where you just qualify by being the fastest in your respective country, not because you won anything to be there.
Anderson up to Cummins, who turns one off his hip, jogs through for the single, 8 for 275. Murphy on strike, so this could be fun if anything's pitched short. They did bring in minimums for the swimming after that, sadly. After Eric the Eel, they brought in minimum times. So they basically saw a nice wholesome moment and then ensured that it could never happen again. Classic IOC. You have to love sporting administration bodies, don't you? Great things afoot. The World Cup venues keep being moved around. The BCCI doing a sterling job. Announced the schedule with 3 months to spare, and now they're changing the schedule that they announced with 3 months to spare.
Yeah, did you hear? It's not just the India-Pakistan game, but a bunch of games that are going to be rescheduled.
Good. Yep, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Good for fans, good for audiences who want to, for instance, travel to India to watch the World Cup. You don't know which city your team will play in.
Yeah, true. I mean, you've just spent only $1,500 to book a room in Ahmedabad for the India-Pakistan game. Big deal.
Yep. Anderson round the wicket to the left-handed Murphy, who gets a little outside edge that runs away behind point. He'll get through for a single, 8 for 276. Phil Long.
Accommodation in Ahmedabad for that India-Pakistan game is so tight that apparently people have been booking themselves into hospitals for treatment, into private hospitals for treatment that coincides with when the game is on.
I'm not surprised at all.
Goodness me. Just pop in and get that ingrown toenail sorted out.
And
while I'm here. Just give me 3 or 4 hours to head down to the stadium. Well, 3 or 4 hours to get in.
Get in, yes.
4.5 hours for the game. 3 hours to get home again. Anderson to Cummins, not the West Indies fast bowler. Away behind point, Cummins picks up another single. 97 overs gone. It's 8 for 277.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN Ashes cricket. Australia trail by only 6 runs. What a topsy-turvy day of Test cricket it has been. So dry through the morning session. Labuschagne the only wicket to fall. Khawaja patting the ball back time and again. They added, 40 runs in 26 overs, something like that?
With 12 byes.
Then there was a clatter of wickets. And there have been runs with the lower order. Chris Wokes starting a new over. Cummins defending the ball back down the pitch. Pushes at it quite hard. Back to Wokes on the bounce.
Like I said earlier, Geoff, just before you came on, in a way Australia have achieved one objective, which is to bat pretty much through the day and get England to bowl a lot of overs without Moeen Ali. He would have liked a few more runs for sure and a few fewer wickets.
Well, they're 8 down, so this could still be over in about 60 seconds if England get it right. Wokes pitches up, Cummins drives on the bounce down to mid-off. No run there. He's got 33. Murphy, 25. Very useful.
Yeah, second time in the last 2 overs that Chris Wokes has rolled his fingers over the ball. Some interesting dismissals today from Australia. TV just showing the Alex Carey wicket.
The fact that he starts walking off before the catch is even taken. Just hits the ball and tucks the bat under his arm and leaves. Well, they should have left, perhaps. Cummins defending Wokes down to mid-on this time. But it does still seem like a wasted opportunity for Australia. They should have been batting for a big first innings lead, for a 100-plus lead. And instead, they might just scrape past.
Yeah, and make it an one-inning shootout again, which is not what they wanted. But it's been the story of the series for Australia. I mean, England dominated the Manchester Test, but that's the only time we've seen one team dominate proceedings throughout one whole day. 2 days, in fact.
Wokes up to Cummins, who flicks off his pads. He'll get another run down to fine leg. 2 balls to come in the over. Cummins to 34. Australia trail by only 5. England will be deeply frustrated too that they've let this slip.
Yes.
They could have had a big lead themselves. At one point through the day, it was 7 for 185 when Mitchell Starc was out. They've conceded nearly another 100 since then.
It's been a series of regrets and frustrations, hasn't it? Apart from everyone being rattled.
Everybody's rattled. England don't admit that they have regrets. They say everything's fine.
Is true,
They've made all the right decisions. They've batted well and bowled well. Wokes bowls to Murphy, who tries to score off his pads in the manner of Cummins' 1 ball earlier, but hits it straight to Ben Duckett.
It's funny how these things work, right? All of us have enjoyed the way England play cricket. It's how they talk about the way they play cricket that grates on you at many levels.
Well, you know, if you go to a live show and you watch a band and you think it's great, and then they come off stage and say, "Oh, we were amazing, we were so good," you don't really want to hear that. Wokes pitches the ball up, and coming forward, Murphy defends it back down to mid-off. So a couple of sensible shots. 98 overs gone. Australia 8 for 278.
After the big game, every sports fan deserves to kick back and relax, and what better way to do that than with a mattress from OMF. Get ready to unwind in style with the ultimate in comfort and relaxation. So, what are you waiting for? Head on over to OMF and check out their game-changing range of mattresses. Shop online or at over 50 locations nationwide, 100% Australian designed and owned. Where comfort meets sport.
SEN Test Cricket. This is the Ashes coming to you from the Oval. Geoff Lemon and Bharat Sundaresan. We're coming up to the scheduled stumps. We're 2 minutes away, and they bowled 73 overs today.
Shocking.
They bowled 73. They're 17 overs short. They're over an hour short. We will get the extra 30, of course, so we'll probably get another 5 in the way things are going. But Anderson starts an over, and Cummins is edging into the cordon. Was that on the bounce?
I think it was.
Second slip, Joe Root putting his hand out, stopping that ball well.
Zach Crawley, I think, just went down quickly. He's just swinging his hand now. Didn't look like it carried.
Root at first slip, Crawley at second, and he did manage to tap it down on the half volley.
There was some confusion between Cummins and Murphy, though. Cummins immediately went off for the single, but Murphy wasn't interested.
The ball didn't roll away very far and Root was quickly onto it. Anderson bowls to Cummins again, full ball at the stumps that he drives down to mid-on. Still 5 runs behind.
And I think that will be the overwhelming narrative, like from here on our return flights back home. This is what we'll be thinking about. We saw a lot of good cricket. We still were left very annoyed.
It's the prerogative of people who watch cricket to be annoyed by it. If you weren't annoyed by it, why would you keep turning up?
That's true.
Irritation is a powerful attractant. Anderson bowls to Cummins. He'll take a run off the back foot, punching out through point. 8 for 279, bring the deficit down to 4, take his score to 35. It's like the theory behind social media platforms. Show people things that will annoy them. If things annoy them, they'll keep coming back. If you leave a comment on a video that you hate, you'll then keep coming back to see other people if they've replied to you or not. That's the theory. Angry people watch things more than happy people.
Oh, all the time.
That's why...
happy people are happy.
Like us three.
Us three.
Happy people are just going off doing whatever it is that makes them happy.
That's true. Like driving up to Halifax to watch some music.
Exactly.
Listen.
Touring around the country, enjoying being in England. Anderson bowls down the leg side and flicked away by Murphy. Runs here, there'll be 4 of them. Yes, indeed. Well, he's glanced that away. And Todd Murphy is up to 29. He's doing a tremendous job for his team. He's 29 at a runner ball. And Australia draw the scores level, 8 for 283. We heard about Murphy when he came into the team in India that he could bat. He started out at 9. They had a bit of faith in him. He went terribly, couldn't make a run in India. But he made a few against Mark Wood at Headingley on the hook shot. And he's made 29 of the best here. Anders bowls to him and he's driving down to mid-on. Mid-wicket runs across to field instead. That ball rolling so slowly.
We hear a lot, right, when a player comes in, he's like, oh, when he was playing junior cricket, he was a top order batter. But Todd Murphy's just 22, so his junior cricket days are not that far behind. So maybe till he was 15 or 16, he was batting in the top order.
Phil Long?
Anderson, Wood and Wokes have now bowled more overs in this innings than they've bowled in any other innings in this series.
There we are. Time to cash in. And Murphy is trying to do just that. Driving, gets a thick outside edge. The ball rolls down to the deep backward square leg. And Australia are into the lead. A standing ovation from the yellow-clad Australians in the crowd. A standing Australian ovation. 99 overs gone. Australia 8 for 284.
It's Tyre Power's big winter safety sale. Get better grip and a safer drive this winter with a new set of Falcon Eco Run tyres from Tyre Power. Right now, you can buy 3 and get 1 free on Falcon ZX ZE310R Eco Run tyres for passenger and selected SUV vehicles. That's buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres. But only at Tyre Power and only until the end of July. Get the power of a safer drive this winter. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
SEN Ashes cricket, the lower order resistance continues. Murphy and Cummins out there. Phil Walker has joined us. England will be very irritated with having let this slip, Phil.
Yeah, look, they'll be cranky as all hell, in truth. A 40-run lead here would have been absolutely precious, gold dust stuff.
Wokes runs up to Murphy, who hooks off the top edge, not for the first time today, and he nearly takes out Dan Lawrence, the sub-fielder down at fine leg, who gets a nasty bounce, trying to stop the ball, has to parry it away from his face. In the end, Murphy gets back for a couple of runs, takes his score for 32, and he's not been afraid to take on the short ball whatsoever.
So 3 sixes today in 32 deliveries, I think it is. His first 3 sixes in professional cricket.
Really?
Yep.
I guess he's not facing Mark Wood pace a lot when he's played his few Shield games for Victoria.
Just a handful of games.
Just in the little few balls that he faced at the back end of the Leeds innings, he certainly has a capability against the pace. It was evident.
Wokes bowls just on a length, around about middle stump, turned away to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, he climbed into a full one against Mark Wood and clattered him through the covers, and then was really cranky with himself by getting an inside edge onto leg stump, and he clearly fancied it. If he was a 22-year-old rabbit in the headlights, then you wouldn't have seen that kind of reaction. There was no no criticism attached to how he went about his innings at Leeds. You could see that he was up for the fight, and clearly he doesn't mind it when it's up and about him.
Wokes, 2 slips in place for Murphy. A left-hander, bowls with the right arm, bats with the left-hander stance, and he's coming forward on the front foot and looking compact and defensively sound as he blocks the ball down to mid-off.
And he's someone who works a lot on his batting in the nets, I've noticed, even in the lead up to this test. I mean, often when we had a tail-ender, he'll bat for one day, maybe on the eve of the test. He was in there for 40 minutes, 2 days out. He was in there for even longer once he found out he's playing on the eve of this test.
Wokes, he's come around the wicket to the left-hander and bowls, gets a little edge through the cordon on the bounce once again, doesn't carry. There'll be runs, there'll be 2 of them. Murphy wants it, hustling back, happy to get back on strike. Goes on to 34, 8 for 288.
You know, look, from the Poms' perspective, this is squarely in the frustrating, hair-pulling, spirit-sapping period of the day, right? But if you look at it in the round, Australia began the day massively in the ascendancy. This was always going to be the best day to bat here. The weather was actually a bit surprising because it did stay a little bit overcast for much of the day. It's beautiful now. Nonetheless, England, if you look at it coldly, have got to be satisfied with their work.
Wokes wide outside the off stump, driving at it. Murphy almost nicks it through to the keeper, doesn't quite.
And conversely, of course, Australia had the chance here, just as they did at Manchester on day one as well, to get bundled out for 317, I think it was, in Manchester on a flat one, where you would think for once that they had conditions in their favour. They underscored there. They were bundled out for 260 odd at Leeds, and they are inching towards 300 here, but they've had a moment in each of those 3 games to nail England.
Wokes round the wicket, driven by Murphy, nicely struck, won't get a run mid-off fields. So that's exactly 100 overs bowled by England. Australia in the lead by 5. They're 8 for 288.
Australia's most anticipated clean energy event, All Energy Australia, returns to the Melbourne Convention and Exhibition Centre, October 25 and 26. Solar installers can earn their yearly CPD points with free solar masterclasses and more. Featuring over 350 suppliers and attracting more than 10,000 industry professionals, you can't miss this free event. Register now for All Energy Australia 2023, October 25 and 26, Melbourne Convention and Exhibition Centre.
SEN Ashes cricket, 8 for 288. Australia leading by 5. Just chatting about the way the series has gone with Phil Walker, and you're spot on that they've had these opportunities, Australia, where they've got partnerships together. They've looked like they're going to go big, and every time England's found a way to get through them in tests 3, 4 and 5.
Yeah, exactly that. Todd Murphy's playing a beautiful hand here. Echoes of Ashton Agar for me.
Anderson bowls to Cummins, who's blocking the ball away. It bounces down into the ground and almost back up and hits him with a little bit of backspin.
Yeah, I mean, they said, can he fill into Nathan Lyon's big boots? One thing he has done. Last time these 2 teams faced each other, 5th test of the series, Nathan Lyon hooked Mark Wood for 3 sixes in Hobart. Todd Murphy's done the same, so if he can do what Nathan Lyon generally does here with the ball. He bowled pretty well yesterday, didn't he? 2 for 22.
Limited opportunities, but held his nerve. I think that the temperament has been the most impressive thing about Murphy. Anderson up to Cummins, who's defending, back to the bowler. A lot of our English colleagues when we arrived here were saying, well, this Murphy fellow, you know, he's young, couldn't be is he any good? Will he be able to do the Nathan Lyon job? I think for us who watched him play in India and saw how he handled that challenge, I mean, sure, in Ashes is tough, but I think playing away in India might be tougher in terms of foreignness of conditions. The crowd's just as intense as they are in these contests.
There's only a small portion of my colleagues that can be asked to watch that kind of stuff, of course, Geoff. You know.
That was the impression that I got.
I did, however. I could see that he could bowl.
Anderson bowls to Cummins, who's handling it easily, driving it down to mid-off, no run. Well, yeah, not just bowl, but really match it with the best out there. Bowl to Rohit Sharma well, bowl to Virat Kohli well.
Get him out 4 times.
Yep.
4 different ways as well. I remember him talking about how nervous he was before he bowled his first ball in Test cricket. He said there's Virat Kohli at the other end. The whole Nagpur crowd was, screaming their lungs out. Then he composed himself and bowled beautifully.
So hope he gets an opportunity in the third innings here. Cummins defends another ball from Anderson. Might be starting to think about stumps 20 minutes away, whether they could get there and go in 8 down, come back in the morning, try to do something other than get out first ball of the morning. Pat Cummins, like he did up at Old Trafford.
But that was a great stat from Phil Long, the fact that Anderson, Wood and Vokes have bowled more overs in this innings than they have previously in this test, which is one objective that Australia wanted to clear. They have batted for over 100 overs.
James Anderson putting in a shift. Cummins drives, times it nicely, but doesn't place it to perfection. Extra cover gets across to field. Australia, the lead stays at 5.
What chance then, gents, that tomorrow England are a tiny bit more circumspect and they actually think that there is clear value in trying to bat 80, 90 overs? Bearing in mind that they have 4 ageing seamers, no spinner, and they're knackered. They're clearly knackered. The last hour it's been quite evident. I tell you, you're right, perhaps. But if they are 260 all out in 50 overs, there's going to be very minimal sympathy anywhere across the country.
Anderson bowls to Cummins, who's feeling outside the off stump. That's a good ball. It beats him, but it doesn't get him out. And that's the column that ultimately matters. Australia, 8 for 288.
Harvey Norman Super Saturday is back. Super Saturday, one day only, in-store and online. Spend $250 or more and get 10% of your purchase price in Harvey Norman gift cards. That's right. Score Super Saturday one-day deals in-store and online at Harvey Norman. Plus, spend $250 or more and get 10% of your purchase price in Harvey Norman gift cards. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. Gift card valid for 1 month. One day only. Don't miss out. Super Saturday at Harvey Norman.
SEN Ashes Cricket, Geoff Lemon, Bharat Sundaresan and Phil Walker watching the game on your behalf here in London, wherever you're listening around Australia, New Zealand or elsewhere in the world. Hello to you. I hope that you're enjoying following along. Another compelling test match in this compelling series. Australia lead by 5 and they've got 2 wickets in hand.
There's also the question of who bats at number 3 for England. Do they have to throw Harry Brook back in there? He looked sorts.
You're robbing a strength to make up for a weakness if you do that. You could do worse and put Chris Wokes up there.
Yeah.
Although he's done a lot of bowling, and he's bowling another ball here, and Murphy's punching it off the back foot back to the bowler on the bounce.
Yeah, it's a really good question, actually. We'll come to that in a minute. I'm just thinking someone who is going to be particularly narky is Steve Smith, right? When you look at how placid the conditions are now and how Cummins has been ensconced now for the best part of 82 minutes he's been in, something like that, and Smith kind of rather gave it away, didn't he? Been played beautifully inside himself.
Wokes hits Murphy on the pad, goes up in an appeal, might have been too high, the finger goes up belatedly from Kumar Dharmasena. I'm sure Cummins will say to review this. He does, and Murphy turns around to do exactly that. There hasn't been huge bounce out of this surface, so it did strike him quite high, but that doesn't necessarily mean it won't be going on. Wokes is very confident that the review will end up in his favour. He's high-fiving in the huddle.
First impression, don't think there's any issue with height, Geoff. It might possibly be on the angle, but I reckon it's probably taking leg stump. There's a lot of tired bodies out there.
Scrambled seam. Decks in, does hit him above the knee roll, but his leg is angled and he's quite far back, so he's probably okay on that front.
Just the way Murphy reacted as well. Yes, he is bowling around the wicket, but the angle wasn't steep enough for it to miss leg stump, and you can't see leg stump in the replay, so that should be out. Hitting as well.
Yeah. Given on field, so it just needs to clip.
I think that's the best they can hope for, that it's going to clip. Comes
hitting in line with middle and leg, and it is an orange light on leg stump, so by a narrow margin Kumar Dharmasena signs the warrant for Todd Murphy, whose fine innings comes to an end. He took it to England, took him on, and he was able to prosper for a time. Australia lose their 9th with the score on 288. The lead is still just 5 runs.
Hi at user-VK4VD7VR5TL. Alan here from Volkswagen. I'm not sure you're a real person, a bot, or a person with a bot's name, but I am sure you said utes are dreadful family vehicles and dreary as a wet weekend. Not ours. With over 30 safety and driver assistance systems, it's a fantastic family vehicle with a powerful V6 engine. Book a test drive today, if bots can book things. The all-new Amarok, born from tough love.
SEN Ashes cricket, a very warm ovation for Todd Murphy as he left the ground. People appreciating his courage and his skill in going out there, taking on England's bowlers, hitting a few sixes from the fastest one going around. Made 34 runs in the end.
And that partnership in the end worth 49.
49. And the last one, Phil, between
54.
Oh, there you go. 54, 49. It's 103 runs between the last two wickets from where Australia were. Take this and the bonus of having got those extra overs into the English fast bowlers.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. They just can't stop flirting with each other, these two teams.
Yeah, no.
You know, every now and then, every time you think that one of them has the ascendancy, then, you know, they show a bit of leg and encourage the other side, and we're going to go all the way down to the wire, aren't we? This series, it was always destined to be so.
And is there going to be a bit of late night action now? 6:15?
Well, I was just thinking, if Cummins was Stokes, he'd probably pull him in now. And you think, all right, I'm just going to have 2 or 3 overs at you. Right, they're there.
I think it's a bit too late for that.
Perhaps it is now.
Yeah, you'll get just 1 over.
Yeah, I guess 16 minutes past now, you know.
They'd get 1 over.
Okay.
Probably not worthwhile.
Not worth it now, then.
But Hazelwood is on strike. Left-hander as well, and he's coming forward and defending stoutly enough. The first ball that's pitched up from Chris Wokes, who will have 3 more deliveries potentially at Australia's number 11, who isn't great shakes with the bat. He was a better player earlier in his career. He played a few long innings, not big scores, but did hang around for a while at times. That largely seems to have left his game.
So, Geoff, if a wicket were to fall now, 3 overs left in this over rather, 16 minutes past 6, you'd still get 1 over in, would you?
If a wicket falls before 20 past, if it's 19 past when the wicket goes, then yes, they'll get an over in. Wokes around the wicket and thrashing it away off the back foot. Hazelwood picks up 4. Through backward point. Gully dives across to his left and can't stop the ball. So you might as well throw the cue, says Hazelwood, and if we get an over at them, then fine. But there would be also comparative advantage with the score now on 9 for 292 of making England come back and bowl again in the morning. The bowlers have to warm up. Everybody has to sort of get in the fielding mindset, even though it might only last for 1 ball.
Yeah, he might not have too many shots, but that one shot he plays really well. If there's width, like most left-handers, with skills or no skills.
Wokes to Hazelwood. 3 slips. Hazelwood drives down to mid-off. Gets good contact with that shot. Won't get a run.
Yeah, but that who bats at number 3 for England could come in. It could be a crucial point tomorrow.
Yeah, so firstly, Chris Wokes isn't the most ridiculous idea ever.
No.
Aside from the fact that he's been bowling all day.
Sure.
But if they got the night off, if he didn't have to bowl in the morning, I mean, he is technically sound and has a good temperament.
Yeah.
So if you want someone to do a job there, then he might be able to do that job for an hour or so.
Yeah. I've watched enough of Harry Brook to be comfortable enough that his technique is sound enough to back the top 3 if push came to shove.
Wokes bowls to Hazelwood, looking for the Yorker at his stumps. Hazelwood digs it out. It hits Cummins at the non-striker's end. So they won't get a run for it as the ball ricochets away to mid-on. Australia lead by 9. The over comes to an end. Adam Collins will be in to join you in just a minute. Bharat Sundaresan waving goodbye for the day. We'll leave you with Phil Walker. They're with Australia, 9 for 292.
It's Tyre Power's big winter safety sale. Get better grip and a safer drive this winter with a new set of Falcon Eco Run tyres from Tyre Power. Right now, you can buy 3 and get 1 free on Falcon ZX ZE310R Eco Run tyres for passenger and selected SUV vehicles. That's buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres. But only at Tyre Power and only until the end of July. Get the power of a safer drive this winter. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. We've probably got 3 overs left. Adam Collins and the Phils. Walker and Long taking you through to the close of play. You should start a band. What sort of band would it be? Walker and Long, I ponder.
The Southern Proclaimers, that's where I was going as well. I'm seeing them in a couple of weeks.
Well,
at Moseley Folk Festival, yeah.
You're seeing Pulp tonight, are you not?
I am indeed. Hammersmith Palais. Yeah. Bolshoi Ballet.
Great venue for it.
Yeah, cannot wait.
See Jarvis go through his paces.
I have to file some copy though. I mean, how poor form is that really? How passé is that?
Here's Jimmy Anderson. Can he finish it off? The Cummins field spread slow ball.
Clever.
Yorks in with the slow ball, reminiscent of Armisen to Clark all those years ago. Given the moment.
One of the great balls.
One of the great balls.
Hard yakka time, isn't it, Adam? This is the 103rd over, and England have managed to eke out 7 overs from the spinner, could have been more, and 3 overs of field from Harry Brooks. So that is 93. Well, this is the 93rd over between 4 men in their mid to late 30s. 5th test match in 6 weeks.
Here is Anderson. Field spread for Cummins apart from the slip. He pulls out towards the onside. It won't carry to deep square leg, so they don't take the single.
Yeah, and look, all things considered, they've stuck at their task brilliantly today. Keep themselves in the game. I feared for them this morning, I have to say. But they've done really well. Funnily enough, they will be slightly irritated with life because they had a chance to establish a significant-ish first in his lead, 60-odd, 70-odd. If that run-out had gone their way. Nonetheless, I think they'd have snapped your hand off at the start of the day for parity. As it stands here, 9 ahead, 1 wicket in hand, field spread.
All 9 men back now. Cummins on leg stump. Takes the single from the 3rd ball of the over. He'll expose Hazelwood, so to speak. 9 for 293, lead of 10. So we'll go through the motions and the field will come in and all the rest of it. Yeah, Geoff's point before about the fact that we're going to fall about 10 overs short of where we should do today. I know England justified it at Leeds a few weeks ago when Ben Stokes spoke to the umpires and said, we're entertaining. You may not like it, but this is fun. And we saw Richard Thompson, the ECB chairman, out there yesterday, not talking about this specifically, but justifying, well, rather making the case for reserve days, because how could you deny this England team the chance to win last week and so on. But there's really no way of getting around. They should be penalised for today. I mean, they won't be, of course, because it's England and Australia and they'll get out of it eventually, but they should receive a sanction as far as World Test Championship points are concerned for this.
Felt like it was a tipping point, really, at Old Trafford.
Anderson around the wicket, bolster Hazelwood, field in, slaps it through the covers for 4. Josh Hazelwood's second boundary. In fact, it won't quite get there. I thought he nailed that. Might not have timed it quite as well. Either way, they get through for a couple, and Hazelwood's up to 6. 9 for 295, lead of 12.
Yeah, that was a tired delivery by Jimmy. Could barely summon the energy to even put it there. And when Josh Hazelwood is driving you on the up through the covers, you know you've had a hard day of it. Yeah, when you lose that amount of cricket in a rain-truncated game, you start to realise that it's not just on the margins, it's actually central to the narrative.
Anderson to Hazelwood, that's better. Full and straight and dug out.
And so while what Richard Thompson, the ECB chair, was saying was wrapped up in a certain sort of grandiosity, the likes of which Pete Lalor can't stand, and with good reason, and I understand that, and there is a sort of irritating, cloying self-regard around the England setup at the moment, which I can absolutely understand can frustrate people and irritate people. Nonetheless, there is a point to be made in there. I think it's about time we had these conversations.
Anderson finishes and Hazelwood out to mid-on. End of the over. We're going to pick this up. 9 for 295, lead of 12. Cummins 36, Hazelwood on 6, and they've celebrated 1 wicket in the session for Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives, and our experts are for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas.
Hi, I'm
Jamie Dunn, and I want to talk to you about longevity, reliability, and Seats Are Us. Seats Are Us have been in the seat business for 34 years. The Seats Are Us staff have grown with the company. They've been there for yonks, mate. And that means they've got the seat skills and the seat knowledge. There's not a seat problem that they haven't seen and fixed in their Seats Are Us working lives. Mobile home seats, marine seats, truck and tractor seats. Seats Are Us have a seat to suit. Ask for Burzo. He's the man to talk to. seatsarus.com.au.
SEN Ashes cricket for Maccas, Adam Collins and Phil Walker. Phil, just please continue your point.
Okay, I haven't sat down and crunched it out properly, but I've always found the inflexibility of the test structure irritating and frustrating. I feel that there's a lack of imagination. You know, the game is fighting for its life, and when you have this problem where you lose significant chunks of the game via the weather and indeed via over-rate issues as well, which have become so entrenched in the game. This is not just specific to England and Australia. This happens across the board. Even when you have spinners bowling, you can barely get up to 15 overs an hour. And so we are losing significant amounts of cricket day after day after day. And they talk about the cost to TV companies, and they talk about the logistical problems of having a reserve.
Root's going to have a bowl. 3 men back on the leg side. That's the way that Cummins goes towards long on, and he's caught on the boundary spectacularly. Ben Stokes, brilliant. Ben Stokes over the boundary, bobbles it up, T20 style, gives himself a second bite of the cherry, and makes no mistake. Australia will be bowled out for 295. That will be the close of play on day 2 as well, with only 5 minutes left until 6:30. Cummins the last man to go for 36. Hazelwood not out 6, but Ben Stokes, what a fine piece of fielding, had to hold his nerve, throw it up in the air, go over the rope. They'll go upstairs to Ditton Bennett again, but that, we're right above it, is out, Phil Walker.
Yeah, no bother at all. Classy piece of cricket to finish off. A real arm wrestle of a day. Ben Stokes doing what he does. He brought Joe Root on, perhaps belatedly, really. It's been Root's ashes with the ball. It's been unstoppable. And look, it looks easy and it looks commonplace because he does it every day, but we take this stuff for granted, don't we? It was hit flat and hard above his head. It would have gone for 6 comfortably. Stokes' incredible hands clasp that ball and he tosses it up nonchalantly, sachets back inside the playing arena and then strolls off for his tee.
Another test wicket against Australia for Joe Root, we mentioned earlier. Only Jack Leach has got a better bowling average against Australia as a spinner in this century. So he's got the golden arm, 7 in the series. So the lead going in, as we formally confirmed on the board, it's out now. The lead is 12 for Australia, and they've done well to get there, given at one stage today, well, at one point before tea, they were 7 for 185 and well in arrears.
Yeah, it's one of those funny days that's hard to read. Both teams will settle in with a can or two and think about the moments where they could have really nailed this. As it is, England will have to be the happier, I think, of the two, because they would have known that they were behind on the start of the day.
We go into our post-game show, and that's for Australia Made. Look for the green and gold. Look for the green and gold kangaroo logo and buy authentic Australian products. Phil, your Maccas I'm loving it moment of the day to begin.
Oh, you could have given me a tee up for that. I'll give you Jimmy Anderson's wicket. It wasn't a pretty thing. It was an inside edge from Mitch Marsh, who was looking dangerous, by the way. Mitch Marsh played the shot of the day, incidentally, against Stuart Broad, launching him back over his head when Broad was really ticking, stuck him in the back of the sight screen. But Jimmy came on and he huffed and puffed all day, as he has all summer, and he managed just to wobble one past onto the inside edge, top of the bat, leg stump, and his face was a picture of relief, pain. The permanent grimace of the morning session finally gave way, and he had his moment. It's been hard yakking for in 26 overs, 1 for 67 for Jimmy, but boy did he need that, and boy did England need it.
Order the new barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's, and the Macca's delivery of the day, please. We'll give that one to Phil Long. What was your favourite ball of the day, Longy?
Oh, I don't know. I was going to go for my moment of the day.
Do that as well.
Well, I'd definitely go for Mitchell Marsh's 6. Mitchell Marsh's 6. The reason being, we've watched a lot of cricket in here, haven't we, between us?
Yeah.
And we all stood up and watched it, and we all stood up and watched the replay, and we all went, ooh.
Yeah.
And that takes a lot for us grizzled old types to do that.
Yeah, players can hit sixes these days, but you don't hit a six like that. It was absolutely perfect. It was immaculate, really. The timing of it, couldn't hit a ball cleaner. A word as well, just at the death for Todd Murphy's cameo.
Yes.
3 sixes, his first 3 in first-class cricket as well. And he did it not with the top edge and his eyes closed. He did it with certain panache and class as well. He's going to be a very, very useful cricketer for Australia over the next few years.
That was our Mick delivery of the day on the My Maccas app. And our post-match wrap for Australia made look for the green and gold logo. Australia all out for 295. Top scoring was Stephen Smith, 71 from 123. He did get a bizarre reprieve when he was on 42. Could have been run out, maybe he should have been run out, but in the book it said not out. He eventually holed out to Chris Wokes. The second top scorer was Usman Khawaja, who made 47 just down after lunch. Also starts, well, more than starts. Pat Cummins, 36. Todd Murphy, 34 from 39. And David Warner yesterday, 24 from 52 for England. 3 for 61 for Wokes, 2 for 49 for Broad, 2 for 62 for Wood, 2 for 20 for Joe Root. A couple of handy wickets there, 1 at the end, and 1 for 67 for James Anderson. This has been SEN Test Cricket throughout the course of day 2. Thank you for your company. We'll be back tomorrow for the second half of the Test match. England beginning with a deficit of 12. Our coverage is for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's. I'm Adam Collins. He's Phil Walker. He's Phil Long. We'll do it all again tomorrow.